Evil Emperor's Wild Consort C1-1799. Volume 1. Chapter 1, Shameless Man, 1. Chapter 1, Shameless Man, 1. The East Peak Mainland. A strong wind blew past the top of a tall mountain. Xiao Ruoyun stood silently at the peak of the mountain, her black hair tangled with the wind as her cold gaze focused on a group of people. There was a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man within that group. The indifference and coldness in the man's eyes wrapped around her heart, chilling her from head to toe. Xiao Ruoyun, after running for so long, let's see where you can escape to now. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. His gaze was as if he were looking at an irreconcilable enemy, as if the girl in front of him did not carry his blood in her veins. The ancient divine pagoda was something that grandfather gave to me while he was alive. I won't give it to anyone no matter what. Xiao Ruoyun's voice held the hatred that she was unable to suppress. Back then, because of a single sentence from her grandfather, the one who marries the Yun family's daughter will become the young master of the Xiao family. It was because of that sentence that this so-called father of hers abandoned his childhood lover and strove to win the favor of her mother. And on the very month that her mother was married to him, he brought his lover into the Xiao family and made her a concubine. As the Xiao family's young master, he could have as many concubines as he wanted, and her mother could do nothing but spend her days in tears. If grandfather had not felt sorry for her, she was afraid that her mother would have had no status at all in the Xiao family. Xiao Ming's expression fell, and he said bitterly, "You vicious woman. The ancient divine pagoda originally belonged to Chu Xue. You're still trying to rationalize your actions after snatching it away from her. Don't forget, when Chu Xue was born, there was a vision from heaven and the diviner told us that she's the reincarnation of the ancient phoenix Zixi. My father was senile in his old age, otherwise he wouldn't have given the ancient divine pagoda to you. Now that he has passed away, I will correct this mistake." Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruoyun laughed out loud, her laughter continued echoing in the mountain valley for a long time. Have you forgotten that the day Xiao Chu Xue was born, was also the day of my birth? Grandfather must have had a reason for giving me the ancient divine pagoda, but you. She laughed mockingly, in order to take the ancient divine pagoda, you tortured me, and when my mother tried to save me, you tortured her to her death. My maternal grandfather and his family were also destroyed by your own hands. Are you even still human? For the sake of another daughter, you didn't even hesitate to kill your own wife. Humph. Xiao Ming snorted coolly, and said with a cold face, she was not worthy of being my wife. Even if she had not died for your sake, I wouldn't have let her live anyway. Only with her dead, can my beloved woman take her place. Xiao Ruoyun shut her eyes in grief, her mother's bleak look still carved into her heart. She completely gave up. She had intended to give up the ancient divine pagoda her grandfather had entrusted to her in exchange for her mother's life, but her mother had seemed to know what she wanted to do and used her death to protect the ancient divine pagoda. Even now, thinking about it caused a piercing pain in her heart. Xiao Ming, you will definitely regret all that you have done. A man as treacherous and ruthless as you will one day be spurned by everyone, never to make a comeback. Regret? Xiao Ming laughed condescendingly. Do you know what rumors are spreading outside now? You, Xiao Ruoyun, in extreme arrogance, provoked an enemy you shouldn't have, and that enemy massacred the Yun family after failing to find you. And I, Xiao Ming, am currently in deep mourning and pain after your mother's death. Even Chu Xue fainted out of sadness. Only you, this daughter, after bringing them disaster, are in hiding, a coward, but... Ha ha ha. Your mother wasn't even buried in the Xiao family's ancestral graves. Her corpse has already been thrown into a mass grave for the wolves to feast on. Our Xiao family's ancestral graves are not for just any woman to enter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Shameless Man, 2. Chapter 2, Shameless Man, 2. Xiao Ruoyun's body began to tremble. She opened her eyes wide, staring dead on at the man before her with hatred. Xiao Ming, you're shameless. Shameless? Xiao Ming laughed loudly. The winner takes all. You have only yourself to blame for everything that has happened, and it was you who dragged your mother into this. So the one who really killed her was you. The one who really killed her was you. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyun burst into laughter. That wild laughter, full of insanity, echoed around the entire mountain without a break. Xiao Ming, you shameless bastard. I'll drag you down to hell to apologize to my mother right now. Just die with me now. An imposing aura began rising from her body, causing the whole sky to turn overcast and cold. That's bad. Xiao Ming's expression changed, and he said hastily, she wants to explode herself. Xiao Ruoyun was the #1 talent in the Xiao family who had reached the martial senior class at a young age. When he had launched a sneak attack on her, he would not have severely injured her if he had not used the ultimate technique of the Yun family. Even so, the explosion of a severely injured Marshal Sr. would be enough to drag all the people here into hell. Poochie! The muffled sound of something piercing a chest rang out in the quiet and secluded valley. Xiao Ruoyun's body stiffened, lowering her head to look at the sword that had come from behind, then turning her head in disbelief. Her gaze fell on the distinct lines of that handsome face. Lu Chen, you? She had known earlier that Lu Chen had come. But because it was Lu Chen, she had let down her guard. Who would have thought that the man she trusted the most would want to kill her? Bang! Dot! Power burst out from her body, and in an instant, the sword in her chest faded into bits and pieces. She clutched the endlessly bleeding wound, gaze filled with pain, not understanding. Why do you want to kill me? The last two words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. A trace of guilt and sadness passed between Lu Chen's brows, but it disappeared in the next instant. Yuner, I'm sorry. I'm a man with great ambitions. Although you're in my heart and my most beloved, Xu Shui is the reincarnation of the ancient phoenix Zixi, and the real owner of the ancient divine pagoda. She's the only one who can become the strongest power on this mainland once she gets the ancient divine pagoda. Only by marrying her will I be able to have the entire world in my hands, so I have my own problems. Xiao Ruoyun's face was pale to the point of fright, not daring to believe that the person who had sworn his love for her would draw his sword against her in this instant. Suddenly, she seemed to have remembered something, and rushed crazily at Lu Chen. Where's Yuer? I entrusted Yuer to you, what have you done to him? Xiao Ruoyun seized Lu Chen's collar tightly, shouting crazily without caring about the pain in her body. Her mother was dead, her maternal grandfather's family had been killed, her little brother was the only kin she had left. Because of her trust in Lu Chen, and not wanting to drag her brother into danger, she had entrusted her brother to Lu Chen to protect. But now... Xiao Ruoyun's body trembled, dread showing on that pale face, causing a twinge of pain in Lu Chen's heart. However, he quickly hardened his heart and said, "Bring out Xiao Lingyu." After a long while, a half-dead young boy was brought over in someone's hands, his frail body looking extremely delicate in the strong winds, as if he would be carried away by the winds at any time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, Shameless Man, 3. Chapter 3, Shameless Man, 3. Yuer. Her voice held heartbreaking pain as tears slid down from her eyes. Seeming to have heard the woman's desperate cry, the teenage boy finally moved. He opened his tired eyes, clear pupils gazing straight at Xiao Ruoyun, thin lips trembling lightly, with a weak voice, "Big sister." Cough, cough. Xiao Ruoyun coughed out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, her blood-soaked figure dazzling under the sun's rays. Let him go. Let him go? Give us the ancient divine pagoda, and I'll let him off. Lu Chen let the emotions on his face fade away and gazed coldly at Xiao Ruoyun. Even if women were important, they could never compare to power. With might at hand, wouldn't he be able to have any woman he wanted? Xiao Ruoyun's face turned even more pale. Her eyes turned towards the cold, cruel middle-aged man behind her, and said one word at a time, "Yuer is your son, the bloodline of your Xiao family." Ha ha. Xiao Ming laughed twice and said callously, "In the bloodline of Xiao Ming, there is only Chushuo alone. Xiao Lingyu, this sickly, useless good-for-nothing, isn't qualified to be my son. However, to obtain the ancient divine pagoda, even if he dies, it would be a worthy death." Xiao Ruoyun's body trembled once and she slowly closed her eyes. She only opened them after a long while, a gentle gaze shining on the teenage boy's wounded and scarred body. "Yuer, will you be afraid?" Xiao Lingyu stubbornly shook his head. "I'm not afraid. Big sister, don't give them the ancient divine pagoda, otherwise, mother and grandfather would have died in vain. I believe that, one day, big sister will avenge my death." Bang! Lu Chen stomped on Xiao Lingyu's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning ever paler. "Men!" Lu Chen raised his brows and said without any expression, "Dig out Xiao Lingyu's heart, and tear his limbs off while he's alive." The man's cold voice rang like a hammer, knocking fiercely on Xiao Ruoyun's heart. She roared angrily in heartbreak, "Lu Chen, you bastard, I shouldn't have entrusted Yuer to you to protect, I'm the one who killed my own precious little brother." 2 men pressed Xiao Lingyu to the floor, and an icy sword slashed towards his limbs, fresh blood splashed out, dyeing her pupils in red. "No!" Xiao Ruoyun hoarsely shouted, with bloodshot eyes, "Let Yuer go, if you let him go, I'll..." "Big sister." The faint voice was feeble, but in this valley, it clearly fell on Xiao Ruoyun's ears. "Don't give them the ancient divine pagoda, only with the ancient divine pagoda can you avenge mother, otherwise I would rather die." Poochie. The sword fiercely stabbed through Xia Linyu's chest, his last words lost within his throat. Xia Linyu laid in the pool of blood, eyes open as if wanting to say something at the last. At this moment, he felt his life disappearing, gaze full of attachment and dismay. He can finally meet mother again, but what about big sister? He was already the last of her family. If he died, how much pain and loneliness would big sister feel? You are. Xia Ruoyun spit out a mouthful of her heart's blood, stumbling as she ran towards Xia Linyu. It was all my fault, I trusted others, and caused your death. Grandpa is dead, mother is dead, even grandfather has also died, you're the only one by my side. If there's an afterlife. I'll give you a lifetime of peace, and I'll never let anyone hurt you again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4, Good for Nothing, 1. Chapter 4, Good for Nothing, 1. Xia Ruoyun slowly stood up, black tresses dancing in the wind. As she lifted her head, her face was full of madness that had never been there before. I want all of you to accompany you in death. Boom! In that moment, the sky lost color. Thunder boomed and lightning struck fiercely, lighting up that dark stretch of sky. Even after such a severe injury, she still has the strength to explode. Xiaming's expression changed, and his face fell. He had to admit, this daughter had great talent, but unfortunately, she was not born from his most beloved woman, so if he let her continue to grow, Xu Shui and her mother would only feel aggrieved. No matter what, he did not want to see that happen. For the sake of the other daughter he favors, he could only give up on this rotten seed that should never have been born. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruoyun laughed crazily, her laughter filled with intense hatred. She shouted angrily, Xiaming, Lu Chen, even if I die today, I'll be able to avenge them. Unfortunately, Xia Chushui isn't here, otherwise, wouldn't it be so nice to go to hell together? Boom! The powerful force scattered out from her body, causing the rocks in the valley to fall, accompanying the woman's mad laughter and causing Xiaming's heart to tremble. However, nothing happened. The whole valley fell silent once again. Poochie! Xia Ruoyun sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling heavily on one knee with a steady stream of blood spraying out from her mouth, she glared with unwillingness and hatred at the people before her. Why? Why did you stop me from exploding? She looked down, her fists clenched tightly and her feeble voice tinged with anger. At that moment, she had felt the ancient divine pagoda stopping her self-combustion, and it was the first time she had felt any movement from the ancient divine pagoda since receiving it. You don't want my soul to disappear? But if I can't even avenge them, then what do I need this soul for? Even if my soul scatters and disappears forever, I want to drag them down into hell with me. Xia Ruoyun's voice shook. Right now, she no longer had the strength to explode again. I'm sorry, your sister is useless, I couldn't even avenge you. Tears trickled endlessly from her cheeks, falling and seeping into the ground. Suddenly, she laughed loudly again. I, Xia Ruoyun, hereby swear that one day I'll let these people who once hurt us pay it back. Blood. 4. Blood. I'll let them fall into the point beyond redemption. Even if I have to pay with my eternal life in hell. The woman's voice, like a curse, lingered in Lu Chen's ears. It gave rise to a sudden panic in his heart, to the point that he did not dare to look into those eyes full of bone-deep hatred. Poochie. Xia Ruoyun spat out another mouthful of blood as her gaze passed steadily over the faces of each person before her, as if trying to remember them, as if carving their appearance deep into her mind. Her organs are already failing, she won't live for long. Xiaming looked callously upon the woman on the ground, as if that woman were not his daughter, but instead his mortal enemy. Xia Ruoyun, bring out the ancient divine pagoda. Ha! Xia Ruoyun sneered, her arms tightly holding onto the young man's limbless body. She slowly stood up. Without any hesitation, holding Xia Linyu's body, she turned and jumped off the cliff. Not good. Xiaming's face paled, and darkened in an instant. Men, go search, and find her body. I don't believe that we won't be able to find the ancient divine pagoda. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Good for Nothing, 2. Chapter 5, Good for Nothing, 2. West Spirit Mainland, in Azure Dragon Country. Within a remote backyard of the general's mansion, a young woman crossed her legs, holding a stalk of straw in the corner of her mouth, as she sat slovenly on the bed. The West Spirit Mainland? As if talking to herself, Xia Ruoyun's lips curved up slightly. Looks like I've reincarnated from the East Peak Mainland to the West Spirit Mainland. I wonder if the heavens gave me a chance for rebirth because they couldn't bear Xiaming's actions? There are countless mainlands within this world. Even though the East Peak and West Spirit mainlands were next to each other, the West Spirit mainland ranked at the bottom, and only people with strength that reached a certain point could step into the East Peak mainland. And the previous Xiao Ruoyun came from the East Peak mainland. However, what she had not expected was that this Gu Ruoyun was a complete and utter good-for-nothing compared to her previous level of talent. Even at the age of 15, she had not even reached the most basic third level of cultivation. Even the servants in the general's mansion had reached at least the fourth level or above. Of course, this Gu Ruoyun had a tragic life. Orphaned at an early age, she was a dispensable existence in everyone's eyes. If not for the protection of her genius older brother, she would have been unable to take even a single step. However, not long ago, her genius brother had been accepted as a disciple by a mysterious power, and he was forced to leave Azure Dragon Country. Who would have known that, just days after he had departed, the young master of Ling family would deliberately mock him in front of Gu Ruoyun, and she would start a fight with him for the sake of her brother, and get beaten half to death by the Ling family's servants. The funniest part was that her own grandfather, the great general of the general's household, would indiscriminately beat her to death. Thinking of this, Gu Ruoyun's lips formed a cold sneer. Gu Ruoyun, since I've occupied your body, I have become you. Rest assured, I'll take revenge for you, just take it as the compensation for taking your body. After she said so, the door opened. When the person standing at the doorway met with Gu Ruoyun's pair of deep black eyes, she was clearly taken aback. Gu Ruoyun, you're not dead? This Gu Ruoyun, she was actually this lucky? She was still living after being beaten to that point by grandfather. Of course. Did you really want me dead? Gu Ruoyun's thin lips curved up, smiling faintly at her. Humph. Gu Panpan snorted, since you didn't die, then go to the guest hall, grandfather is waiting for you. After saying so, she turned her head and left. Gu Ruoyun slightly narrowed her eyes. From going through her memories, she knew that the ever-arrogant Gu Panpan was her second uncle's daughter, while Panpan's older brother Gu Shanglin was a genius second only to her own older brother Gu Shengxiao. Thus, to help Gu Shanglin vent his frustrations, she frequently bullied Gu Ruoyun when Gu Shengxiao was not at home. To avoid adding to her brother's worries, Gu Ruoyun had never told him. In the guest hall. Just as Gu Ruoyun walked in, she saw the old General Gu seated on the high seat, while an old man and a young man sat to his lower right. Without even needing to guess, the old man was clearly the head of the Ling family, Ling Yi, while the young man was the culprit who had caused Gu Ruoyun to be beaten to death, the Ling family's young master. Gu Ruoyun, you finally awakened. General Gu threw a piercing gaze at Gu Ruoyun and said with a serious face, how dare you beat up the Ling family's young master in the streets? Apologize to him right now. With one of the highest-ranking imperial concubines sitting in the palace, the Ling family was not one he could afford to offend. If it could appease the Ling family, what was the sacrifice of a good-for-nothing? What he did not expect was that his cowardly granddaughter would have courage of this magnitude. Unfortunately, she was just a good-for-nothing. If she had been a genius just like her brother, even the imperial concubine would not dare to touch her. TL note, the author reveals more about the cultivation levels later, but you can look at the glossary to find out how their cultivation system works. Gu Ruoyun is level 2, which is considered very weak in their world. Xiao Ruoyun was previously a martial senior class. So now Xiao Ruoyun has reincarnated into Gu Ruoyun, the good-for-nothing daughter of the general. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, Good for Nothing, 3. Chapter 6, Good for Nothing, 3. Apologize? Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly. Did you hit your head on something? I beat the Ling family's young master? Don't forget, I'm only a good-for-nothing Qi level 2. The Ling family's young master has already reached Qi level 5, do tell how I was able to beat him up? If you fought with the number 1 expert in Azure Dragon Country, and someone said that you managed to beat him up, would you also believe them? Old General Gu's face turned livid, he slammed his palm on the table with a bang, and said angrily, vile spawn. How dare you ignore even your grandfather's commands? Since the Ling family has already said that it's your fault, then you definitely provoked them first. Kneel down immediately until they forgive you. Ha ha. Gu Ruoyun laughed twice, a trace of ridicule spread on the curve of her lips. He was obviously the one who was jealous of my brother's talent and the one who humiliated him first, but now in your words, I'm the one who provoked him? So not only did you hit your head, even your eyes were blinded. The Ling family's young master is standing there without a scratch and he's the one who was bullied? I'm standing here covered in wounds, but I become the one who beat him up? Grandfather, you're really helping a stranger over family and reason? Old General Gu was momentarily frozen in shock. He no longer cared about getting angry, but looked at Gu Ruoyun with astonishment. This was the granddaughter who had always been cowardly? When had she become so eloquent in speech? Who are you? Suddenly, old General Gu's expression deepened, and a wave of murderous intent filled the entire hall. Even though Gu Ruoyun was currently too weak, she could still use her mental strength to overcome this murderous intent. However, doing so would definitely expose her, a risk she was not willing to take, so she let the murderous intent wash over her. Oh, now you want to kill me? Gu Ruoyun raised her small pale face, saying with a mocking smile, anyway, you've already beaten me to death once. If my body had been just a little weaker, I wouldn't have been able to hold up. If you want to kill me, just kill me now. I just wonder how you'll account for this when my brother comes back. Old General Gu slightly narrowed his eyes. Actually, after killing Gu Ruoyun, he had already started to regret his actions. Even if Gu Ruoyun was a good-for-nothing, she still had a protective older brother. Had she not refused to admit her mistake, he would not have lost his head and laid such a heavy hand on her. Fortunately, this good-for-nothing had only stopped breathing for a short moment, and her heartbeat had quickly resumed. However, how could old General Gu know that brief moment was enough for the soul in this body to change? If you're Gu Ruoyun, then I would have to account to Shangxiao, but too bad, you're not her. Old General Gu stated coldly, so who are you? That useless good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyun would never have been able to speak like that. In a moment, the entire hall focused their gazes on Gu Ruoyun's comely face. Gu Ruoyun acted as if she did not feel their gazes, and smiled as she said in objection, wouldn't you be the clearest on whether I am Gu Ruoyun or not? These few years, I've been pretending to be cowardly and weak for the sake of peace, but after this incident, I have decided that even if I'm a good-for-nothing, I won't continue being cowardly. If I continue being weak, you will only continue bullying me. Upon hearing this, understanding bloomed in everyone's minds. No wonder this good-for-nothing had this much courage, her cowardice had only been an act. Now this actually makes sense. Bang! Ling Yi was outraged and coldly said, Gu Ruoyun, this old man was born protective, I don't care if you're right or wrong. You have to kneel down and admit your wrongs today, or I won't care if you have a genius brother or not, I'll let you die right here. Glancing at Ling Yi's sullen old face, Gu Ruoyun laughed, you want to act against me, a junior? Aren't you afraid that all the people of Azure Dragon Country will mock you for bullying the weak? Then what do you want? Why don't we do it like this? Let your grandson fight with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Good for Nothing, 4. Chapter 7, Good for Nothing, 4. What? At this moment, everyone thought she was crazy. A Qi level 2 was having delusions of facing a Qi level 5? Was she sure she had not gone crazy? Grandfather, I'll agree. Without waiting for Ling Yi to finish speaking, young Master Ling abruptly stood up, condescendingly looking over Gu Ruoyun, who was shorter than him by a head. Gu Ruoyun, this is your own death wish. This young master agrees to your challenge. Prepare for the fight now. Hold on. Young Master Ling was about to attack, when a sudden shout interrupted his action. He withdrew his hands and sneered, what are you doing? Finally scared? If you're scared then kneel down, kowtow and call me grandfather 3 times, maybe I'll even take mercy on your life. Gu Ruoyun's lips hooked upwards, if I was scared, I wouldn't even challenge you, but I'm not proposing that we duel today, but a month later. Ha ha. Young Master Ling laughed twice, Gu Ruoyun, I finally understand, aren't you just trying to live for another month? This young master isn't someone without mercy, I'll just let you live for another month's time. Grandfather, let's go, after 1 month, I'll come back and kill this damn good for nothing. We can even help the general's mansion save some food. The meaning of these words was obvious, if I, young Master Ling, were to kill Gu Ruoyun, it would be purely for the sake of the general's mansion. Doesn't raising such a good for nothing waste a lot of food? So, the general's mansion cannot put any blame on me, you even need to thank me instead. Looking at the Ling family's disappearing silhouettes, old General Gu's face turned black. From his view, it would not have mattered if Gu Ruoyun had died, as long as it was not at his hands, but now this good-for-nothing had grown some daring and wanted to duel with the Ling family's young master. Wasn't this just throwing the reputation of the general's household? If it were not for her, he would not have been humiliated by the Ling family. Thinking up till now, old General Gu took a deep breath, fiercely shook his sleeves, and walked out of the hall without leave, not even looking at Gu Ruoyun from start to end. Gu Ruoyun, you've really overestimated your own strength. Gu Panpan glanced at Gu Ruoyun with disdain, mocking, just by yourself, you've deluded yourself into thinking you can duel with young Master Ling? Don't you know who he is? His aunt is the emperor's favorite concubine, and he's the disciple of the #1 expert in Qinglong. With Qinglong's top expert as a teacher, did you really think he would be afraid of your brother? After throwing out these words, Gu Panpan snorted disdainfully and walked away. At the back of the mountain, a refreshing wind was blowing. Gu Ruoyan sat on top of a rock, eyes closed in thought. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, radiance shining in her sparkling jewel-like gaze. Right, the ancient divine pagoda, I wonder how it's like now. That day, if the ancient divine pagoda had not stopped her, she would have died along with Xiaoming, and even her soul would not have been left. Right now, she still has the chance to enter the Dongyue mainland and avenge her mother and maternal grandfather. However, the ancient divine pagoda had already fused into her body. How would she go about removing it? I'll think about that later. Let's see exactly which part of my body the ancient divine pagoda has settled in first. Saying so, Gu Ruoyan closed her eyes, letting her spiritual consciousness scan her body. At this point, she suddenly found that her spiritual ocean was much larger than normal. From general knowledge, when martial artists begin cultivating, their spiritual power was all condensed into the spiritual ocean. Once the spiritual ocean had filled up, the martial artist could then break through into the next level. Normal martial artists had spiritual oceans the size of a bull, but the spiritual ocean in Gu Ruoyan's body was as vast as the real ocean, and this was the reason behind her slow cultivation. Since there were no real strong martial artists in Qinglong, they would not know of the benefits of having such a vast spiritual ocean. The more strength you gathered, the more bottlenecks you would begin to encounter, and to break through the bottleneck, you needed to have the martial artist's ability of enlightenment. And the wider the spiritual ocean, the stronger the chance of achieving enlightenment. If she had had such a vast spiritual ocean in her past life, perhaps she would have already broken through Martial Senior class and achieved Martial Supreme. Even in the Dongyue mainland, the Martial Supreme class was in existence that numbered only a handful, and upon reaching this level, you could even make yourself an emperor. Qinglong's top expert was only at the peak of Martial General, so you can see what a fearsome existence a Martial Supreme is. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyan found a small purple pagoda submerged in her spiritual ocean, and her heart lifted in joy. Ancient divine pagoda, I've finally found you. Boom! A powerful wave swept out from her spiritual ocean, heading straight into Gu Ruoyan's mental consciousness, shaking her to the point that her mind was buzzing. When she recovered her senses again, a hint of purple clothing appeared in front of her. TL note, the author finally explained the cultivation levels. Ranked from top to bottom. Xuqi, Shi collection levels 1 to 8. Wuzhe, martial warrior. Wushi, martial knight. Wujian, martial general. Wuwan, martial king. Wuhuan, martial emperor. Wuzuan, martial senior. Wudi, martial supreme. Wuxing, martial saint. Wushan, martial god. I updated the previous references to Wuzuan to show martial senior instead. So now we know Gu Ruoyan was previously a martial senior, but now she's only Qi level 2. However, the highest level on the Qinglong mainland is only a martial general, 3 whole ranks below her previous rank. What a fall! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 1. Chapter 8, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 1. Gu Ruoyan's line of sight followed along that long robe, eventually landing on a man's face, and she couldn't look away. In the Dongyue mainland, of all the handsome men she had seen, it was Jin Di who had been the most captivating. However, the man before her was no less mesmerizing than Jin Di, and could even be ranked higher than Jin Di. The man was clothed entirely in purple. His sleeves were embroidered with golden threads, giving off a sense of nobility and splendor. A head of inky black hair was scattered loosely on his back, and an enchanting aroma floated by with a slight breeze. His features were so beautiful to the point that everything else lost their color in an instant. A light wind set his purple clothes slightly flowing, a backdrop that added to the devilish enchantment of the purple flame between his brows. Suddenly, the man raised his hand and a gentle breeze passed by. When Gu Ruoyan had recovered her senses, she had already fallen into his embrace. So this is the master that the ancient divine pagoda selected? This body feels too skinny, it's not nice to embrace at all. Girl, you need to feed yourself properly. When you grow a little fatter, come warm my bed. Gu Ruoyan's face darkened instantly. She lifted her leg to kick at him, who knew that the other had already been prepared, and even chuckled as he caught her foot. Girl, you were strong in the past, but now, you're only a little shrimp that's only Qi level 2. Did you think that sneak attack would work on me? Gu Ruoyan withdrew her leg. Looking towards the handsomely noble man in front of her, she asked, Who are you? Girl, aren't you too cold? I brought you here from the Dongyue mainland, and you actually forgot who I am? The man said in an aggrieved manner, I did save your life, otherwise your soul would have been scattered to the four winds. From Dongyue mainland? Gu Ruoyun startled for a moment, you're the ancient divine pagoda, but... Upon hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times, the ancient divine pagoda? When have you ever seen a pagoda turn into a human? I'm the ancient divine pagoda's companion beast, Zixi. Zixi? The ancient phoenix Zixi? The people of the Xiling mainland may not have heard of Zixi's existence, but in the Dongyue mainland, it was impossible to find someone who did not know of this name. The ancient phoenix Zixi, said to have the power to create worlds and flatten entire empires with a single breath. His abilities were so strong that they could make anyone's heart stop. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zixi had long disappeared. Who would have expected him to appear here? Girl, isn't it shocking? Zixi curved his lips, smiling as he said, you have already contracted with the ancient divine pagoda when you were fleeing for your life. As long as your soul remains intact, the pagoda will follow your soul forever. However, I and the pagoda have both been sealed. If you had lifted the seal on the Dongyue mainland, those old monsters would have detected it, so I had no way to help you. I was only able to lift the seal when you arrived here in Xiling. Gu Ruoyun nodded her head, so that was it. This ancient divine pagoda was gifted to me by my grandfather, I didn't even know what use it had. I can't explain the uses of this pagoda immediately. However, you know that this pagoda was something left behind since the ancient times, so how could a divine artifact from the ancient times be useless? Moreover, Zixi smiled and rubbed Gu Ruoyun's head, didn't you challenge someone to a duel? With this ancient divine pagoda, within a month, I'll raise your power to exceed his. He knew that Gu Ruoyun could borrow the combat experience from her previous life, and have a 50% chance of defeating the Ling family's young master, but what he wanted to do, was to let her be completely certain of defeating the enemy. TL note. Interesting fact, Zixi translates to purple evil. Which is also why he has a purple flame between his brows, and why he wears purple clothes. While I'm at it, here are some extra notes for other people and place names and their meanings. In Gu Ruoyun's previous life, her surname was Xia, which means summer. Her current surname, Gu, doesn't have any particular meaning by itself. The given name of Gu Ruoyun's brother, Gu Shengxiao, means farewell. The Dongyue mainland has the character east in it, while the Xiling mainland has the character west. Qinglong means green dragon. I'll add notes at the bottom of chapters if there are any other interesting meanings behind names later on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 2. Chapter 9, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 2. Within the ancient divine pagoda, the four walls shone brightly. At the centermost area, there was a medicine cauldron. Gu Ruoyun eyed the wide and empty pagoda with a measuring gaze, and asked, so this is the ancient divine pagoda? Yes, this is the first level of the ancient divine pagoda. With my current strength, I can only unseal this first level, unsealing the rest of the levels will depend on you. What should I do? Gu Ruoyun halted her steps and turned to look at Zixi. It's easy, Zixi's line of sight landed on Gu Ruoyun's face, and his lips hooked up in a slight smile. All you have to do is to break through Qi level 8 and reach martial warrior class, then you'll be able to enter the second level. Every time you break through a level after that, you'll be able to access the rewards within that level. Upon hearing so, Gu Ruoyun's attention turned to the medicine cauldron within the pagoda. What the first level bestowed upon me, is this medicine cauldron? Yes, Zixi nodded his head, but it's not just this cauldron, there are also some of the most basic pill formulas. With that, he placed a few pill formulas before Gu Ruoyun's eyes. Qi Gathering Pill, it will make a martial warrior gathering Qi more sensitive to spiritual Qi, increasing the cultivation speed to 5 times the usual. Marrow Cleansing Pill, it can cleanse all impurities in the cultivator's body, so that cultivation takes half the effort. Beauty Rejuvenation Pill, it can make a 50-year-old woman regain the beauty of her 20s in an instant. Without mentioning the last one, even the first 2 pill formulas were enough to move Gu Ruoyun's heart. Most importantly, tens of thousands of years ago, pill development had been at its peak and there had been numerous pill masters. However, in the middle of the Great World War 10,000 years ago, all the pill masters had been killed, and all the pill refinement books had been destroyed. Up to the present day, not a single person has been able to refine pills again. And there were only some pill powders on the market. Of course, those powders could not be compared to actual pills. One could imagine the shock that Gu Ruoyun's heart went through after seeing those pill formulas. However, she quickly calmed the excitement in her heart. From this one action, Zixi looked at her with astonishment. If this had happened to someone else, they would probably have been itching to start refining pills. Although these pill formulas are valuable, unfortunately, I've never learned how to refine pills. Even though you gave me formulas and a cauldron, I don't think I have any chance at actually refining some pills. Girl, I didn't expect you to be so different from those greedy humans I usually see. I'm starting to get more and more interested in you, Zixi smiled, and with this smile, the purple flame between his brows shone even more otherworldly. I hope that you can grow quickly, until you can warm my bed, otherwise, it will be rather painful for me to do that with this small body. Gu Ruoyun tilted her lips in a smile, scanning Zixi up and down with one look. Even if I grow up, you can't grow, right? Looking at the glee in the young girl's gaze, then thinking of the meaning within her words just now, the handsome face momentarily darkened. Girl, even at such a young age, you're already saying such words. Don't forget, this body was Gu Ruoyun's. I've already lived more than 20 years. Oh? Zixi's brows lifted flirtatiously. With a single movement of his large hands, he pulled Gu Ruoyun into his embrace, slightly narrowing his eyes in threat. Girl, since your soul is already more than 20 years old, why not warm my bed right now? Gu Ruoyun's expression sank, and she wanted to fight against him, but then a man's deep and mesmerizing laughter sounded by her ear. Unfortunately, girl, I don't have any interest in skinny women. It's not comfortable at all when I hug you. Let's wait until you grow a little fatter, then I'll let you warm my bed. Bang! When the man's hands loosened for a moment, Gu Ruoyun took the chance to turn and let loose a punch towards the man's face, but just as it was about to connect, a hand appeared in front of him and blocked her fist. Girl, you're really heartless. The man poked Gu Ruoyun's fist away, smiling as he said helplessly, you just beat people up when you want to, not even leaving any mercy. Anyway, you've already come to the pagoda for quite some time. It's about time for you to leave, or you'll get found out. After you go out, buy all the materials for the chi-gathering pill, then I'll teach you how to refine pills. Actually, Zixi did not know that even if Gu Ruoyun disappeared for a month, the Gu family probably would not even realize. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, Refining Pills, 1. Chapter 10, Refining Pills, 1. A light breeze passed by gently, maple leaves slowly fell from tree branches above. Gu Ruoyun had just walked down from the mountain when a reckless figure appeared in her sights. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16, wearing luxurious silk clothing showing off her perfect figure. However, when you shifted your attention to her face, you could not help but be disappointed. The girl's fair skin was covered in freckles, like stains dirtying a clean white veil, destroying the original impression of beauty. Gu Ruoyun frowned. She identified the girl before her after a quick search through her mind. However, before she could even start to speak, Luoyin had already walked in front of her with brisk steps, scanning her from top to bottom once as if not recognizing her. Gu Ruoyun, I heard that you're going to duel with that Ling family bastard? Gu Ruoyun lightly stroked her wrist, smiling noncommittally. You're quite well informed. Why? Do you think I'm going to lose too? Ha ha. Luoyin laughed out loud and patted Gu Ruoyun's shoulder. Gu Ruoyun, what kind of person are you? I've been saying this since the start, your father was once the greatest talent in Xinglong, it was just a shame that even the heavens were jealous of his talents and let him fall at such a young age. As for your brother, he has already become the current #1 talent. As Gu Tian's daughter and Gu Xingxiao's sister, how could you be a good-for-nothing? It's just... Gu Ruoyun, we've been friends for so many years, and you hid this even from me. There were rumors spreading outside now, that Gu Ruoyun had only been acting weak all these years for the sake of avoiding attention from the outside world. However, as Gu Ruoyun's best and only friend, she had not been in the know. Thinking of this, Luoyin was upset and aggrieved. Luoyin, Gu Ruoyun looked at the good friend who had been with her for so many years and hesitated for some time, before saying, I need your help with something. What's up? That is, could you lend me some gold coins? Gu Ruoyun felt somewhat embarrassed as she replied. She had been the eldest daughter of the Xia family's legitimate line in her previous life, who had never been troubled over material matters. However, the present Gu Ruoyun, as someone treated as a waste of space, was only given 3 copper coins a month. This was nowhere near enough to buy medicinal herbs. Sure, how much do you want? Luoyin agreed without even needing to think. Gu Ruoyun was in deep thought for a moment, before raising her head to look at Luoyin's freckled face. I need 100 gold coins. But I'll repay you with something much more valuable than 100 gold coins. She, Gu Ruoyun, had always disliked owing people. Therefore, she had already thought of using the chi-gathering pills as repayment before asking to borrow money. The price of one chi-gathering pill was already far more than just 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins? Luoyin had thought that Gu Ruoyan would only want to borrow a few gold coins. She had not expected that Gu Ruoyan would need that many. Even for her, 100 gold coins was a year's savings. However, Luoyin understood that, with her pride, Gu Ruoyan would never even mention borrowing money unless she was forced to. Sure, I'll lend the money to you. Wait for me here, I'll go back home and bring it here. As for repayment, you don't even have that many gold coins to return to me, so just forget about paying it back. When saying so, Luoyin still had no knowledge of what the reward was. She would only realize that Gu Ruoyan had not been exaggerating much later on. A single chi-gathering pill was worth much more than 100 gold coins. TL note. Luoyin is a true friend, her given name, Yin, means sound. The given name of Gu Ruoyan's father, Gu Tian, means sky or heaven. A name fitting of a legend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Refining Pills, 2. Chapter 11, Refining Pills, 2. 100 Herb Hall was the largest medicinal hall in Azure Dragon Country, where any herb that you could possibly want could be found and bought. At this point of time, within 100 Herb Hall, a gray-haired old man was currently seated and resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the slight sound of footsteps came from outside the door. He opened his eyes and glanced over, his line of sight landing on a young girl who had just stepped into the pharmacy. This young girl was extremely thin, the oversized gray clothing covering her emaciated body made a jarring picture. Her skin was very white, yet it was a shade of ivory white that was pleasing to the eye, making her memorable. But the old man only glanced at her once, before closing his eyes again. "Miss, may I ask what you're looking for?" The shopkeeper saw that there was business to be made and hurriedly greeted her, smiling as he asked. "I guarantee that our 100 Herb Hall, as the largest medicinal hall in all of our country, will be able to provide any herb you might need. Even if it's 1,000-year ginseng, we'll be able to find it for you." "Well, I don't need 1,000-year ginseng, help me find the herbs written on this prescription," Gu Ruoyan said as she handed over a prescription. The shopkeeper scanned through the herbs on the prescription, then smiled. "Miss, these herbs are all very common. Please wait for a moment, I'll get them for you now." "Okay." Gu Ruoyan nodded. Her gaze wandered over the whole pharmacy before pausing on the resting elder, and a dim light flashed through her clear pupils. This old man's strength was more than average, he was a martial king at the very least. This kind of power could be counted as one of the top-ranked in Azure Dragon Country. Why would he be acting as an in-house physician for 100 Herb Hall? It seems like 100 Herb Hall's background is much more powerful than she had imagined. "Hey, what kind of medicine is your 100 Herb Hall selling? You told me that this medicine could heal the scar on my neck, so why aren't there any results yet?" In front of the counter, a girl dressed in silk finery slammed the table fiercely. She looked very beautiful, with creamy skin, crescent eyebrows, and bright eyes shining like moonlight in dark night. Yet she was currently huffing out flames of anger. On the girl's neck, which was as fair as snow, a clear scar spoiled the original aesthetic, leaving one blemish to mar that otherwise perfect beauty. "Miss, you've only used the medicine for 1 day, how could there be any results?" The shopkeeper looked helpless, but his expression lacked fear. He only tried to persuade her earnestly, "If you continue to use it for half a month, you'll definitely regain the original color of your skin." But this lady doesn't care. The finely dressed girl squared her shoulders and threw back her head, snorting dismissively. "Don't you know who this lady is? The highest-ranking imperial concubine in the palace is this lady's aunt. If you annoy this lady will let this lady's aunt set down an order to kick your 100 Herb Hall out of Azure Dragon Country." Imperial concubine? Gu Ruoyan startled a little. This woman was most likely one of the Ling family. No wonder she was such an arrogant and overbearing boobs for brains. 100 Herb Hall held power not just in Azure Dragon Country, they also enjoyed a high status even in other countries. Yet she dared to mention chasing them out of Azure Dragon Country. Not even the imperial concubine herself would have had the guts to do so. However, Ling Yu did not think much of it. From her perspective, 100 Herb Hall was only one business. No matter how much power they had, how could they be stronger than imperial power? Such daring for a little miss. The resting elder finally opened his eyes. Upon hearing his voice, the shopkeeper unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, respectfully saying, "Elder Yu, this matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 12, Refining Pills, 3. Chapter 12, Refining Pills, 3. Elder Yu did not answer shopkeeper Zhao. His astute eyes looked deeply at Ling Yu. "Miss, in our 100 Herb Hall, there are no exceptions, whether you're a commoner or even an official's household. If you try to use force to pressure us, then our 100 herb hall will no longer welcome you from now on. You? Ling Yu's face turned pale with anger. She had not expected that a small physician would dare to speak to her like that with the Ling family currently in power. It was simply going too far. Very well, you had better remember this. If I, Ling Yu, don't avenge this insult, then my word can no longer be trusted. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. However, after she had finished saying that, Elder Yu shut his eyes once again. No matter how much Ling Yu was hopping in anger, he never spared her even one more glance. Miss, sorry to keep you waiting, I'll fill the prescription for you now. After Ling Yu left, shopkeeper Zhao said so, embarrassed. Shopkeeper, is this elder one of 100 Herb Hall's in-house physicians? Gu Ruoyun's gaze shifted and landed on Elder Yu, her lips curved up into a slight smile as she asked. This, shopkeeper Zhang was stunned for an instant. He carefully looked at the elder who was resting with his eyes shut. Not seeing any reaction from the other, he then said, Miss, the senior is Elder Yu, he is also one of our 100 Herb Hall's physicians. Oh, Gu Ruoyun lightly stroked her chin. I see that his medical skill is quite lacking, otherwise, why couldn't he get rid of a simple scar? What did you say? Elder Yu suddenly opened his eyes and sneered, a simple scar? You make it sound so easy. If it were just getting rid of a scar, it wouldn't be that difficult. But if you need it to be removed within a day, that's impossible. Whether it's an injury or an illness, they all need time to heal. If your skill is lacking, then it's lacking. Isn't it more refreshing to just admit that you can't do it? Miss. Seeing Elder Yu's expression darken, shopkeeper Zhao hurriedly interrupted her. Miss, don't say any more. Elder Yu's medical skill is evident for all to see. Even the physicians by the emperor's side are not his equal. Really? Gu Ruoyun smiled mockingly, a subtle hint of light flitted through her clear pupils. If Elder Yu's medical skill is really that impressive, would you dare to compete with this junior? Very well. Elder Yu stood in outrage, cold eyes looking at Gu Ruoyun. How do you want to compete? Simple. If I lose, not only will I admit that I was wrong, but I'll also admit that your medical skill is without parallel. If you lose, then I want this 100 Herb Hall. With a wave of flowing cloth, Gu Ruoyun sat down, a delicate and pretty face holding a smile full of high aspirations. Elder Yu froze for a long moment, before finally laughing uproariously. Girl, you have some guts even trying to touch this 100 Herb Hall. You want to take this 100 Herb Hall? You don't have that kind of power. Why? Gu Ruoyun played with a lock of her hair, smiling. The dignified 100 Herb Hall doesn't have the courage to compete with a little girl like me? Or should I say, Elder Yu, you're scared of losing? Lose? Humph, I, Elder Yu, have never known the meaning of defeat. However, 100 Herb Hall is not mine, so I can't make that decision. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to wait until I invite the young master to decide. In fact, Gu Ruoyun had also guessed at Elder Yu's identity. Going by the shopkeeper's attitude towards him, he was definitely not a normal physician. However, even if he had a high position in 100 Herb Hall, he was a steward or an elder at most, while her aim was the man behind 100 Herb Hall. What's more, since she had just arrived, she had to have a force behind her as a backup. 100 Herb Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. Most importantly, once she had 100 Herb Hall under her control, she would not need to worry about gathering medicinal herbs in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Refining Pills, 4. Chapter 13, Refining Pills, 4. In front of finely carved shutters, a man stood with his back to the door. A light wind was slowly passing through the room, inky black locks of hair swayed in the breeze. As if feeling the sound of footsteps from outside the door, he tilted his head slightly, causing bright sunlight to hit the handsome face, which was even more mesmerizing than the light outside the window. The door was pushed open, and Elder Yu slowly entered, lowering his head respectfully as he said, Young master, your servant has something to report. The man lightly raised his palm, preventing the old man from speaking further. His lips raised into a handsome arc, with moist eyes holding a watery luster, sending waves into people's hearts. Elder Yu, say no more, I've already seen everything that happened downstairs just now. This Gu Ruoyun, it looks like she's not as unbearable as what the outside world says. At least, I wouldn't peg her as a timid coward, but there was no person in Azure Dragon Country who did not know that the genius of that time, Gu Tian, had a good-for-nothing as his offspring. Born stupid and timid, she was not only a disgrace to him, but was even more a shame for the general's household. From what he saw today, not only were the rumors false, but looking at that girl's aggressiveness, how was she in any way a coward? He really wondered who had started those rumors. Gu Ruoyun? Elder Yu opened his mouth in surprise. Young master, you said, she's the daughter of Gu Tian and Miss Yuer, Gu Ruoyan? Indeed, the man's slender fingers stroked the bamboo leaves next to him, lips holding an unreadable smile. I admire only a few people, and Gu Tian was one of them, being able to grow to such heights in this kind of weak environment. If he had been born within those powerful forces, then he would definitely rank amongst the strongest warriors now. He and older sister were a heaven-made match. Unfortunately, some people were doomed them to never be together. Thinking up to here, the man sighed, saying with some regret, well, that Gu Ruoyan still has to call me uncle, but I've heard from the family that this Gu Ruoyan is really useless, that she can't even be compared to Gu Tian, and this time I've come because of her. Elder Yu, 100 Herb Hall is only one of the businesses in my hands, losing it is only losing some gold, so I agree to letting you use 100 Herb Hall as the wager. However, don't let her off easy just because she's Gu Tian's daughter. I want to see her abilities. With Gu Tian's level of talent, how could he produce a good-for-nothing daughter? So he wants to know if this girl has the power to dominate the heavens. Downstairs, when Gu Ruoyan heard the footsteps from above, her brows raised slightly, gaze sweeping over the briskly descending Elder Yu. How was it? Did your young master agree to my proposal? After knowing Gu Ruoyan's identity, Elder Yu's feelings were a little complicated. He had never thought that this girl would actually be the daughter of Gu Tian and the Dongfang family's beloved daughter. Were he to offend her, then in the future? Although the young master said not to let her off easy, just slightly decreasing the difficulty should be fine, right? Ahem. Having thought up to here, Elder Yu's eyes turned, and he dry coughed twice before saying, Miss, how should we compete? Simple. The corner of Gu Ruoyan's lips curved up. Elder Yu, your throat sounds a little hoarse. Do you perhaps have an old ailment? Elder Yu froze for a moment, before honestly nodding his head, and said, Indeed, I once fought with a strong warrior and was heavily wounded, causing permanent damage to my throat. Although I used medicine to save my life, I was unable to restore it fully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Refining Pills, 5. Chapter 14, Refining Pills, 5. What if I said I could cure your throat? Gu Ruoyan smiled, clear eyes brimming with the light of confidence. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu laughed out loud. I couldn't even treat this injury myself. Miss having such strength at such a young age, you're really worthy of this old man's admiration, huh? Even idiots would be able to hear the mockery in Elder Yu's words. He was originally thinking of letting her win in the competition, but who knew that this girl would be this arrogant? If he did not teach her a lesson, then it would be detrimental to her future growth. Gu Ruoyan did not seem to take exception to his words, smiling slightly as she said, If you don't believe me, I can treat you now. All I need is one type of medicine, and you'll be restored in an hour. Of course, if I manage to treat a wound that you were unable to, then that clearly proves that you've lost, and 100 Herb Hall will belong to me. Very well. Elder Yu laughed derisively, since you want to gamble, I'll accompany you, and you can take whatever herbs you need from 100 Herb Hall. I don't believe that there's a medicine that can work within a day. This is clearly violating common sense. Gu Ruoyan smiled wordlessly, handing over a paper with dozens of herb names written on top to shopkeeper Zhao. She said, Take these herbs and boil them for Elder Yu to drink. Within half an hour, I guarantee that he will be completely cured. In her previous life, although Gu Ruoyan did not know how to refine pills, but she had learned medicine from a famous doctor, and that famous doctor was well known all throughout East Peak Mainland, far more than in West Spirit Mainland. Whereas she was his favorite disciple, who naturally received all his teachings. Shopkeeper Zhao took the prescription, glanced at Elder Yu, and only went to fill the prescription after getting a nod. Miss, Elder Yu furrowed his brows, looking to be in deep thought for a long moment, before he eventually said, Although I don't quite like your arrogant nature, but there's one thing that I feel I have to remind you of. What is it? Be careful of the Gu family. At this moment, upon the first time seeing seriousness on Elder Yu's face, an uncomfortable feeling was created in Gu Ruoyan's heart. Why would you remind me to be careful of the Gu family? The Gu family is not as simple as you may think. Elder Yu raised his head to look at Gu Ruoyan. If you were indeed like the rumors, maybe I wouldn't have bothered to mention this to you, but as I see now, you're definitely not a cowardly and useless good-for-nothing. Although you are a little arrogant, but you're also astute. The death of your father, Gu Tian, may have had something to do with the Gu family. Gu Ruoyan's heart trembled, her hands slowly forming into fists, and was able to relax only after taking a deep breath. Elder Yu, you knew my father? No, Elder Yu shook his head. I was not acquainted with your father. I only admired him, a real man who was willing to protect his woman at any cost. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of outstanding talent, and geniuses will always invite jealousy. Girl, this is all I can tell you. It's up to you if you want to believe it or not. Actually, Elder Yu really wanted to tell Gu Ruoyan her real identity, but he knew that he could not do so. The Dongfang family held great power, talents were as numerous as hairs on a cow, it was not some place just anyone could enter. That time when Gu Tian was recognized by the Dongfang family, was on the basis of his remarkable talent. Unless Gu Ruoyun had talent on par with her father's, the Dongfang family would never accept her. Elder Yu, no matter what relationship you have with my father, I want to say, thank you for your warning, but for certain matters, I have my own plans. The Gu family was a snobbish family, and that was why they valued the abilities of its members so highly. If it were really as Elder Yu said, then why did the Gu family do so? If Elder Yu was trying to deceive her, then what was his motive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Refining Pills, 6. Chapter 15, Refining Pills, 6. As she was mulling over her thoughts, shopkeeper Zhao walked in holding a bowl of medicine. Looking at that pitch-black medicine, Elder Yu hesitated for a moment, but lifted his head and poured the medicine in his mouth in the end. A coolly refreshing feeling slowly settled down in his throat, giving him an unspeakably comfortable feeling, as if his mouth was filled with the fragrance of chrysanthemum, moistening his throat. Time passed, minute by minute. Elder Yu could feel his throat was gradually recovering, returning back to the moisture it had before his injury. Girl, your medicine is too magical. This old man, willingly admit my defeat. Elder Yu smacked his lips and praised, I wonder who you learned medicine from, for you to be this skillful? My teacher prefers to live unknown in the world, I can't reveal his name, but... Because, even if I said his name, you wouldn't recognize it, since that old man isn't from the West Spirit mainland. I wonder, after receiving news of my death, what kind of blow Master suffered? Oh, Elder Yu sighed regretfully, girl, I admit that I've lost this bet. From now on, 100 Herb Hall is all yours, and I will willingly become your slave. This time, he has totally accepted his loss, with no complaints. Good, however, I don't dare to accept Elder Yu as a slave, I just hope that Elder Yu can manage 100 Herb Hall for me. In general, I will not be able to reveal myself, so Elder Yu, you will handle everyday matters. There's also no need to let people know that I'm the owner of 100 Herb Hall, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind, I don't want to become a target this early. Gu Ruoyan nodded with satisfaction, she had not expected to collect such a huge windfall right after stepping out. With a business as tremendous as 100 Herb Hall in her hands, from here on out, she will not have to worry about gathering medicinal herbs, and she will even have a smooth path to walk on the journey of growth ahead. The present Gu Ruoyan did not know yet, but on her journey of growth, 100 Herb Hall played a significant role, and even accompanied her as she grew from weak to strong, walking into the pinnacle of this mainland step by step. Ling family main foyer, Ling Yi suddenly burst in outrage, hating the luxuriously dressed girl before him for being such a disappointment. Ling Yu, you've done it this time. Ling Yu pursed her lips, and said in objection, isn't it just a little medicine store? What's so amazing about it? I have the imperial concubine as my aunt. Grandfather, send people to flatten that 100 Herb Hall now. Really, it'll be the Crown Prince's birthday in a few more days, and I still need to go meet the Crown Prince, isn't it so ugly to have this scar? A little medicine store? Bang! Ling Yi sat down heavily, smiling bitterly as he said helplessly, 100 Herb Hall may be a medicine store, but even the Emperor doesn't dare to touch it. You still dare to say such words? Come with me when I go to 100 Herb Hall to apologize tomorrow, otherwise, even your imperial concubine aunt won't be able to save you. Ling Yu was speechless, it was just an ordinary business, why was grandfather this scared? Even her uncle, the Emperor, didn't dare to touch 100 Herb Hall? How could this be? But at that point of time, Ling Yu knew that grandfather was still angry, and didn't even dare to say another word. You should know that, in the entire Ling family, the one she was afraid of the most was the family head, her grandfather. Author's note, this story guarantees that there will be no cheating, there is no guarantee for anything else, for example, the female lead getting injured during fights, narrowly escaping death, getting humiliated and looked down upon by cannon fodder, etc. However, the female and male leads will definitely be faithful to each other, the two will always be as one, they are all clean and pure good youngsters, please rest assured on this point. TL note. Shifu equals master, as in, master-disciple relationship, also you should know this from Kung Fu Panda. Our wild consort will always be faithful to her dear evil emperor, rest assured. There will be no cheating and shenanigans going on. I find it really cute that the author posted a note like this XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16, Refining Pills, 7. Chapter 16, Refining Pills, 7. Zixi, I've already collected the ingredients needed to refine the chi-gathering pills, when will you start to teach me pill refining? In the ancient divine pagoda, Gu Ruoyun was standing behind the medicine cauldron, placing the medicinal herbs she had bought from 100 Herb Hall in front. She then turned her head towards the man next to her. Zixie's slender fingers stroked his chin, before smiling evilly. It starts right now. Girl, start preparing yourself first. I'll teach you the art of refining pills in a moment. Okay. Gu Ruoyun nodded. At this moment, she would be lying if she said she was not excited, since it was the long-lost art of refining pills after all. Girl, to refine pills, you must follow the steps on the pill formulas exactly and place the ingredients in the cauldron in order. If the order is wrong, then the refining will fail. After you reach a certain level of strength, then you'll be able to create your own original formulas from sensing the medicinal properties of herbs. Of course, you won't be able to reach that level of skill without a number of years. Zixie held hidden laughter in his eyes. Actually, refining pills isn't that difficult. Unfortunately, I'm not human, so I'm unable to refine pills. You can try it out and practice for now. Whether it's watching the fire or placing the ingredients in, you cannot make any mistakes. Once you make a mistake, the pill will be ruined. Never forget this point. Hearing so, Gu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath, a light of determination shining in her black eyes. Pills, if I had known this magical skill in my previous life, maybe I would have been able to change my little brother's inability to cultivate, and that man wouldn't have been so ruthless as to abandon the Xia family's only son. If my little brother is reborn in this world, I will definitely change his life. Pills had always been all-powerful. If she had been a pill master in her previous life, then her little brother would not have died such a miserable death. Unfortunately. As if that boy lying in a pool of blood had once again appeared before her eyes, Gu Ruoyun's heart throbbed fiercely in pain, before being replaced by determination. If you're still alive, sister will definitely find you. If you're dead, then, I'll live on for your sake, until I take revenge for our mother. This was also your wish at your deathbed, rest assured. Wait for me to grow up, I will surely return to the East Peak mainland, and let that hypocrite pay blood for blood. Even more, to let him fall into utter despair. Zixie looked at the hate on the girl's pretty and delicate face, lips lightly curving up at an angle. Hatred could let a person grow even faster, but he was looking forward to the day that Gu Ruoyun finishes growing up. Perhaps that day won't come too late. Flame illuminated the entire room. The girl's eyes were focused on the medicine cauldron before her, as she threw the herbs in her hands into the cauldron slowly. However, just as she let go of the herbs, bang, a loud noise rang from within the cauldron, and gray smoke burst out, covering the girl in ashes. Zixie glanced at Gu Ruoyun, then shook his head. Girl, pill refining is a very sacred profession. You must not have any distractions while refining. Just a single thread of loose thought is enough to make you lose control of it. I understand. I'll try again. Gu Ruoyun forcefully breathed in, and took out the ingredients again. Because Gu Ruoyun was an easily overlooked existence in the entire Gu household, she disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights without thinking. Since going off the past, even if she disappeared for a month, no one would look for her. However, this time, the entire Gu household was in a huge fuss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, The Stern Crown Prince, 1. Chapter 17, The Stern Crown Prince, 1. The reason was none other than the Crown Prince's birthday tomorrow. If it were like the past, as a good-for-nothing, it would not matter if Gu Ruoyun attended or not, but now the situation was different. This time, the prince's teacher, one of the strong members of weapon refining sect, would attend, and test the abilities of the younger generation of Azure Dragon Country, to see if any had the strength to enter weapon refining sect as an outer disciple. The weapon refining sect had such a powerful status in the mainland that only the Dongfang family did not fear the weapon refining sect's strength. It was because of this that people would be envious even if you entered weapon refining sect only as an outer disciple. Therefore, the emperor had already sent down an order. Every single person had to enter the palace to attend the crown prince's birthday. Old General Gu was thus forced to send people to look for Gu Ruoyun's whereabouts. Of course, in a normal situation, a power as strong as the weapon refining sect would not recruit people unless they were naturally talented like the Crown Prince, so this time, even old General Gu did not know what the weapon refining sect's true motive was. Regardless of the fuss going on in the Gu household, the Gu Ruoyun within the ancient divine pagoda knew nothing of the situation outside. At this moment, her gaze was firmly fixed on the medicine cauldron before her, 2 clusters of flames dancing within clear pupils. The slightest hint of an air current seeped out from the top of the pill cauldron, releasing a cool stream into the air. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun could obviously feel that the spiritual qi in the surroundings was much more richer than before. Girl, the final step of refining pills is to form the pills. When the pills are formed, most medicine cauldrons will let out a strong impact. You have to control this. If you fail to do so, then you'll have to start over. The man's deep voice sounded right next to Gu Ruoyun's ear. She took a deep breath, the look in her eyes became more imposing. Forming the pills is the last step to refining pills. It is also the most important step. If this step fails, then all efforts before would come to waste. Bang! Bang bang bang! With a sudden thrust, a huge impact burst out from within the medicine cauldron, causing tremors on the ground for a while. Gu Ruoyan could not help moving back a few steps. It was at this moment that the tension around the medicine cauldron loosened, and it descended from where it was floating in the air. Her heart tightened for a while, as she hurriedly tried to take control of the cauldron. Cold sweat slowly dripped down the girl's pretty face. However, she did not dare to shift her focus in the slightest. Her whole consciousness was wound up tight, and due to excessive nerves, her thin, weak face became pale white. Finally, just as Gu Ruoyan was about to lose control, the pills within the medicine cauldron stopped shaking, and quietly settled down in the bottom of the cauldron. I finally did it! Gu Ruoyan pushed down the joy in her heart. Unable to wait, she opened the cauldron, taking out the 5 pills silently sitting within. Girl, you actually learned how to refine pills in 3 days. It's enough to be called a genius. But, as the owner of the ancient divine pagoda, this bit of talent is not enough for you. However, refining pills cannot be rushed. You can take it slowly. Zixi looked at the skinny girl before him, purple pupils filled with the urge to smile, and that unshakable determination. You have to remember that this world obeys the law of the jungle. If you want to live, if you want to protect the people you care about, then you must stand at a peak that others can only hope to reach. To stand at the peak of the mainland, to accept the worship and surrender of the people of the world, that is the prestige that the owner of the ancient divine pagoda should have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, The Stern Crown Prince, 2. Chapter 18, The Stern Crown Prince, 2. Gu Ruoyan smiled wryly. How can I not understand your reasoning? It was exactly because I wasn't strong enough that caused my mother, grandfather, and brother to die so horribly, that caused the people by my side to leave me, one by one. Since the heavens let me live on, then I must become the ruler of this world, dominating everyone's right to live or die. At this moment, the girl's voice was full of a dominating aura, lighting up that usually inconspicuous face with radiance. Zixi smiled and patted Gu Ruoyan's small head, then said, Girl, you need to take the chi-gathering pill now. Wait until you break through into level 3 before you leave. Okay. A light passed through Gu Ruoyan's eyes. She had a sort of premonition that she would be able to break through into level 3 after taking this pill. A sleepless night. When Gu Ruoyan appeared in front of the eyes of everyone in the Gu household, they had already reached the final time limit. The people in the Gu household that had previously wished for her to stay as far away from them as possible had never looked forward to her return this much before. Old General Gu could not be bothered to say anything more to her. Sweeping her with a neutral gaze, he ordered, The expert from weapon refining sect is already inside the palace. The Emperor has ordered everyone to attend the Crown Prince's birthday. There's no time for you to clean up, just follow us right now. Actually, Gu Ruoyan had some insight into this matter. However, because she wanted to know the level of one of the experts of this mainland, she did not defy the general's order. Within a room carrying a faint fragrance, a man stood with his hands held behind his back. He cast a long shadow under the weak sunlight. Elder Yu stood behind his family's young master. After hesitating for a long while, he said, Young master, recently, 2 of weapon refining sect's elders came to Azure Dragon Country, and I'm not sure what they have come for. Even if Azure Dragon Country's crown prince is Elder Han Fei's disciple, with his arrogant personality, he would definitely never attend a meet without a motive. This time, even Elder Lian Tianlin and the sect leader's daughter have followed. I feel like something is going to happen. The man curved up the corners of his lips. No matter their purpose, it has nothing to do with our Dongfeng family, but I recall that Elder Han Fei had an eye for Gu Xingxiao's talent, but was rejected by Shangxiao, and only accepted the crown prince as a disciple after that. Young master, you mean, he'll cause trouble for Miss Ruoyan? No, the man shook his head. Weapon refining sect has some prestige in this mainland after all. They won't do such things. Right, Elder Yu, I will make a trip back to the Dongfeng family soon. You will stay here to help Gu Ruoyan. Elder Yu startled for a moment, his wrinkled face stunned. Young master, this. Elder Yu, you know that I established 100 Herb Hall to secure a source of funding for myself at the start, but if 100 Herb Hall is able to support Gu Ruoyan, then what's the harm in giving it to her? No matter what, she's my older sister's daughter. Letting you stay here is for the sake of allowing you to see her abilities clearly. If she has no real strength, then you may return to the Dongfeng family without saying anything else to her. Rather than involving her in our internal feuding, why not let her live a free and unfettered life outside? The man's tone held some helplessness. Elder Yu lowered his head, and respectfully said, Yes, young master, this old servant will do as the young master commands. Ruoyun. Within the imperial gardens, Luoyun spotted Gu Ruoyun, who had followed the Gu family in, with a single glance. Overjoyed, she flew towards Gu Ruoyan without caring about the glare from General Luo at her side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19, The Stern Crown Prince, 3. Chapter 19, The Stern Crown Prince, 3. As everyone knew, with the Luo family as the right general, and the Gu family as the left general, the two men had never gotten along. But the Luo family's eldest miss, Luoyin, somehow got along very well with the good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyan, even speaking out for her multiple times. However, Luoyin's call successfully pulled everyone's gazes towards Gu Ruoyan. The Gu family's Gu Ruoyan? Isn't that the nationwide reputed good-for-nothing? Even if there's a single person in Azure Dragon Country who doesn't know of Gu Shengxiao, they'll surely have heard of Gu Ruoyan, and I even heard that she boldly challenged the Ling family's young master to a duel. TSK, the Ling family's young master is at least at Qi level 5, but I heard that this Gu Ruoyan seems to have been stuck at Qi level 2 for many years. Although His Majesty has let all the officials bring their children to attend, but this good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyan isn't qualified to come, right? Hearing the mocking voices of the crowd, the old general's face turned red, then white, hating that he could not use a single blow to slap this good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyan to death. Better that than to lose his face here. Luoyin was about to burst out in anger, but was held back gently by a hand. She was slightly surprised for a moment, and turned her head towards the girl's side profile, which was expressing indifference and silence. Don't bother, let them say what they want, it's not like I'll lose anything. Gu Ruoyan shook her head disapprovingly as she said. For example, would an elephant care about what the ants are saying? Gu Ruoyan was once that elephant. Crown Prince has arrived. Imperial concubine has arrived. Just then, a thin voice sounded, instantly drawing everyone's gazes. Amidst the attention of the crowd, a bright yellow figure approached from afar, slowly coming into view. It was a very handsome man, his facial features solemn and deep, with pupils that were like bottomless ink pools, shielding his thoughts from people. And upon gazing at the girl by the man's side, the crowd finally knew what phrases like "as pretty as a picture" and "a beauty that causes the downfall of cities and nations" were meant to express. Her face was extremely beautiful, yet she carried an abnormal pallor on her face, even rouge was unable to conceal her sickly posture. But because she appeared together with the crown prince, people started to unconsciously guess her identity. Especially since, even Imperial concubine Ling with her high status, was walking behind the two. This made the people feel even more suspicious. Greetings to Crown Prince, Imperial concubine. When everyone recovered their senses, they kneeled on the ground uniformly, respectfully greeting. Therefore, the lone Gu Ruoyan standing in the midst of the crowd was abruptly exposed to the eyes of everyone. Gu Ruoyan, greet the Crown Prince and the Imperial concubine, kneel down for me right now. The old general furrowed his brows and said somewhat sullenly. Sorry, Gu Ruoyan shrugged, my knees grew some hemorrhoids so it's not very convenient for me to kneel. If there's a next time, I'll definitely make it up to Crown Prince and Imperial concubine. Hemorrhoids? Old General Gu almost could not resist violently beating up Gu Ruoyan, knees growing hemorrhoids? He had already lived for over 60 years and it was the first time he heard someone could grow hemorrhoids on their knees. He was even learning new things here. Imperial concubine Ling covered her smile, sharp gaze sweeping towards Gu Ruoyan. So this is the Gu family's Gu Ruoyan? Rumors really don't live up to the real thing. I even heard that Gu Ruoyan wants to challenge my nephew, is that right? This matter was hardly a secret in Azure Dragon Country, but coming from the mouth of concubine Ling, there was a different flavor to it. You're right, Gu Ruoyan lifted her head and looked at concubine Ling. I am the one who will defeat Lingxi, but... TL note, I've posted a glossary of the people and terms used in Evil Emperor's Wild Consort since there are so many people to keep track of. Catherine R. has also created an amazing relationship diagram, direct link to download. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, The Stern Crown Prince, 4. Chapter 20, The Stern Crown Prince, 4. Snigger. Someone started laughing first, and following that, everyone started laughing out loud as well, as if they had never heard such a funny joke in a long time. Gu Ruoyan, don't be crazy. Young Master Ling jumped up angrily and viciously said, if this young master doesn't eventually beat you till you kneel down and shout daddy, then this young master will take up your surname. This bitch actually tried to humiliate him. Good, very good, he will let her die spectacularly. Thinking up to here, young Master Ling ground his teeth in hatred, as if anxious to tear Gu Ruoyan into pieces. You mofo! Lingxi, you're going to let who kneel down and shout daddy? Luoyin could not bear watching anymore. She stood up with a swoosh, and said angrily, even if Gu Ruoyan is defeated, there's still me. If you have the balls, then come and play around with this lady. What are you proving by bullying someone weaker than you? Ling Shi wanted to curse out loud, but abruptly met with General Luo's warning look. Really, in this lifetime, the only person Ling Shi was most afraid of, other than his own grandfather, was this General Luo. Although General Luo and Old Man Gu were both generals, the latter was unwilling to look for trouble, while the former was someone who did not care about his life. In particular, he was famous for having a daughter complex. If you bullied his daughter, you would be beat up even if you were a relative of the emperor. At that time, because the son of the Minister of War said that Luo Yin was ugly, General Luo ended up rushing to their door and beating him up until he was half disabled. The emperor was also not a self-indulgent ruler, he could not remove his military power just because of this matter, right? Since General Luo had contributed so much to the country from his war efforts. Concubine Ling said with a smile that did not reach her eyes, "Great General Luo, your daughter is really interesting, but don't forget that the Crown Prince and the people from weapon refining sect are still here." "Oh yes, I'll give you an introduction first. This is the daughter of the sect master of weapon refining sect, Shuyun." In the people's hearts, the weapon refining sect was in existence equal to a holy place. Furthermore, this was the sect master's daughter right before their eyes. "Imperial Concubine Ling, our sect has a few reasons for coming to your esteemed country this time. Firstly, for the Crown Prince's birthday. Secondly, our sect has been lacking personnel, so we have specially come to choose a few people to enter our sect as outer disciples. I have already heard that there are many young talents in Azure Dragon Country, they would be just right to serve our weapon refining sect." Shuyun smiled as she looked at the people within the garden, her smile was like a spring breeze, giving people an unusual feeling of comfort. Gu Ruoyun's mind reacted, and she looked at Shuyun in surprise, but she said nothing as her gaze retreated. "Girl, it looks like you've already sensed it." Within her soul, Zixi's voice suddenly came, "This woman is practicing a long-lost divine art. Those who practice this type of art will emit an aura that is comforting and mesmerizing, the men that have seen her will unconsciously admire her. But this kind of art will cause a person's constitution to become extremely weak, they must rely on taking spiritual force from others to live on. If there isn't enough spiritual force for her to feed on, she will die very quickly." Even Zixi was somewhat surprised, why was there still someone who knew such an evil art? This kind of art should have disappeared years ago. Especially since this woman gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, and he had only ever felt that sort of feeling from one person before. Hearing Zixi's words, Gu Ruoyun fell silent. It looks like this mainland was much more complicated than she had imagined. TL note. Luo Yin is too cute. I had fun translating the way she was cursing him out. Yes, she really does say mofo, but in Chinese. The censored word was there in the original too. I hope I got her sassy attitude across to you. Also, the reason why she dares to be this bold is probably thanks to that daughter-complex father of hers, General Luo. What a cute family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, The Stern Crown Prince, 5. Chapter 21, The Stern Crown Prince, 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Shuyun's weak smile carried warmth as she said with a gentle gaze, "In order to test your ability, our Lianqi sect's elders have specially brought out our Heavenly Spirit spell formation. In a moment's time, I will send you into the Heavenly Spirit formation to train for a month. We will determine if you qualify to enter the Lianqi sect based on your results a month later." Even if they did not know what the Heavenly Spirit formation was, since it was a treasure passed down in the Lianqi sect, they deduced that it must be very valuable. They would definitely cherish this opportunity. The Crown Prince, who had not spoken up from start to finish, Lang Yanfeng, paused as he passed by Gu Ruoyun, and without turning to look at her, only that slow and sullen voice resounded. "Gu Ruoyun, what you did just now was just to show off your individuality, to attract this Crown Prince's attention, but unfortunately, this Crown Prince's eyes were never on you." After saying so, he disappeared from Gu Ruoyun's sight without looking back. Gu Ruoyun was somewhat dumbfounded. When she was in the Dongyue mainland, even Jin Di was not qualified to make her kneel down, so why would she kneel before a little Crown Prince? But her behavior somehow let the Crown Prince think that she wanted to attract his attention? Back then, Gu Shengxiao, as a genius, would often duel with Lang Yanfeng, and at every place they met, they would be Gu Ruoyun. Everyone assumed that she was using Gu Shengxiao to get close to Lang Yanfeng, but they did not know that every time the two pitted their skills against each other, she only ever paid attention to her older brother. So the previous Gu Ruoyun did not even like Lang Yanfeng, much less the current her. "Gu Ruoyun, so you really liked the Crown Prince?" Gu Panpan was enraged, fiercely staring at Gu Ruoyun. "You denied liking the Crown Prince at that time, but now you're actually using such tricks to get his attention. Luckily the Crown Prince saw through your tricks, otherwise." Glancing at the gazes thrown at her by the crowd, Gu Ruoyun blinked innocently. "What's a Crown Prince? Is it edible? Edible? You actually want to eat up the Crown Prince?" Gu Ruoyun, as expected, you didn't hold any good intentions. Fine. This time, even speaking with 10 mouths would not be able to clear her innocence. Gu Ruoyun shook her head, lazy to explain anything more. She shrugged and said, Luoyin, let's go inside and see. In the palace compound. Everyone quieted down, any noise disappeared before the two elders. Luoyin pointed towards one of them and said, Gu Ruoyun, do you see that old man in black? That's the crown prince's teacher Han Fei, the other old man in red is Elder Tian Lin, both of them are Lianqi sex experts. Gu Ruoyun nodded, her line of sight moved from the two men and landed on the pillar next to them. If she guessed it right, the door the four pillars were surrounding was the entrance to the heavenly spirit formation. Ladies and gentlemen, with your current strength, I'm only letting you into the first level of the heavenly spirit formation. Remember, you should stay within the designated area, please don't run around wildly, you might meet danger if you run to other areas. Han Fei looked at the crowd with a serious expression. In addition, the spiritual chi in the heavenly spirit formation is too dense, so your strength has to be at least chi level 3, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the tremendous power inside and explode. I'm not trying to scare you, but I believe that anyone who is below chi level 3 won't be able to pass. Hearing this, Gu Panpan looked like she had something to say, but was hesitating. Her demeanor attracted Elder Han Fei, of course, who furrowed his brows and asked, does this lady have anything to say? TL note, in case you don't remember, Jean D was last mentioned in Chapter 8, where she compared his beauty to Zixie's. On a side note, Jean D means Golden Emperor, but this is his name, he's not an emperor. You can check the glossary where the names of people and places will be updated so you can keep up with the story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 1. Chapter 22, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 1. Elder Han Fei, Gu Panpan bit her lip and glanced at Gu Ruoyun, before turning her head towards Han Fei. I didn't really want to say it out, but all of Azure Dragon country knows, our Gu family's Gu Ruoyun hasn't been able to advance since she reached Chi level 2 a few years ago. So I'm afraid that she won't be able to enter the heavenly spirit formation. Saying this, Gu Panpan had an expression full of regret, as if she really felt sympathy for Gu Ruoyun, and no one could see any other emotions from her face. Oh. Han Fei followed Gu Panpan's gaze and looked over, landing on Gu Ruoyun's relaxed face. So she's Gu Ruoyun? Gu Shaixio's little sister? I see that she's not that little anymore. How could she be just a Chi level 2? With a genius like Gu Shengxiao, how could his little sister be such a good for nothing? This is really quite an eye-opener. A few years ago, Gu Shengxiao rejected his offer to be his disciple, to his everlasting humiliation. So, of course he would not have any courtesy left for Gu Ruoyun. Elder, all of Azure Dragon country knows of this matter, so although I sympathize with her, she doesn't live up to expectations, so I don't have any way to help her. Gu Panpan had an expression of helplessness, holding the air of a mother hating her child for not living up to expectations. Gu Panpan, you. Luoying clenched her fists angrily, but just as she wanted to throw a punch, a hand reached out from the side and tightly held onto her hand. Gu Ruoyun smiled at the corner of her lips, her pretty and delicate face held an enigmatic expression. Gu Panpan, sorry to disappoint you, but I broke through to Chi level 3 last night. Her voice was indifferent, but it fell clearly on everyone's ears. Suddenly, Gu Panpan's expression froze, as if a hand had harshly slapped her across the face, leaving her wanting to find a hole to burrow into. At any other time, if Gu Ruoyun had broken through into Chi level 3, she could still have mocked her for a bit. However, she had clearly just said that Gu Ruoyun was only Chi level 2, unable to enter the heavenly spirit formation, so she was humiliated on the spot, and it was such a resounding slap on the face too. After taking a deep breath, Gu Panpan laughed dryly. Then I should really congratulate you, after waiting for so many years, you've finally broken through into Chi level 3. Only, who knows when you'll be able to break through again, but I believe that you'll reach Chi level 4 in 10 years at most. Rest assured, I'll surely advance again before you die. Put. Luoying wasn't able to resist and burst out into laughter. She patted Gu Ruoyun's shoulder as she laughed loudly. Ruoyun, do you mean that, the moment you advance into level 4, she's going to die soon after? Then Gu Panpan had better be careful, and find someplace to hide after you break through, or she'll mysteriously expire. TSK, with such exquisite beauty, isn't it such a shame if you die? Gu Panpan's face went from green one moment to white the next. It was amazing. However, Gu Ruoyun started to admire her patience. She could still resist flying off the handle even after being humiliated by Luoyin like this. Gu Ruoyun, watch your words. Old General Gu's expression sunk as he snapped. Also, Great General Luo, is this how you educate your daughter? It seems like she has no upbringing at all. Upbringing? Great General Luo snorted. I'm still better than you, an old man who almost beat his own granddaughter to death without seeking the truth first. Really, up till now, Great General Luo still couldn't understand. Gu Ruoyan was his Gu family's flesh and blood at the very least. This old man just outright beat her without asking, and he even beat her almost to death just for the sake of that kid from the Ling family. Was this even something a grandfather should be doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 2. Chapter 23, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 2. Enough. Just as old General Gu was about to speak up, an impatient shout interrupted all other voices. Han Fei glanced at Gu Ruoyun and said expressionlessly, "Since you have reached Qi level 3, then it's enough to enter the Heavenly Spirit formation, but this is the lowest qualification for entering the formation. Even the lowest area is dangerous for you, so you should look out for yourself." Qi level 3 was not even enough for a second look. He huffed and reckoned that this girl would lose her life. He really wondered how a genius at the level of Gu Shengxiao could have such a useless sister. Thinking up to here, Han Fei shook his head helplessly. After the Heavenly Spirit formation's door opened under the efforts of Han Fei and Tianlin, the younger generation all entered the formation. The next time the formation would open would be in a month's time, so after most of the crowd had entered the formation, the remaining people returned to their homes, waiting to enter the palace a month later. At this point, looking at the empty imperial compound, Han Fei's expression held a tinge of deep thought. Not long ago, there was some strange weather in the imperial capital of Azure Dragon Country. The sect master observed the stars and determined that a strong person had come to this world, and that huge changes would soon occur in this mainland. If we manage to grab that strong person, our weapon refining sect will definitely rise to the top of all the other sects. Regrettably, our sect master was only able to observe that this strong person would arrive in some young talent's body, but was unable to determine who it was. Otherwise we wouldn't need to bring out the Heavenly Spirit formation to test it. But Tianlin fell into silent thought. Only after a long while, he raised his head and said calmly, "Compared to that talent, I'm more concerned about something else." "What is it?" "I don't know if you sensed it just now, but that girl called Gu Ruoyun has extremely poor talent, but she has a strong spiritual force. Much more powerful than the talents we've met before." Han Fei's heart shook, and said in astonishment, "Because of her relation to Gu Shengxiao, I didn't notice this just now." "You're saying that she has a strong spiritual force?" Thinking of this, Han Fei's breathing tensed. If they could make her contribute her spiritual force, then they could cure Mrs. Body. "Han Fei, if losing her spiritual force will cause her to become an idiot, based on what I see of this Gu Ruoyun's personality, she may not agree." Tianlin shook his head, saying so in a placid tone. "Not necessarily," Han Fei sneered. "She's just a good-for-nothing that everyone looks down on in Azure Dragon Country. If she's willing to give for our miss, then our weapon refining sect will definitely take care of her for the rest of her life. Moreover, contributing her own spiritual force for our miss is her good fortune. The future mainland war requires our weapon refining sect's participation, and our miss is the #1 genius in weapon refining sect. This matter concerns the safety of the whole mainland, and as an inhabitant of this mainland, contributing for the sake of the mainland is a given. So no one will reject this chance, just like the people before her." Saying so, it was as if letting Gu Ruoyun sacrifice herself for Shiyun was something that Gu Ruoyun should be thankful to the weapon refining sect for. Whereas if she disagreed, then she would become a criminal in the entire mainland, who should be condemned by all and torn into 10,000 pieces. Tianlin smiled wryly and shook his head. "I see that this girl's personality is stubborn. She doesn't seem easy to convince. Han Fei, since they will only appear again after a month, let's wait until a month later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 3. Chapter 24, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 3. Between the valleys, in the lush forest, young Master Ling stood in the middle of the crowd, enjoying the feeling of respect from the people around him. Suddenly, he noticed Gu Ruoyan walking out from the back of the crowd, a touch of haughtiness in the smile on her delicate face. "Gu Ruoyun, we'll see. Wait for the day of our duel, I'll make you kneel down and call me grandfather." The spiritual chi in the Heavenly Spirit formation was particularly abundant, several times the amount outside. If they cultivated here, together with the power of the chi gathering pill, Gu Ruoyan would be able to break through to chi level 4 in less than a month. Therefore, after entering the Heavenly Spirit formation, she first let Luoyin go to another place to train, then found a cave for herself to start cultivating. At this time within the cave, Gu Ruoyun sat with her legs crossed. Light spiritual chi slowly condensed around her whole body, like threads of cotton being absorbed into the pores of her body, and from the pores, it accumulated into her spiritual ocean. Watching her vast spiritual ocean being filled bit by bit with spiritual chi, Gu Ruoyun's body and mind felt an unspeakable comfort. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. During this time, she hid in the cave and cultivated from start to end, so much that those who did not see her thought that she had already died underneath the claws of demonic beasts. Just as most people thought that she was already dead, within a cave not far from the entrance of the heavenly spirit formation, a looming wave spread out. Although the fluctuations were not that great, the people nearby could feel them clearly. Finally broke through to Chi level 4. Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes and said, "I wonder how much time has passed." Saying so, the voice within her soul unhurriedly spoke up, "More than 20 days have passed." More than 20 days? Gu Ruoyun gave a slight start. "I thought that it has already been more than a month. I didn't think that it was only 20 days. This was all thanks to the effect of the chi gathering pill. Without it, maybe even a month wouldn't have been enough for me to advance." Even at the start in East Peak Mainland, she spent 1.5 months to advance, and even so, she was already considered an absolute genius. Thinking of this, Gu Ruoyun's throat tightened. She had a feeling her achievements in this world would not lose to that of the previous. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun felt the strange fluctuations transmitted from within the cave, and a look of surprise flashed across her countenance. What a powerful aura! This is a spiritual weapon? But I didn't feel this aura at all when I first came in. Don't tell me that I accidentally touched something while I was cultivating? At that moment, her heart almost jumped out. This was a spiritual weapon, not an ordinary weapon. Spiritual weapons carried spiritual chi, and with high-level spiritual weapons, there would even be a sword spirit to help in battles. If two people with about the same strength dueled, one holding a normal weapon, one with a spiritual weapon, then the latter would definitely end up victorious. Most importantly, spiritual weapons could not be found just anywhere like cabbages. It could even be said that they were extremely rare. Even in her previous life, Gu Ruoyun was unable to get one. Who would have thought that after transferring to this world for just a few days, that she would find such a priceless treasure that anyone would kill to have? It is indeed the fluctuations of a spiritual weapon. Girl, go take a look, maybe you'll have an unexpected reward. Okay. Gu Ruoyun nodded slightly. What she did not understand was, didn't the weapon refining sect know that there was a spiritual weapon here? Otherwise, why didn't they take it for themselves? No. The weapon refining sect's main cause was to refine weapons. They definitely would not miss detecting this spiritual weapon. If so, why was this spiritual weapon left here for so long without being taken away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? 4. Chapter 25, Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? 4. However, the moment Gu Ruoyun saw the spiritual weapon, she finally understand why this spiritual weapon had been left for so long in weapon refining sect's heavenly spirit formation without being taken away. How should she put it? This sword was indeed a spiritual weapon, but unfortunately, this spiritual weapon had worn out long ago. Its surface was spotted with rust, like an expert that had lost their spiritual power. It was no different than an ordinary person. Of course, that was for the average person. Who's Gu Ruoyun? A genius in East Peak Mainland, the owner of the ancient divine pagoda. To save this formerly majestic spiritual weapon was nothing at all she needed was time. Zixi, coincidentally, I don't have a weapon at hand. Although this spiritual weapon has already lost its spiritual power, it's still stronger than an ordinary weapon. Furthermore, that strong spiritual chi I felt just now was most likely what she accidentally absorbed while I was cultivating. That's why it guided me here. There was a period of silence from within her soul. Only after a long moment did Zixi's voice ring in Gu Ruoyun's ears. Then take it first, we'll find a much higher grade one later. Although this one is also a spiritual weapon, it's of the lowest level, it doesn't match your status. The corner of Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched, and she held her head helplessly. This guy thinks spiritual weapons are cabbages? A single low-level spiritual weapon is enough to attract many experts to fight over it, let alone a high-level spiritual weapon. Let's go, I'm almost done cultivating, it's time to leave. Outside the cave, many people were already gathered. After seeing Gu Ruoyun walk out from within the cave, there was first a patch of silence, before a mass of questions came from the crowd. Gu Ruoyun, what is a good-for-nothing like you doing here? I felt the strange fluctuations from the cave just now. Some treasure must have appeared. Bring out the treasure now, and maybe I'll spare your life. Gu Ruoyun's brows furrowed slightly. Following the sound of the words, she looked towards the young man dressed in blue standing in the crowd, and the corner of her lips curved up. Son of the Vice Minister of the Department of Revenue, the follower of the Ling family's young master, who did you call a good-for-nothing just now? The young man sneered. Who else could I be talking about? Isn't it you, the one that everyone knows is a good-for-nothing? Gu Ruoyan, if you're smart enough, then bring out that treasure, otherwise, this official son will make you kneel down and kowtow. You're going to die here anyway, so your brother won't even know, ha. Ha. Before he could let out the last sound of laughter, everyone heard a bang, the young man's body transformed into a point of light, with a whoosh, he was thrown to the sky, before falling down harshly. The others felt their minds freeze, they turned their heads a bit, and their gazes landed on Gu Ruoyan's thin and weak body. She was nonchalantly swinging her arm, not even bothering to glance at the young man on the floor. His strength isn't that bad, this strike even made my hand hurt. You should know, although the young man was young Master Ling's follower, but his strength did not lose to young Master Ling's. He was also Chi level 5, and Gu Ruoyan, this good-for-nothing that just reached Chi level 3, could actually slap him to the point that he went flying? She could still say that his strength was not too bad, that it made her hand hurt. Was this woman complimenting him or insulting him? Oh yes, Gu Ruoyan's gaze turned, looking at the crowd of people while smiling. Who else called me a good-for-nothing? Do you dare to step out? Actually, the moment she contracted with the ancient divine Pagoda, it had already cleansed her body and soul. Not only did her soul and abilities grow stronger, it also raised the level of all aspects of her body. Unless they broke through the Chi levels and reached the martial artist ranks, none of them could be an even match for her. Looking at the current Gu Ruoyan, the crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward from start to end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 1. Chapter 26, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 1. No one dares? Gu Ruoyan's smile gradually cooled down, her clear eyes filled with an awe-inspiring domineering spirit. Then from now on, all of you had better remember. If anyone says that I'm a good-for-nothing, then I don't mind teaching you with my power. I, Gu Ruoyan, am Gu Tian's daughter, Gu Shenxiao's sister. With both of them being peerless geniuses, I won't let them be disgraced. Even if Gu Ruoyan did not care about her own reputation, she had people that she cared about. In her past life, she would have been better off without her father, and was unable to protect her beloved little brother. Since she was able to live again in another life, then she would live for Gu Ruoyan and protect her loved ones, as well as take revenge for her father. She will not allow anyone to insult them. Not too far away, a slight breeze drifted past. A man dressed in bright yellow stood in the midst of a grassy plain. No one noticed him although his clothes were eye-catching. Lan Yanfeng stared at Gu Ruoyan, an unreadable look flashed across his sullen face, and soon disappeared. Gu Ruoyan, so this is how you want to attract my attention? Unfortunately, no matter how much you try, you won't be able to attract this crown prince. This crown prince will never be able to accept you. He originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the heavenly spirit formation, and never expected to happen upon this scene. Lan Yanfeng did not believe that Gu Ruoyan had not noticed him, standing directly across from her. She must have said those words because she noticed him. The reason? Because he once said, only the strong are qualified to stand by his side, Unfortunately, this time it was really Lan Yanfeng thinking too highly of himself. Although Gu Ruoyan did detect his presence, she could not even be bothered to give him a second glance. You idiots, you don't even dare to deal with a good-for-nothing? At this time, an arrogant voice broke the silence. Like a stone landing in water, it created a burst of waves. Leading a group of people, Lingxi came up from behind the crowd, sneering as he looked at Gu Ruoyan. I sensed the waves from this area and suspected that a treasure must have appeared, so I came to investigate. Who knew that I would hear such words? There are so many of you, and you're actually scared of this good-for-nothing? So what if I insult Gu Shengxiao? Having such a useless sister is practically a living disgrace for him. As for that short-lived father of yours, if he was still alive, looking at a waste of space like you, he would probably want to take his own life. Gu Ruoyan, tell me, what use is it for you to live? You're only shaming your father and brother. Even after dying, your father has to live with this shame. How refreshing. Every time he bullied this good-for-nothing, it just felt that good. However, young Master Ling was blinded by his own emotions, and seemed not to notice Gu Ruoyan's slowly narrowing eyes. Young Master, be careful, this woman just defeated the Department of Revenue's assistant minister's son, Lin Shi. The people around him were worried that young Master Ling would lose, and warned him. What? Ling Shi was stunned for a moment, before continuing with loud laughter. Lin Shi is at least at Chi level 5, this good-for-nothing managed to defeat him? Don't talk about me, you won't be able to find a single person in the entire Azure Dragon country who could believe this. If you're going to lie, make it more believable. Just as he finished saying this, Ling Shi abruptly noticed Lin Shi lying down on the floor, and the smile on his face froze. He really just came too late, and didn't get to see what happened before, otherwise he would not have jumped unprepared into such humiliation. But now what did he see? Lin Shi, as a Qi level 5, was actually quietly lying down on the floor, as if dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 2. Chapter 27, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 2. Looking at Gu Ruoyun's faintly smiling face, Ling Shi bitterly swallowed a mouthful of spit. In the end, he still spoke up. Gu Ruoyun, who would have expected that you hid so deeply? I still don't understand, why didn't you fight back against me if you had this ability at the start? However, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? We have so many people here, and you're all alone. If all of us here attack together, did you think you could still fight back against us? I can give you a chance now, hand out the treasure, and maybe I'll even let you die quickly. That's right, this woman is just one person, with so many of them, they were still afraid of her? Has she never heard of the phrase hopelessly outnumbered? A treasure, you mean this? Gu Ruoyun's gaze swept through everyone in the crowd. With a swoosh, a sword appeared in her hands, the point of its rusty blade pointed at Ling Shi. Ling Shi froze for a moment before raging. Gu Ruoyun, are you mocking our intelligence? You actually dare to call such a broken blade a treasure? Are you treating this young master as a 3-year-old? Exactly, it's just a broken blade, no one will take it even if you give it away. Gu Ruoyun, bring out the treasure, for the sake of your brother Gu Shangxiao, we'll leave you a whole corpse. Oh? Facing the pressing shouts of the crowd, Gu Ruoyun unhurriedly kept the sword. Did you think that you're very smart? From what I see, your intelligence is only that much. I've already offered you the treasure, but you didn't want it. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, At this moment, within the forest, Long Yanfeng's eyes were focused on the calm Gu Ruoyun standing in the crowd. His handsome face carried an unreadable trace of emotion as he mumbled to himself, Gu Ruoyun, so it wasn't that you weren't purposely showing off in front of me, but it was everyone who underestimated you. She actually found the weapon refining sect's spiritual weapon. It also showed that her spiritual force far exceeded that of normal people. Lang Yanfeng remained silent for a long while, before casting a last look at Gu Ruoyun and disappearing within the forest. Gu Ruoyun, if you're not going to see sense, then we can only let you die. Cold light flashed across Ling Shi's eyes. He coldly chuckled. If killing you means finding the treasure, then this cheap life of yours had some value. Swoosh. As his words fell, he quickly flashed towards Gu Ruoyun. Everyone else looked at each other, before rushing towards that skinny figure in the center from all directions. If they killed her, the treasure would be theirs. Thinking up to here, everyone's expressions unconsciously changed, greed and desire. But within the light wind, the girl raised her delicate face, like a breeze, her voice fell into their ears, passing as slowly as a century. This is your speed? It's too slow. Sorry, I'm not interested in this schoolyard fight. Almost at the same time, that heavy fist landed on their bodies, and they couldn't help but to retreat. No way. Ling Shi's eyes suddenly widened. Although he could see Gu Ruoyun's body just right in front of him, he could only watch with eyes wide open. This woman, how could she be this strong? How much did she hide in these past years? Bang! Regardless of how unwilling he was, Ling Shi's body fell heavily, and at the moment he landed, he seemed to have thought of something, and roared angrily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 3. Chapter 28, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 3. Gu Ruoyun, did you do it on purpose? Did you deliberately allow me to bully and suppress you? Then you threw a challenge at me so that you could reverse everything and win? And then crush me with your strength? What kind of grudge and hatred do we have between us, that it was worth spending so many years painstakingly hiding just so that you could humiliate me? Obviously, Ling Shi was overthinking it. He thought that Gu Ruoyun had hidden her strength just to find a chance to humiliate him thoroughly. Of course. Gu Ruoyun had always been lazy to explain anything to insignificant people, so her silence looked like agreement to Ling Shi. Ah! Gu Ruoyun, I want to kill you, Ling Shi roared in anger and climbed up from the ground. He raised his arms. At that moment, a golden rune appeared in his hands. The rune exuded a faint light, setting off the grim expression on his face. This is the Ling family's only rune. The Ling family spent a lot of money to buy this from an expert for the sake of transporting my grandfather to me when I meet any danger. So, Gu Ruoyun, this time, you're dead. As his words fell, Ling Shi ripped the rune apart. A golden light flashed, and immediately, in front of everyone, Ling Yi appeared out of nowhere. After seeing his grandfather appear, Ling Shi let out a sigh of relief, before hurriedly complaining. Grandfather, quickly save your grandson. If I hadn't brought along the teleportation rune that grandfather gave me, then I probably wouldn't have been able to see grandfather ever again. Oh? Ling Yi's expression sunk bit by bit and darkened. He asked, who was so bold to dare to harm the blood of my Ling family, ... Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, everyone's gazes turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Following their eyes, Ling Yi found the girl who had not moved from start to end. The Gu family's girl? He frowned. This Gu family's girl is only a Qi level 3, don't tell me that you can't even beat her? It's not like that, grandfather, the Gu family concealed her strength. With one strike, she defeated all of us here. Her strength is definitely not just Qi level 3, it should be at level 6 or 7, and, Ling Shi hesitated, before sneering, she wants to kill me, not just because she has a grudge against me, but she even wants to end our Ling family's bloodline. Grandfather, you definitely can't let such a crafty and vicious person live. Boom! Wild anger burst out from Ling Yi's body, and his eyes watched Gu Ruoyun coldly. Girl, having such a vicious heart at such a young age, leaving you alive would just end up hurting others. For the sake of saving the innocent, then, this old man can only kill you first and avoid disaster later on. The overcast aura was not only limited to his surroundings, the people around started to feel that the air had become thin, that there was an external pressure pushing on them. Gu Ruoyun's heart sank. At her current strength, she had no way to battle with Ling Yi. The only plan she had left was to escape. Ha ha! Thinking of this, Gu Ruoyun laughed twice. That smile spread from the corners of her lips, carrying a trace of mockery. So this is the Ling family? When the little ones can't win their battles, the elders come up? This has really been eye-opening for me. Ling Yi, Gu Ruoyun, will remember today's debt. There'll eventually be a day when I come to collect it from your Ling family. At this moment, the girl's thin face showed off a wildly domineering aura. That regal air, even the current emperor didn't have such an aura. Watching in a trance, Ling Yi seemed like he was seeing a long-absent and familiar face on her. That absolute genius of 10 years ago, Gu Tian. That startlingly brilliant person, the mainland's youngest martial emperor, the current Gu Ruoyun looked so much like him. No. No way, he absolutely could not let this woman continue living, it was too dangerous. TL note, martial emperor is 5 ranks above the Qi collection levels. You can check the glossary for cultivation ranks and names. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, A Handsome Man Said, Wife? 1. Chapter 29, A Handsome Man Said, Wife? 1. Gu Ruoyun. No matter what you say today, I won't let anyone who bullies my Ling family live. Ling Yi's aura slowly rose up as he said coldly, so, you must die here today, Gu Ruoyun sneered, if you don't manage to kill me, I hope you don't regret. Having said so, without a second look at the Ling family grandfather and grandson pair, she turned and bolted towards the mountain peak not too far away. You're trying to escape? I'll see if you can. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and chased after her without another word. Seeing the distance between them decreasing, Gu Ruoyun started to panic inside. She would definitely die if Ling Yi caught up. Before going back to East Peak mainland and getting her revenge, she absolutely could not die. Thinking up to here, without knowing where the power came from, she accelerated in a burst of speed as she put all her effort into escaping. Sweat dripped down her delicate face, her clothes stuck tightly to her body, making her feel as if she had just showered. However, gradually, Gu Ruoyun felt the first stirrings of fatigue from her heart. No! She absolutely could not die here. Girl, let me take care of that old fellow for you. Zixi frowned, a cold light flashing across his devilishly handsome face. No, Gu Ruoyun shook her head, we're inside the weapon refining sect's formation. If you appear now, you might attract the attention of the weapon refining sect. I'm just a chick without any feathers right now, I don't want to get involved with those forces. This was her main concern. Zixi was her last resort, and was the only effective weapon she had for her revenge. Unless she was really forced to, she would not allow Zixi to appear in any situation. Seeing that Ling Yi was about to catch up, cold sweat dotted Gu Ruoyun's forehead. Suddenly, the cliff ahead appeared within her sight, and she hurriedly braked. Seeing the rocks tumble off the cliff edge, her heart was on a precipice in an instant. Stupid girl, this time we'll see where you can run to. A little Qi level 4 making this old man run for so long, if this were to get out, then this old man won't be able to raise his head in Azure Dragon Country anymore. Fortunately, you'll soon die in this old man's hands, ha ha. That's right, this girl was only a Qi level 4, but she was able to defeat his grandson. This was something he could not believe no matter what, since there was usually a huge gap in power between levels. Die? Gu Ruoyun laughed, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me. Once her words had fallen, she turned without pause and jumped off the cliff, without a single trace of hesitation. That's bad. Ling Yi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly approached the cliff to check the situation. However, there was so much fog, how could there be any trace of Gu Ruoyun? With such a steep cliff, I wager that she'll end up in pieces. At her current strength, she can't possibly survive this, but just in case, I should still check for her corpse. I can't leave her any chance of survival. Drip! Drip drip! The clear sound of water dripping fell into Gu Ruoyun's ears. She frowned slightly, and slowly opened her eyes. In that moment, a handsome face was magnified before her. Their heads were extremely close together, and if the other just slightly bent his head, he would be able to kiss her lips. Bang! Gu Ruoyun recovered her senses, and pushed Zixi away in one move, saying somewhat angrily, "What are you trying to do?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, A Handsome Man Said, Wife? 2. Chapter 30, A Handsome Man Said, Wife? 2. Girl, you're so heartless. I hugged you for so long, but you pushed me away so ruthlessly the moment you woke up. Zixi acted like he had been wronged, as if he had been bullied. Zixi? Gu Ruoyun was startled. Why did you come out? Didn't I say? Don't worry. There's a force here that can block my aura, so no one outside will sense me. But you've really got some guts there. Directly jumping off the cliff, aren't you afraid of falling to your death? I'm extremely scared of dying, so I won't gamble with my life. Gu Ruoyun smiled. I heard running water from up on the cliff, so I guess that this cliff wasn't that steep. At the very least I wouldn't fall to my death. That's right, what's up with the force that you mentioned? Zixi quieted down, and after a long while, he raised his gaze and looked at Gu Ruoyun, his handsome face carrying an imposing expression. The Heavenly Spirit formation is not one of the weapon refining sect's formations. It comes from the East Peak mainland, and it was created by a strong person. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but I feel a very strong force inside here. A strong force? Gu Ruoyun frowned, a strange light flashing across her eyes. Zixi, I want to investigate what this mysterious cave holds within. Zixi looked hesitant, and after wavering for a bit, he said, Girl, you know that my power has been sealed. Just now, I felt that my first seal loosened a bit, so I have to immediately shut myself in and cultivate to break through the seal, so... Don't worry, it'll be fine even if I'm alone. Okay, Zixi nodded. If you meet any danger, call me immediately, I'll awaken to help you. Gu Ruoyun did not speak. She understood how important this closed-door cultivation was to him. She would only call him if she really had to. Within the cave, the sound of flowing water was exceptionally clear. The rushing sound struck Gu Ruoyun's heart, making her cautious. Her footsteps were extremely slow, as if scared of disturbing anything. At the start, Gu Ruoyun did not feel that mysterious force that Zixi had mentioned, but as she walked deeper within, that force began to appear within range of her senses. It became more and more intense, to the point that it was hard to breathe. But the strange thing was, there wasn't even the tiniest bit of danger on the way here. No. She felt that she was surrounded by a strange atmosphere. However, those unknown creatures did not attack her. Even Gu Ruoyun was constantly wondering, not understanding what was happening. As she walked until she lost track of time, a stone door appeared before her. Yes, it's within this door, that mysterious force is coming from within this door. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath, and slowly placed her hand on top of the stone door. As if prepared in advance, just as her hand touched the door, the stone door opened by itself. At that moment, her breath stopped. She had never seen such a stunning view before. Within the stone room, a man laid on a bed. His head of extremely dazzling long silver hair covered the floor. His body was covered in a blood-red robe. In extreme contrast, in between the man's brows, that flame mark was like a blooming bright rose, mesmerizing hearts and souls. Gu Ruoyun had never seen such an absolutely beautiful man before. Even the number one beauty in the world would not be able to compare to even a tenth of his beauty. Just a single look would be enough to make hearts beat crazily. While she was trying to recover from being stunned, the man slowly opened his eyes. Confusion, uncertainty, all these appeared within those red pupils in an instant. His gaze slowly swept the stone room, and finally landed on Gu Ruoyun. Without knowing why, Gu Ruoyun's heart had the feeling that this man was extremely dangerous. Dangerous enough to destroy the world. However, in the next moment, a word from the other had her completely rooted to the spot, even forgetting how to react. Wife. Wife. Like a bolt from the sky, Gu Ruoyun stared dumbfounded at the man's devastatingly handsome face. This man had called her wife the moment he had opened his eyes? Who are you? Why are you here? The man frowned, then shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? I don't remember anything. Looking at the way the man was trying to recall his identity, Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin. It looks like this fellow had really lost his memory, and had already forgotten everything. At this moment, in some place that Gu Ruoyun could not sense from within the heavenly spirit formation. In some mountains on the mainland, a roar rang through the skies, echoing for a long time, as the spiritual beasts of the entire mountain range collectively knelt down and bowed towards a certain direction. Our king has awoken, everyone must greet him. All must kneel and welcome, our king has returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, a handsome man said, wife? 3. Chapter 31, a handsome man said, wife? 3. Within the stone room. Gu Ruoyun looked at the handsome man who looked completely confused. Her eyebrows raised slightly. It looks like that mysterious power was coming from your body. Well, since I've already found where that power comes from, I should leave now. The man walked down from the stone bed and followed behind Gu Ruoyun. His silver, long hair cast his face in a devilish light, making him look like an otherworldly creature. But at this moment, the man's peerlessly beautiful face carried a pitiful expression. He looked at Gu Ruoyun with an aura of grievance. Don't follow me. Gu Ruoyun paused her steps for a moment, threw out those words, then took great strides to quickly leave this strange place. A month passed in a flash. Many people were gathered in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. At this moment, a light flashed across the formation, and the young people who were sent into the formation to cultivate appeared before their eyes. Luoying tried to look for Gu Ruoyun within the crowd, but she couldn't find that familiar silhouette in the crowd at all. For some reason, a burst of unease came from her heart. Did Gu Ruoyun meet some trouble? No. No way, nothing bad can happen to Gu Ruoyun. Why don't I see the Gu family's Gu Ruoyun? Han Fei's expression turned cold, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Gu Ruoyun was now closely tied to the fate of the weapon refining sect. If she could contribute her spiritual force, then Miss would surely be able to cure her body, so nothing can happen to that woman, but... Elder Han Fei, Gu Ruoyun was surrounded and attacked by spiritual beasts in the heavenly spirit formation. She has already lost her life, so we don't need to wait for her anymore. Young Master Ling sneered once. The people who were there that day had already been bought by him, so no one will reveal the truth. What did you say? Luo Yin was enraged. She stared angrily at Lingxi. Tell this lady what you just said one more time. Humph. Lingxi sneered. I said, Gu Ruoyun met with a spiritual beast attack in the heavenly spirit formation. She's already dead. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Since you saw her getting attacked by spiritual beasts, why didn't you go save her? Luo Yin clenched her fists tightly. Her heart trembled fiercely, and her voice was a little hoarse, carrying an unconcealed anger. Save her? Lingxi looked at Luo Yin as if she were an idiot. Why should I save her? It's just a good-for-nothing. If she's dead then she's dead, what does it matter to me? Letting this kind of good-for-nothing live is just wasting food and resources. She should even thank me for not saving her and letting her die an early death. At least she won't have to continue a hard life in this world. That's right, Gu Ruoyun was just a good-for-nothing. Grandfather already told him that woman was only a Chi level 4. A Chi level 4 could actually defeat him, a Chi level 5, in seconds. She must have borrowed the power of that treasure she got in that cave, otherwise how could that even be possible? Luo Yin roared loudly in rage, her fist landed on Lingxi's pretty face. It happened so suddenly that no one could react. Lingxi, you swine. I'll take revenge for Gu Ruoyun today. Punches landed one by one on Lingxi's body. Luo Yin's eyes held tears, as if she wanted to vent everything at once. Lingyi saw that his own grandson was getting beaten up, and finally recovered his senses, hurriedly ordering, men, grab this little bitch for me. Little bitch, who the are you scolding, little bitch? General Luo, agitated and angry, came out from the crowd. He stood his ground in front of Luo Yin. This old man hasn't died yet. I want to see who dares to touch this old man's daughter. The atmosphere became overwhelmingly charged with anger in an instant. Everyone breathed as quietly as they could, not daring to let out a single peep. But at this moment, a puzzled voice rang out from the rear. What's happening here? Luo Yin, why are you acting so ferociously the moment I come out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 1. Chapter 32, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 1. Original and most updated translations are from Valera novels. Luo Yin's fist froze just as it was about to hit Lingxi, and she turned her head in disbelief. Gaping at the young woman who had appeared in the square, she lost her composure and said, "Guru Oyun, you're not dead? Who told you I was dead?" Guru Oyun rolled her eyes. Thus, Luo Ying very honestly pointed towards Lingxi, who was spitting fresh blood in front of her. He said he saw you getting killed by spiritual beasts with his own eyes. I was even about to settle this debt with him, but who knew that you were still alive? However, this does make me think of that phrase. Good people don't live for long, but troublemakers live for thousands of years. Guru Oyun, you're a troublemaker. That's right, that woman was simply a troublemaker. Had she appeared just a moment later, Luo Yin might have already killed Lingxi. He wanted me dead, but I don't die that easily. Guru Oyun's lips raised slightly. Her gaze carried an unreadable meaning as it swept across Lingxi's pale face. Alright, since everyone is here, then your test has now ended. Han Fei internally heaved a sigh of relief. To him, Guru Oyun's life involved the safety of Miss, so there could not be any slip-ups. In this entire world, she was probably the only one who had such a powerful spiritual force. Thinking up to this point, he coughed really twice, and said with a serious expression, Azure Dragon Country has always produced brilliant talents. In the past, there was Gu Tian, the number one genius of this mainland, and now, there are Gu Shengxiao and Lang Yanfeng, the two unmistakable talents. Amongst you, there are also many outstanding talents. However, only one of you, no matter how hard you work, will be unable to amount to anything. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All eyes gathered on Guru Oyun. To them, the only person in this world that would not amount to anything no matter how hard they worked, was the famously useless Gu family's good-for-nothing. Old man Gu's expression was terrible. He glared fiercely at Guru Oyun, as if the person in front of him was not his granddaughter, and was instead an enemy he could not let live. Guru Oyun, Han Fei looked at Guru Oyun, and said coldly, your brother is a genius amongst geniuses, but you have a good-for-nothing's body. I have seen that your spiritual ocean is exceptionally vast, and that it is much harder for you to advance than normal people. With such a spiritual ocean in your body, you won't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. Looking at the mocking glances thrown her way, Guru Oyun calmly smiled. This mainland was indeed much more primitive compared to her previous home, the East Peak mainland. Otherwise, how could one of the elders of a top force, the weapon refining sect, not be able to see through her body's quality and realize its true potential? If she had this kind of body in her previous life, then she would not have had such a miserable end. However, Han Fei paused, a light flashing across his eyes. Our weapon refining sect is not the kind to look down upon you for being a good-for-nothing. I'll give you a chance to swear your fealty to my weapon refining sect now. What do you think? He looked at her as if he was doing her a huge favor, holding his head up high while looking at her. In his mind, Guru Oyun could not possibly reject his generous offer, and should even be grateful to become a sacrifice for his weapon refining sect. What? Let this good-for-nothing swear her fealty to the weapon refining sect? Did Elder Han Fei knock his head on something before making this kind of decision? After hearing his words, the crowd suddenly exploded. Everyone could not believe their ears. The respected weapon refining sect was going to let a good-for-nothing serve them? Something that shocked them even more happened after that. Guru Oyun's smile grew deeper, her eyes were even filled with laughter. Sorry, but I'm not interested in your weapon refining sect. Rumble. As if thunderstruck, the people present were all dumbfounded. She had actually refused. That good-for-nothing actually had the courage to refuse Elder Han Fei's invitation? Looking at Han Fei's darkening expression, everyone could not help but sweat for Guru Oyun in their hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 2. Chapter 33, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 2. Original and most updated translations are from Valera novels. Girl, you need to consider this carefully. My weapon refining sect isn't a place where just anyone is qualified to enter. Let alone a good-for-nothing. Han Fei said in a cold, solemn tone, as he tried hard to calm the anger boiling in his heart. He was obviously very angry at Guru Oyun for not knowing better. I already said that I don't have any interest in joining you. Guru Oyun swept a glance over Han Fei's somber old face. Also, I believe in my brother's decision. My brother rejected weapon refining sect's invitation back then, so why would I want to go to a place my brother spurned? I choose to stand with my brother. Back then, Han Fei had personally come bearing weapon refining sect's invitation, but Gu Shengxiao rejected him in front of so many strong people, an event that had become a thorn in his heart. And now Guru Oyun was opening up that wound again. How could he not be enraged? With a huge bang, boundless chi burst out from his body, causing the nearby trees to collapse. He clenched his teeth tightly, and said fiercely, "Gu Ruoyan, are you really not going to agree to my weapon refining sect's offer? Did you think that a lowly good-for-nothing like you could reject me? If it were not for the miss, he would not even bother saying an extra word to this good-for-nothing. No matter how many times you ask, I, Gu Ruoyan, will never join the weapon refining sect." The girl's voice was filled with strength. That voice landed in the noisy crowd, making them go silent. "Humph." Hun Fei snorted, looked towards Old Man Gu, and said, "Old General Gu, so this is your granddaughter? She really has no upbringing at all." Old Man Gu frowned. Actually, he was shocked at the start, but as he continued listening to Gu Ruoyan's words, all of his surprise had turned into anger. This girl was really ungrateful. Doesn't she know what having a relationship with the weapon refining sect would mean for the general's household? She just straight out rejected the benefits that were dangling in front of her. She was clearly not thinking one bit about the general's household. However, Old Man Gu never thought about this. He had never treated Gu Ruoyan well, so why would Gu Ruoyan sacrifice herself for him? Elder Han Fei, women have always had to obey men, their father at home, and their husband when married. She doesn't have a father, so she should obey my words as her grandfather, so I'll make the decision now in her stead. From now on, Gu Ruoyan belongs to the weapon refining sect. Her life and death has nothing to do with our Gu family. Having said these words, Old Man Gu turned to look at Gu Ruoyan with an emotionless face. At that moment, the young girl did not have a single emotion in her clear eyes. Her calm made his heart tremble a little unconsciously. Although Gu Ruoyan had Gu Shengxiao as her brother, he was only a genius, who had no way to compete with a large sect like the weapon refining sect. Thus, sacrificing Gu Ruoyan for some goodwill with the weapon refining sect was worth it. Thinking of this, old General Gu's heart gradually calmed down. "Are you sure?" Her voice was light, no emotion could be discerned from her words. Luoyin grabbed onto Gu Ruoyan's arm tightly. For some reason, the Gu Ruoyan in front of her felt like a stranger, as if she had been possessed by someone. "Gu Ruoyan, I'm your grandfather, the person with the right to dictate your entire life." "Grandfather?" "Ha ha." Gu Ruoyan could not hold on any longer and laughed out loud, her eyes full of ridicule. "You're only my elder by name, even the heavens don't have the right to dictate my entire life. I make my own decisions. I stayed in the Gu family because you treated my brother well, and because the Gu family is his family. For him, I could swallow my anger and stay obediently. But I believe that if brother saw how you have treated me all this time, he would definitely support my leaving the Gu family." TL note. This is a clarification for spiritual ocean versus spiritual force from chapter 32, since they might be easily confused. It is also saved in the glossary if you ever need to reference it again. Gu Ruoyan has a vast spiritual ocean, which acts like a reservoir for her chi energy. She has to fill up this ocean to break through to the next rank, so it takes her a longer time to rank up. This gives her extra stats boosts so that she can fight someone from a higher rank on the same level. To the lower ranked West Spirit mainland, they think that this makes her a good for nothing. However, she has a strong spiritual force, which is something like her mental strength. This is what Yun, the eldest miss of weapon refining sect, consumes for her cultivation method, and it turns all the people she consumes into idiots. Thus, considering that she is a good for nothing because of her spiritual ocean, Han Fei proposes that she serve the weapon refining sect by offering up her great spiritual force to Yun. Phew, what a long explanation. Have a cute cat, carrot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 3. Chapter 34, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 3. Original and most updated translations are from Valera novels. General Luo could not resist laughing as he said, "Gu Ruoyan, I didn't want to allow you and Luoyin to maintain contact at first, firstly because you're from the Gu family, and I was worried that old man Gu would try something against my daughter. Secondly, it was because you were too weak and cowardly, and I, Luo Hongtian, have always admired those who have courage and spirit. Not long ago, I heard people saying that your cowardliness was just a pretense, and I didn't believe it at first, but now I've seen that the rumors were indeed true. Not having any talent by birth is something you can't control, but character is something you can, so if you ever leave the Gu family one day, you're welcome to be a guest in my Luo family." Gu family? Weapon refining sect? He did not even need to consider them. He has always been this fearless, so why would he fear the weapon refining sect? Moreover, Gu Ruoyan's words were very much to his liking. With this kind of family, there was no difference between having them or not. Han Fei's expression sunk, he gazed darkly at General Luo, but said nothing. But old man Gu did not avoid the touchy topic and sneered, "Luo Hongtian, this is my Gu family's business, it has nothing to do with you." You're an outsider, so you're not qualified to comment on this matter. Since this girl's parents have been dead since she was little, then I'm the one who has the right to make decisions for her. Elder Hunfei, from now onwards, Gu Ruoyan belongs to your weapon refining sect. Whether you want to kill her or punish her, it's all at your liberty. Hearing so, Hunfei nodded in satisfaction. The Gu family was more sensible. Seeing that General Luo wanted to speak up on her behalf again, Gu Ruoyan smiled, stopping him from speaking. General Luo, I'll accept your good intentions, but this time, the opponents are the Gu family and the weapon refining sect. I don't want to see your Luo family facing any repercussions from this, so you don't have to bother with this matter anymore. However, I, Gu Ruoyan, will always remember your great kindness today, but a person who flatters you when you are successful may not really mean it, but if someone speaks up for you in front of powerful enemies while you are a good-for-nothing, then he must be sincere. So, she will remember General Luo's kindness in her heart forever. No matter how many times you say it, my answer is still the same. I will never join the weapon refining sect. Gu Ruoyan slowly looked up, the smile in her eyes slowly fading away, as she gazed straight into Hunfei's gloomy old face. Humph. Hunfei harumphed, since you won't see sense, don't blame me for not being courteous. Having said that, his body flashed, and quickly arrived in front of Gu Ruoyan. Just as the chi on his hand was about to fall on Gu Ruoyan, a loud crash sounded and the ground shook a few times. What's going on? Hunfei was forced to retreat a few steps. Frowning, he asked, that wave seemed like it came from the formation. Did something happen to the formation? From start to end, the weapon refining sect's eldest miss, Shiryun, did not say a single word. Only after this wave, did she look towards the center of the formation, and with this one look, she was rooted to the spot. The formation exploded right under everyone's eyes, fizzling into tiny spots of light that fell onto the hair of that devilishly handsome man. They had never seen beauty to such a degree in a man before, beauty that could make all living creatures obey him, beauty that could make cities and kingdoms fall. Even these phrases did not seem enough to describe the breathtaking beauty that this man brought. It was as if the ground was covered in red spider lilies, and he was stepping within that field of lilies, his red robe lightly floating, silver hair flying. Even heaven would not have such an absolutely beautiful scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 4. Chapter 35, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 4. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. The man's appearance, devilishly charming and otherworldly, was simply unforgettable, especially that flame between his brows. He was currently sporting an expression of grievance. He looked at Gu Ruoyan pitifully. I don't want to be alone, so please don't abandon me, okay? Everyone was shocked. Was this man an idiot? Or was he the type of person who was immature for his age? It was really a waste of such a beautiful face. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads in regret. The man's stunning appearance had made such an impact on all of those present, that they seemed to have forgotten all about the formation exploding as he stepped out of it. I already said, don't follow me. Gu Ruoyan touched her forehead helplessly. Did she just get a little stalker? But, I don't know who I am, and I've already forgotten where I come from, so I want to follow you. If you don't like me calling you wife, then I don't have to call you that. Please don't leave me behind, okay? The man's gaze was full of grievance. His gaze was like that of a little pet being abandoned by its owner, while Gu Ruoyan was the cruel master. Gu Panpan had been jealous of Gu Ruoyan for knowing such an exceedingly handsome man at first, but after hearing him speak, she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Ruoyan, I was still wondering how such a good-looking man could have anything to do with you. So it was just an idiot who doesn't even know his own name. Only an idiot would fancy a good-for-nothing like you. Actually, Gu Panpan was still jealous of Gu Ruoyan in her heart. Even if this man was an idiot, his looks were perfect, and for some reason, she felt pressured even while just glancing at the man. All eyes were on Gu Ruoyan and the silver-haired man, so no one has noticed Shiryun's expression changing. How could it be him? This man was actually the man who had been appearing in her dreams from long ago. She had thought that the dreams were mere fantasies, but now, the man from her dreams was standing right in front of her. However, the entire time, he had never even taken a single look at her, and was acting spoiled towards another woman. Jealousy gripped her heart tightly. She had the impulse to rush up to him and tell him that it was her who was destined for him. However, Shiryun was the weapon refining sect's eldest miss after all. No matter how strong the impulse was, she tampered it down. She took a deep breath, and recovered her normal expression. I must have that man, but... Since she had been dreaming of him since she was little, that proved that they were a fated pair, so at the end, this man could only be hers. As for anyone else, they were only minor obstacles on their road to love. They were destined not to live for long. Their only use would be to strengthen the feelings between them. Thinking up to now, Shiryun gazed at Gu Ruoyan with hidden meaning. Gu Ruoyun, who is this man? Old man Gu's expression changed, as he asked heavily, who permitted you to go out and make all these motley friends? My Gu family does not allow just anyone to enter. If you don't sever all relations with him, my Gu family will chase you out the door. Gu Ruoyun raised her lips. Sorry, I don't need you to expel me. From now on, I have decided to leave the Gu family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 5. Chapter 36, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect, 5. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. At this moment, Old Man Gu's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were spitting out flames of anger. Some of the officials who had always been at heads with him simply stood back and watched. After all, they were very clear on how Old Man Gu handled things in Azure Dragon Country. If he had not placed so much importance on position and influence, he would not chase away his own granddaughter. Ha ha ha. General Luo laughed out loud. Old Man Gu, did you hear that? Your granddaughter has already abandoned the Gu family, so you no longer have any right to dictate her life. Saying this, his eyes held a trace of mockery. He sneered as he watched Old Man Gu's face slowly turn green. General Luo had a feeling that Old Man Gu would come to regret all of his actions someday. Gu Ruoyun. Old Man Gu had to take a deep breath before he managed to suppress his impulse to kill someone. You were born as a member of my Gu family, and in death, you will be a ghost of my Gu family. I will never let you leave the Gu family. Gu Ruoyun raised her eyes to look at Old Man Gu. Many emotions were held within that one gaze. Ridicule, indifference, and disapproval. It was as if the Gu family was already nothing within those clear eyes. Oh. She smiled. That smile was beautiful enough to make hearts tremble. Gu Yifeng, then from now on, I will announce that I'm leaving your Gu family. From now on, other than Gu Shengxiao, the lives and deaths of the Gu family have nothing to do with me. From my birth up to now, your Gu family has never cared for me in the slightest, so why should I stay? Let's go. Throwing out these words, she took the silver-haired man's hand and walked forward through the crowd. Old Man Gu almost burst a lung in anger. He looked coldly at Gu Ruoyun's disappearing back, shouting, "Stop right there." As if she had not heard his words, Gu Ruoyun continued to quickly lead the silver-haired man away, not even turning back to take a glance at Old Man Gu. What are you freezing there for? Stop this absurd woman at once. Old Man Gu raged loudly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Ruoyun, as if the other was the killer of his children. Everyone scattered away from Gu Ruoyun, and at that moment, the girl paused her steps, her long tresses flowing in the gentle breeze. I'd like to see who dares to stop me? Her expression was domineering, like a sharpened blade sweeping across the guards surrounded her. I'd like to see who dares to stop me? The crowd was stunned for a moment, even forgetting to react any further. Was this girl really the good-for-nothing eldest miss of the Gu family? When did she start carrying such a fearsome aura? It was only after her figure was completely gone that the crowd regained their senses. They couldn't believe that the girl before their eyes was the same Gu Ruoyun that they had known before. The eldest miss that was originally known as good-for-nothing has really changed. That domineering kingly aura, they were afraid that even the emperor could not match up to it. Old Man Gu, all of us have now seen how much Gu Ruoyun has changed. Don't tell me you don't realize that. I even dare to guarantee that you will definitely regret today's actions in the future. Ha ha ha. Ener, let's go. General Luo laughed loudly, and while completely ignoring Old Man Gu's livid expression, soon disappeared from everyone's eyes. Old Man Gu clenched his fists, sneering again and again. I'll regret? I bet the one who will be regretting when the time comes will be Gu Ruoyun. She rejected the weapon refining sect's invitation, and left the Gu family. When the time comes, it'll be too late for her to regret. With her current strength, we'll see if she can continue to live on this mainland. You just wait and see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Shiyun's Jealousy, 1. Chapter 37, The Jealousy of Shiyun, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On a busy street in Azure Dragon Country, Gu Ruoyun stopped walking and turned her head to the man who had been following behind her. She paused and said, I don't know who you are, so you don't have to follow me. I'm already troubled enough with this current matter, and bringing you along will just mean even more trouble. No matter what, she had too many enemies. If she were to bring him along, she would only be putting him in danger. The silver-haired man pulled a face and he looked grievously like an abandoned kitten at Gu Ruoyun. But I only wish to follow you. There are a lot of people who want to kill me. If you follow me, aren't you afraid that you'll be killed too? I won't let others kill you. At that instant, Gu Ruoyan wasn't sure whether she was mistaken or not, but she could clearly feel the silver-haired man's manner become more imposing with his body emanating hostility. When she frowned and looked at the man, she was only met with a pair of sad eyes. Maybe what she had felt just now was only her misconception. Since you put it that way, then you'll just have to follow me. Oh right, what's your name? She didn't know why she had compromised at that moment. It was as though she had been drawn by something which stopped her from chasing this man away. This was a weird feeling. After all, no matter in her past or present lives, she has never taken pity on anyone before. Qian Beiyi, I somehow can remember that my name is Qian Beiyi, but I'm not clear about the rest. Qian Beiyi? Gu Ruoyan froze for a while. This ancient surname, Qianbei, is really rare. Are you really sure that you don't know where you came from? As he heard that, Qian Beiyi wrinkled his eyebrows in pain when several images flashed through his mind. The images had flashed by too quickly for him to get a hold of them. Just as he was about to continue to recall his memories, a powerful force suddenly rammed into his mind and caused an explosive sharp pain in his entire head. I can only remember the name Qian Beiyi, the rest is just a blur. There's a seal, I feel like my memories have been sealed away. Qian Beiyi loosened his brows and said with certainty. A seal? Gu Ruoyan arched her brows slightly. We'll have to wait until after Zixi has woken for me to understand the type of seal that's in your body and the person who had put that seal in you, but Zixi has been in a deep slumber for a period of time and it was unknown when he will regain consciousness. Xia Yun, where are we going now? Qian Beiyi's gaze followed Gu Ruoyan's voice. Only very few people could resist that innocent expression paired with his exceptional looks. All of a sudden, the ladies on the street looked at his direction. When they saw the Gu family's good-for-nothing daughter standing next to him, they immediately thought of a fresh flower which had been stuck into a heap of cow dung. This man, whose beauty can overthrow cities and ruin states, is being contaminated just by having that useless trash standing next to him. To the 100 Herb Hall. Gu Ruoyan lifted her eyes with a relieved smile on the corners of her lips. From now on, her power shall rise slowly. At the Ling household. Ling Shi ignored the person who was chasing behind him and hurriedly charged out. He ran breathlessly into the study and panted. Grandfather! That good-for-nothing, Gu Ruoyan, is not dead. What? Ling Yi's hand stiffened slightly and he lifted his head to look at his grandchild with a slight frown. You're saying that Gu Ruoyan is still alive? How is that possible? I personally saw her fall over the cliff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Shiryun's Jealousy, 2. Chapter 38, Shiryun's Jealousy, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. It's the truth. Ling Shi then told Ling Yi everything that had happened. While listening, Ling Yi's expression turned ugly. That Gu Ruoyan, she has luck on her side, but if she doesn't die, my heart will never find rest. This time, it's old man Gu's mistake and the Gu family's loss to let that woman leave the Gu family. It's too bad that a girl like that wasn't born in my Ling family, and even became our enemy. In that case, I can only put her to death. Although Gu Ruoyan was weak right now, he had a feeling that, someday, her growth would bring her to a point that would leave everyone else in the dust. If she had been a daughter of the Ling family, he would definitely have raised her carefully. What a shame. Thinking up to this point, Ling Yi shook his head with some regret. Sheer, if we had not started this feud with her, I would have hoped that you could marry her. I might have thought that she was only a good-for-nothing at the start, but within the heavenly spirit formation, I could feel that she is not the good-for-nothing that we believed she was. However, it is impossible to mend our relations with her now, so we can only send her to her death. But grandfather, what should we do? Ling Shi asked, a little stunned. Just as Ling Yi was wondering how to deal with Gu Ruoyan, a loud voice rang from outside. Master, the eldest miss of the weapon refining sect requests a meeting. Weapon refining sect's eldest miss? Ling Yi gaped in surprise. She definitely had some agenda in coming here, but he did not know what the weapon refining sect's eldest miss would want from him at this time. Honestly, if the average person heard that the weapon refining sect was here for a visit, they would be extremely and pleasantly surprised. For example, someone like Old Man Gu. However, Ling Yi felt differently. He understood the limits of his ability. With an identity as important as the weapon refining sect's eldest miss coming to visit him, it was absolutely impossible for her not to have some sort of request for him. However, he could not think of what use the weapon refining sect would have for him. Invite her in quickly. Ling Yi hurriedly said after calming down. He had just finished his words when a girl in a white dress floated in. Her black tresses were like a waterfall, beautifully breathtaking. Lord Ling, Shiryun has come here uninvited, please do not be offended. Shiryun's face held a soft smile, like a comfortable light breeze. As the eldest miss of the weapon refining sect, she did not have a single hint of haughtiness in her, making people unable to resist getting close to her. For Miss Shiryun to say so, how could this old man dare to be offended? Ling quickly stood up to welcome her. Does Miss Shiryun require anything today? I would not presume to direct you, but I heard that young Master Ling has a promised duel with the Gu family's Gu Ruoyun. Is this true? Shiryun smiled gently, her pretty eyes sweeping towards Ling Shi standing to one side. That gaze completely took away Ling Shi's soul. He stared directly at Shiryun's body. Seeing the unclouded lust in the other's eyes, disgust rose in Shiryun's heart, but she showed none of it in her expression. Instead, she continued smiling softly. I have a technique here that can instantly raise Ling Shi's strength to the rank of martial warrior. I hope that he will be able to defeat Gu Ruoyun when the time comes. As everyone knew, the Qi collection ranks were only beginners dipping their feet into the realm of cultivation, but they were not real cultivators. It was only after breaking through Qi collection level 8 and reaching the low level of martial warrior that they could be considered real cultivators. Therefore, after hearing Shiryun's words, Ling Shi's heart tightened suddenly. His gaze, directed toward Shiryun, changed from the earlier amazement to surprise. If he could break through into the first level of martial warrior, he would definitely be able to make that bitch Gu Ruoyun kneel down and call him grandfather. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Xianbei Yi Gets Jealous, 1. Chapter 39, Xianbei Yi Gets Jealous, 1. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. There were a few people coming and going from 100 Herb Hall. Upon walking in, Gu Ruoyun spotted Elder Yu, who was resting his eyes in the main hall. As if he had detected her presence, Elder Yu slowly opened his eyes, smiling. You've come? Yes, I'm here. Aware of the other people inside 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun nodded, but did not say anything more. Let's go into one of the inner halls to talk. There is also someone who wants to meet you. Okay. Gu Ruoyun had not had the time to visit again since leaving 100 Herb Hall the last time. This time, she had come to find a place to stay, and most importantly, because she had an important order to send out. This was the first step of her rise to power. In an elegant inner hall, a light breeze was passing by, shaking the snow-white window screens. Gu Ruoyun had just walked in when she saw a man standing with his back facing her. He was wearing luxuriously embroidered clothes and radiating an awe-inspiring aura. You could imagine the magnitude of his power when just the sight of his back could exude such enormous pressure. Young master, I have brought the person you wanted. Young master? Gu Ruoyun frowned lightly. Was this man the power behind 100 Herb Hall? In truth, the people of Azure Dragon Country only knew that there was a powerful backer behind 100 Herb Hall. Anyone that offended the power behind 100 Herb Hall would mysteriously disappear the next day. However, not a single soul knew who that power was, and it was considered a mystery to them. Thus, at the moment the man turned around, surprise flittered across Gu Ruoyun's eyes. Graceful, gentle, these words fit him perfectly. When he smiled, it was as if a comforting breeze was passing by. For some unknown reason, it made Gu Ruoyun want to get closer to him. You're Gu Ruoyun? Gu Tian's daughter? Good, you really do have Gu Tian's strength of character. The people who insulted you and treated you as a good-for-nothing were really blind dogs. The man saw Gu Tian's shadow in the young girl before him, and his impression of her was raised by several points. Gu Ruoyun was startled. You knew my father? Indeed, your father and I were old acquaintances. It was a pity that his genius was lost at such an early age. It could be counted as one of the biggest losses of this mainland. At least that fellow was good enough, having produced a son that was accepted as a disciple by the spirit sect. With a daughter as outstanding as you, if he could see you right now, I believe he would be relieved. The man sighed. However, listening to his words, Gu Ruoyun's heart trembled. Old man Gu had not revealed her older brother's whereabouts from start to end. At least she finally knew where he had ended up now. Spirit sect? She wondered what kind of power the spirit sect was. You're the owner of 100 Herb Hall? She raised her eyes slightly, looking at the man in front of her. The man chuckled twice. Yes, I'm the owner of this 100 Herb Hall. My name is Dongfang Shaoza, but since I was old friends with your parents, you can call me uncle if you don't mind. I know a little about what happened to your parents, but now is not the right time for you to know. It was only now that Gu Ruoyun finally understood how she had acquired 100 Herb Hall so easily. She had only wanted to give it a try, and had not held too much hope for success. Who knew that everything would go so smoothly? So it was because of this man behind the scenes. She had even thought that she just had an extremely good stroke of luck. Gu Ruoyun smiled self-mockingly. Young Master Dongfang, I thought that I had 100 herb haul through my own skill, now I see that it wasn't so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Shenbei Gets Jealous, 2. Chapter 40, Shenbei Gets Jealous, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. That was only one of the reasons why you have 100 herb haul. Another reason was that you are very capable. The man smiled and rubbed Gu Ruoyan's head, his eyes full of affection as he said, I really don't know how your life was at the Gu family, that you, a perfectly normal 15-year-old girl, would actually become this mature and cold. It hurts my heart as a close friend of your parents. Dongfang Xiaozi sighed helplessly, but the corner of his lips held a smile. Elder Yu watched all of this from the side, feeling sad for his young master. He knew that young master had wanted to meet Gu Ruoyan for a very long time, but he had not wanted to endanger her by connecting her with the Dongfang family, so he had always avoided meeting her. Even when they finally met, he couldn't acknowledge her as his niece. HM? And this is? Suddenly, Dongfang Xiaozi felt a ruthlessly fierce aura from behind Gu Ruoyan. He turned to look at the silver-haired man standing behind her, and upon meeting those blood-red pupils, his heart shook. How many people did you have to kill to get such heartless and bloodthirsty eyes? The anger exuding off his body made Dongfang Xiaozi's body tense up. Oh, you mean him? Gu Ruoyan glanced at Shenbei. I picked him up from outside. Picked him up? The corner of Dongfang Xiaozi's mouth twitched. Did she think that this person was like a stray cat or dog? That you could simply pick one up off the street? Also, just now, Dongfang Xiaozi had experienced how quickly someone could change their expression. At the moment that Gu Ruoyan had turned around, the man that had been looking at him unhappily had immediately switched to an aggrieved expression. Looking at that expression, it was as if someone had bullied him. Young Master Dongfang, surely you won't mind arranging 2 rooms for us? Gu Ruoyan's words brought Dongfang Xiaozi back to his senses. He shook his head and smiled. You're the owner of 100 herb hall from now on, this place is your territory. If you want to arrange for rooms, then you can do it yourself. I came to Azure Dragon Country this time because I heard that you would come out of the Heavenly Spirit formation today. I'll be leaving after another 2 days, but I'll leave Elder Yu to help you. Okay, Gu Ruoyan nodded. Xiaoyi, let's go. Shenbei glanced once more at Dongfang Xiaozi before he turned and followed Gu Ruoyan out of the inner hall. The moment they disappeared, Dongfang Xiaozi's expression sunk bit by bit. Elder Yu, investigate that man's identity for me. Young master? Surprise flashed through his eyes. Is there a problem with that man? I can't feel any spiritual power from his body. Dongfang Xiaozi sneered. I have a feeling that that man is very strong, and that even my father wouldn't be his match. What? Elder Yu widened his eyes in shock. Even the master wasn't his match? The master was already a martial king. If even the master couldn't beat him, then how strong was that man? But I want to know why this man has appeared by Yunner's side. I will never let anyone harm my sister's flesh and blood, whether it's this man or the Gu family. Gu Ruoyan had been beaten to death by old man Gu. He had no knowledge of this until it was too late, otherwise he would not have allowed his sister's child to be lost. I don't want to help Yunner grow, as I want to see her true power, but that doesn't mean that I'll allow others to do as they will. Especially everything that happened in the Imperial Palace today. The Gu family can't be touched for now, but we can create some trouble for them. Elder Yu, help me prepare everything. I'm going to visit the Gu family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Shenbei Gets Jealous, 3. Chapter 41, Shenbei Gets Jealous, 3. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. Inside the courtyard, the atmosphere was particularly low. Shenbei was showing an aggrieved expression on his handsome face. He was practically a small beast that had been bullied. Xiaoyun, he touched your head just now. Can I touch your head too? Gu Ruoyan was startled. Did you hit your head? Shenbei was even more aggrieved. Why is it that he can touch, but I can't? Xiaoyi, if you continue making a fuss, I'll get angry. Gu Ruoyan darkened her expression on purpose, and said somewhat fiercely, since you've chosen to follow along with me, you have to listen to me, understand? Hearing this, Shenbei showed a trace of nervousness as he carefully said, I won't make a fuss anymore, I'll be very well behaved and obedient. Xiaoyun, please don't get angry with me, please don't chase me away, okay? Seeing that the man was being this careful, Gu Ruoyan's heart softened. Alright, I'm not angry anymore, let's go. Xiaoyun, you're a nice person. Shenbei smiled, and with this smile, he surpassed the level of the beauties that had caused the downfall of nations. It was as if his surroundings were filled with fireworks. He was exceedingly elegant. Gu Ruoyan gazed at him in a trance. She had never thought that a man could be this beautiful when he smiled. Anyone would stop breathing upon seeing that smile. It was as if he was the most beautiful color in the world, and anyone standing by his side was only fit to be his foil. Of course, with the premise that he remained silent. The moment he spoke, everyone's fantasy would be destroyed. Xiaoyun, I don't want to sleep alone, I'm scared of the dark. Can I just sleep with you? Xiaoyun, why is your body different from mine? What's that swelling on your chest? Can I touch it? If Gu Ruoyan had not personally felt the seal in the man's mind, she would definitely suspect that he was faking to take advantage of her, but how was this simple curiosity? This was clearly flirting with her. Gu Ruoyun had to take a deep breath to suppress the urge to toss him out. If you don't shut up immediately, then get out of here. At this time, in the great hall of the Gu family, old man Gu was sweeping everything breakable from the table to the floor. His face was so overcast that rain was about to fall. Even Gu Panpan, who was usually favored, stood to one side and dared not say a single word. Gu Ruoyun. Good. Very good. Old man Gu sneered. She was actually this unfilial. It was indeed her parents' early death that led to her lack of upbringing, otherwise how could our Gu family have produced such a disappointing bad apple? I knew something like this would happen. I shouldn't have let Tian'er marry a woman with an unknown background. Otherwise they wouldn't have given birth to a bastard like that. His son, Gu Tian, had been the entire mainland's top genius, shocking the whole world with his talent. Gu Tian had become a martial king at an early age, and he had hung all his hopes on him. If he hadn't died, how would the Gu family have fallen to this level? If he hadn't died, maybe the Gu family would have already walked out of Azure Dragon Country, and would be competing with powers like the weapon refining sect. It's true that every outstanding man must have a good woman behind him, and not just someone who would become a burden. If Tian'er had not married that woman with a questionable background, then he definitely wouldn't have been reduced to such a fate, without even a corpse to bury. From his words, it was obvious that old man Gu was not sad for his son's death, but was only lamenting that the Gu family had lost a talent of such magnitude. However, from start to end, the old man had not known the true identity of Gu Ruoyun's mother. Back then, her mother had concealed her identity to marry Gu Tian because the Dongfang family had already investigated the ins and outs of the Gu family, as well as the old man's character, and had threatened to disown Dongfang Yu if she insisted on marrying Gu Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 1. Chapter 42, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 1. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. Thus, Dongfang Yu had never talked about her origins since marrying into the Gu family. At that time, with Gu Tian the peerless genius protecting her, old man Gu did not dare to bully Dongfang Yu at all. Hearing this, old man Gu's second son unconsciously lowered his head. He could never deny that he had something to do with his older brother's death. General. It was at this time that a voice hurriedly carried in from outside, and following that, a servant of the Gu family ran in. He was panting as he said, "Master, the young master of the Dongfang family is here for a visit." Dongfang family? Old man Gu was startled for a moment before he sat down with a swoosh. He asked excitedly, "What did you say? The young master of the Dongfang family is here for a visit?" Although the Dongfang family was not as powerful as the weapon refining sect, they were close enough. The Gu family had just defended the weapon refining sect. If they managed to get the support of the Dongfang family, even the weapon refining sect would need to consider carefully before taking action against them. Furthermore, striking up a relationship with the Dongfangs would only bring him numerous benefits. Quickly, let him in. Old man Gu quickly restrained his emotions and said with surprise. Just as he had finished speaking, the sound of gentle laughter sounded from outside the door. As everyone raised their heads and looked over, they saw a man dressed in luxurious clothes enter lightly. He was holding a fan in his hands, and a warm, gentle smile was on that handsome face of his. "General Gu, I hope you won't take offense to my sudden visit." Old man Gu stood up quickly. His old face was blooming with a bright smile, his fawning air seemed as if he were anxious to make Dongfang Xiaozi his own grandson. "Gentleman Dongfang, we are greatly honored by your visit. Do you have any business with us?" "Oh?" Dongfang Xiaozi raised his brows lightly, deliberately dragging out the sound, before saying with some surprise, "The general doesn't know of the purpose for my visit?" This. Old man Gu was somewhat confused. He looked at Dongfang Xiaozi in bewilderment. This old man is indeed unclear of the purpose for Dongfang Xiaozi's visit. "It's like this." Dongfang Xiaozi raised the corner of his lips, and opened his fan with a sweep of his hands. "This young master has long been a good friend of Gu Tian and his wife. However, I have not seen them for some time after cultivating behind closed doors for many years. After finally coming out of closed-door cultivation, I then heard that they had already passed away. Speaking up to here, Dongfang Xiaozi shook his head regretfully. He was not faking his regret, but was instead expressing the regret from within his heart. Towards Gu Tian and his own sister, he only held admiration. It was a pity that two geniuses of such caliber had fallen just like that. Back then, Yu Jie had even become my sworn elder sister, but as a younger brother, I didn't even get to see them for the last time. I wonder if General Gu could take me to bid farewell to my sister. If it weren't for those people watching the Dongfang family closely, then Dongfang Xiaozi would have made a giant fuss at the Gu family, and he would not have had to use the identity of a sworn brother to appear here. However, he could finally call her Jie in front of the Gu family, and it could be counted as returning his sister's identity. Old man Gu froze for a moment, before belatedly saying, although they've already died, we didn't find their corpses, so even without a corpse, there should still be a memorial grave. Would you allow me to pay my respects there? General Gu's expression turned ugly bit by bit, but he was unable to reply to Dongfang Xiaozi's words. That bitch had actually become sworn siblings with the young master of the Dongfang family, and had even hidden this fact. If he had known earlier that there was a connection to the Dongfang family like this, how would the Gu family have fallen to such a level? TL note, Jie equals elder sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, Dongfang Xiaozi's Revenge, 2. Chapter 43, Dongfang Xiaozi's Revenge, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. I'm afraid this won't be appropriate. Old man Gu finally realized why Dongfang Xiaozi had come, and was even more troubled. Back then, he was still angry at them, so he had not built memorial graves for them, let alone enshrining them in the ancestral shrine. Gu Panpan could no longer continue watching. She spoke with a cold expression. How was that wicked couple qualified to be enshrined with our ancestors? Our Gu family doesn't have that sort of people in it. Scoundrels like them don't even deserve the name Gu, especially that woman. A genius like Gu Tian fell to her seduction, and she even gave birth to a pair of bastard children. Now you even dare to mention giving them places in the ancestral shrine? Gu Panpan had always been unhappy with Gu Ruoyun and her brother. Gu Shengxiao had not only stolen her older brother's rightful place as the genius, but Gu Ruoyun had even caused the entire Gu family to lose face. People like them should have died earlier. The heavens were truly blind. Pan, shut up. Old man Gu's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked towards Dongfang Xiaozi. A smile hung at the corners of Dongfang Xiaozi's lips as he seemed to be completely unfazed, but that pair of gentle eyes were now filled with chill as they gazed coldly at Gu Panpan. So this is how the Gu family educates their children. Gu Tian and his wife were her elders at the very least, and she was able to scold them so casually. It has really been an eye-opener for me. In fact, Dongfang Xiaozi had known from the beginning that the Gu family had not built memorial graves for the couple. His purpose for this visit was simple: he wanted to cause trouble. The Dongfang family did not allow him to interfere in this matter, and there were the three great authorities restricting him, but there should be nothing wrong with coming to pay respects to his elder sister and brother-in-law, right? Since the Gu family had not even erected a memorial for his sister, being angry was entirely within his rights. Even the three great authorities would not be able to find fault with this matter. Gentleman Dongfang, don't get angry. Pan is still young, she doesn't understand enough. Old man Gu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he explained embarrassedly. Dongfang Xiaozi scoffed, young? In my Dongfang family, even a 10-year-old girl knows how to respect her elders. I see that your granddaughter is at least 15 or 16, and she still doesn't know how to respect her elders? On the way here, I had heard of how the Gu family was bullying the daughter left behind by Gu Tian and his wife, and I didn't believe it at first. No matter what, she was a part of the Gu bloodline. Now seeing this miss scolding her own uncle, I finally realized that nothing is impossible with your family. Gentleman Dongfang, it's not like that, let me explain. There's no need for any explanation. Gu Shengxiao left to become a sect disciple, but there's still a Gu Ruoyun. I want to see her intact and well in 3 days. If she's missing even a single hair, or if you refuse to hand her over to me, then don't blame me for causing trouble. Leaving those words behind, Dongfang Xiaozi threw his sleeves and left without a second look at the sweating old man Gu. Yuner, this is all uncle can do for you. We're done for this time. Thump. Old man Gu's legs turned into jelly and he collapsed on the floor, mumbling to himself unstoppably. Gu Panpan thought he was just exaggerating and curled her lip. Isn't it just someone from the Dongfang family? Are they that powerful? Did he need to humiliate us like that? He was so obviously on Gu Ruoyun's side, anyone helping Gu Ruoyun is surely nothing good. He'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 3. Chapter 44, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 3. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. Shut up. Second Master Gu slapped Gu Panpan on the face and roared angrily, "Don't you think you have caused enough trouble already? What kind of people are the Dongfangs? And there's someone we can afford to offend? He came looking for trouble, and you even said those words, 'You've brought disaster upon my Gu family.' When had Gu Panpan ever been hit by anyone since she was born? Moreover, the one who had just hit her was her very own father, who had always pampered her. Husband, Panpan is your daughter, how could you treat her like this?" Second Madam held Gu Panpan in her arms, her heart aching. "If he wants to find Gu Ruoyun, can't we just give her to him? Anyway, our Gu family doesn't want to raise a good-for-nothing like that. Anyone who wants her can have her." Second Master Gu smiled wryly. How could this matter be so simple? Gu Ruoyun's personality had become so stubborn, how would she immediately follow them to meet Dongfang Xiaoza? Moreover, Dongfang Xiaoza wanted her intact without a single hair strand missing. They couldn't touch her no matter what, otherwise if she accused them of anything, the Gu family would find themselves in serious trouble. Finally, Old Man Gu recovered his senses, and ordered, "Men, go out and listen for any news of Gu Ruoyun." "Yes, General." The Gu family was a relatively large power in Azure Dragon Country and had many eyes around, so after a moment, the spy sent out to look for Gu Ruoyun's whereabouts had come back with news. "You said Gu Ruoyun entered 100 Herb Hall and hasn't come out?" Old Man Gu's eyes turned in thought, and he said, "Although the backer behind 100 Herb Hall is strong, we don't know who the real owner is, but the Dongfang family is a very real threat. We can only send people to 100 Herb Hall to invite Gu Ruoyun back so that we don't offend the Dongfang family. Father, let me take care of this matter." "Very well." The old man looked at his son, then nodded slightly. "Then go ahead, no matter what, you must bring Gu Ruoyun back." "Dad, grandfather, I want to go too." Gu Panpan stood up hurriedly, her gaze mildly resentful. It was all because of that damn good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyun. If it weren't for her, how would she have gotten beaten by her father? If she still wanted to return to the Gu family at this time, she should stop thinking such wild thoughts. Gu Panpan definitely would not let that woman return. It was obvious that Gu Panpan thought Dongfang Xiaoza was someone that Gu Ruoyun had hired to get her own father to invite her back personally. "You're not allowed to go." Old Man Gu frowned. "Do you think you haven't caused enough trouble? This time, you're not allowed to follow your father out. Stay at home obediently, you're not allowed to go anywhere." "Grandfather." Gu Panpan stamped her foot fiercely, biting her lip in resentment. However, Old Man Gu did not care for her mood, and waved his hand at Second Master, saying, "It's getting late, go quickly, lest the Dongfang family come back to cause more trouble." The pair of father and son were thinking rather simply. They thought that no matter what, since Second Master Gu was Gu Ruoyun's uncle and was personally going there to bring her back, Gu Ruoyun would come running back and even feel grateful. But it was very obvious that things would not go as they planned. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Second Master Gu was smiling as he said, "Shopkeeper Zhao, just help us pass along the message and let us meet with Gu Ruoyun. I've already said it many times, Gu Ruoyun is not in our 100 Herb Hall, please go back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 45, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 4. Chapter 45, Dongfang Xiao's Revenge, 4. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. Shopkeeper Zhao did not even lift his eyes, he only kept himself busy with the account books in his hands. "Shopkeeper Zhao, I'm Gu Ruoyun's second uncle, why won't you allow me to meet her? As powerful as your 100 Herb Hall is, you can't just kidnap good citizens just like that." Second Master Gu's expression turned ugly as his tone turned even stronger. Hearing so, Shopkeeper Zhao put down the books in his hands and sneered as he looked towards Second Master Gu. "You're her second uncle? Then how did I hear that all of you have already chased her out of the Gu family at the Imperial Palace? You even told her not to regret it. Judging by the current situation, your Gu family is the one regretting losing her, isn't it? You're even insulting our 100 Herb Hall. Our 100 Herb Hall will never kidnap anyone no matter what. So please leave, the person you want isn't here." Business was booming at 100 Herb Hall, so there were many people buying herbs in the hall today. After hearing the conversation between the two, many gazes shot towards Second Master Gu. Wasn't it General Gu who had told Gu Ruoyun not to regret leaving the Gu family? What was happening now? Was it really like shopkeeper Zhao had said, that the Gu family was regretting their decision? But Second Master Gu turned green, then read, "Shopkeeper Zhao, are you really not going to release her? Gu Ruoyun's name is still on my Gu family's register. She has not officially left the Gu family and is still one of our Gu family. You're being unreasonable for keeping her." Hearing so, the guests in 100 Herb Hall were in awe. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen anyone this shameless. They were the ones who had spread that Gu Ruoyun was thrown out of the Gu family, but now they were saying that Gu Ruoyun had never left the Gu family. Did these people have even a shred of dignity left? Since Second Master Gu isn't willing to leave, then please make yourself comfortable. I did not kidnap Gu Ruoyun, and I don't have anyone to hand over to you. Saying so, shopkeeper Zhao lowered his head to continue looking at the accounts, not giving a second look to the black-faced Second Master Gu. Are you joking? The young master had already ordered that no one from the Gu family was allowed to meet with Gu Ruoyun. Did they dare to disobey? However, this guy was way too shameless. He even dared to claim that they had kidnapped the eldest miss. The young master had given 100 Herb Hall to the eldest miss. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he were 100 times more daring. They were clearly trying to trap him by accusing him of crime. Thinking of this, the hate towards Second Master Gu and shopkeeper Zhao's heart increased. However, this was Second Master Gu's unexpected misfortune. He could not know that a single sentence would cause shopkeeper Zhao to start hating him. Seeing that pleading shopkeeper Zhao had come to no avail, Second Master Gu gathered up the resolve in his heart and shouted, "Gu Ruoyun, I know you're here, come out now. Don't think that you don't have to obey your uncle just because you've curried favor with 100 Herb Hall. Don't forget, the Gu family's blood runs in your veins. You were born a member of the Gu family, and even in death, your soul belongs to the Gu family. Even if your grandfather made a mistake, can't you forgive him because he's old? The Gu family will be in trouble if you don't come out, and you'll be condemned through the ages. It'll be too late no matter how much you regret it when the time comes." Shopkeeper Zhao wasn't able to react in time. He couldn't imagine that Second Master Gu would do something like this. After regaining his sense, his whole face paled and he shouted, "Men! Chase him out right now." It was over. He hoped that Second Master Gu's action hadn't startled the eldest miss, otherwise the young master would never forgive them. After a moment, two brawny men walked in from within 100 Herb Hall. They picked up Second Master Gu and threw him out into the streets under the stares of the crowd, drawing the eyes of passers-by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46, Becoming Infamous in History? 1. Chapter 46, Becoming Infamous in History? 1. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. What happened out there? Gu Ruoyun was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. Her eyebrows raised slightly after she sensed the sounds coming from outside. Elder Yu furrowed his brows unhappily. That shopkeeper Zhao was too useless. He couldn't even prevent a single person from disturbing the eldest miss. The young master had already said that no one from the Gu family was allowed to see the eldest miss, otherwise he wouldn't be able to vent his frustrations for the eldest miss. "It's nothing, just some unimportant people." Elder Yu shook his head and smiled slightly as he said, "Eldest miss, what orders do you have for me now?" "I have some matters that require Elder Yu's help." Gu Ruoyun's fingers brushed lightly across the stone pillar of the pavilion, a shallow smile sitting on her pretty face. "I need a team that can kill. And I believe that Elder Yu will be able to help me find the people I need. She had too many enemies. She wouldn't be able to do anything with just the strength of a single person. If she wanted to stand firm on this mainland, then she would need an extremely strong power. That power would become her first step. Eldest miss, this old servant has understood your meaning. This old servant will gather the people you need right now." One moment. Gu Ruoyun suddenly ordered him to stop just as Elder Yu was about to turn and leave. "Eldest miss, do you have other commands?" He turned towards Gu Ruoyun, smiling as he asked. "Send all the herbs on this piece of paper to my room later. I'm heading out for some matters now." Gu Ruoyun strode out of the courtyard after handing over the paper in her hands to Elder Yu. Since she had left the imperial palace, she had not had the time to speak with Luo Yin, so she was heading to the Luo household now. In that instant, Luo Yin's smile flashed across her mind, and a wave of warmth emanated from her heart. This girl might be the one who cared for her the most after her brother. General Luo's household held a solemnly majestic aura. Even their main door was much more imposing than the Gu family's. Although they were both generals serving at court, the Gu family gave the feeling of materialistic luxury, while the Luo household gave the feeling of solemnity. The servants of the general's household recognized Gu Ruoyun and knew that she was friends with Luo Yin. They did not stop her and let her walk straight in. However, just as she was about to walk into the Luo household, the sounds of a dispute rang out, causing Gu Ruoyun to furrow her brows slightly. General Luo, you don't even know how to prepare the biluo fruit and you have no way to use it, there's no point in holding on to it. If you choose to hand over the biluo fruit to us, our weapon refining sect will bring you countless benefits. Weapon refining sect? Gu Ruoyun sneered. It was a small world, she hadn't expected to meet people from the weapon refining sect in the Luo household. Gu Ruoyun did not miss what the person from weapon refining sect had said. Biluo fruit. Her breathing quickened. The biluo fruit was a type of medicinal ingredient that grew in swamps. After consuming it, you would be immune to all poisons and you wouldn't have to fear any poison masters, but... However, just as the weapon refining sect had said, the biluo fruit required special preparation, otherwise you would explode from the strong energy held within. Elder Hun Fei, I spent a huge amount of money to buy this biluo fruit from a merchant from the western region years ago. As you have said, there's no use in me keeping it. If you want it, then you can buy it. I won't change the price either, you can have this biluo fruit for the original price of 10 million gold coins. If you're willing to spend that money, then I'll give it to you. 10 million gold coins was nothing to the weapon refining sect. But what kind of personage was he? Trying to take money from his hands, are you dreaming? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, Becoming Infamous in History? 2. Chapter 47, Becoming Infamous in History? 2. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. General Luo, you should know about the weapon refining sect's position. Hun Fei's expression darkened. We bear the responsibility of protecting the people of this mainland and we have to battle with the demons every 10 years. If we obtain the biluo fruit, it'll give our weapon refining sect even more power to protect all of the people in this world. Yet you're actually trying to claim some profits for something that will benefit the greater good? What right does a person as selfish as you, who doesn't consider the good of the world, have to negotiate terms with us? If you don't want to become a sinner through the ages, then hand over the biluo fruit to us. In Han Fei's words, their weapon refining sect was trying to acquire the biluo fruit for the sake of protecting the mainland and General Luo had to comply and be grateful for the chance to contribute to the greater good. If he refused, then he would be rebelling against the common people of the world. Ha ha ha. General Luo laughed loudly twice, a scoff on his face. So this is how the weapon refining sect acts? Talking about benevolence and morality, working for the people of the world, but the truth is that you're only borrowing this guise to achieve your own goals. Basically, your weapon refining sect is a bunch of hypocritical bad guys. If you're really working for the greater good, then why aren't you willing to fork out a measly 10 million gold coins? Or is the weapon refining sect so poor that they can't afford it? Just as he finished speaking, the clear sound of applause rang out from outside the hall. When everyone turned to look, that slender silhouette walked slowly into the room under the sunlight. There was an unspeakable beauty in the bright rays falling on her body. Well said, the girl smiled as she said, the weapon refining sect is indeed so poor, they don't even have 10 million gold coins, TSK. If this were to get out, I'm guessing that no one will choose to join the weapon refining sect again. I finally understand why my brother would reject you in front of all those strong people that year. Gu Ruoyun. Han Fei's expression was terrible. His tightly clenched fists cracked. He would never forget that a good-for-nothing had rejected the weapon refining sect's invitation not too long ago, the same way Gu Shengxiao had done. He could say nothing about Gu Shengxiao, he had enormous talent and had been taken in by the spirit sect as a disciple. However, what did she count as? She had that kind of courage when she was just a good-for-nothing. No, that wasn't courage, that was stupidity. Humph, I was about to look for you, who knew that you would serve yourself up on a platter. Hun Fei smiled coldly, you've come at a good time. Follow me back to weapon refining sect in a few days, or you can choose to give all of your spiritual force to our eldest miss here. Spiritual force could be said to be everything to a martial artist. Although they did not need spiritual force to live, they would end up unable to cultivate and become idiots. General Luo's expression changed after hearing his words as he completely understood what it meant. Oh? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows and smiled, why should I give my spiritual force to your weapon refining sect's eldest miss? It seems like there's only harm in doing so and no benefits. I'm not that stupid. It's not a must for our weapon refining sect to obtain the biluo fruit, but your spiritual force is something we must have no matter what. Han Fei had been completely enraged by Gu Ruoyun and his heart had completely ignored Shiyun's plans and warnings. He only knew that this damned good-for-nothing had rejected his weapon refining sect, so he had to make things difficult for her. Guruoyan, you should know your physique better than anyone else, and you should know that the spiritual ocean in your body is many times larger than normal. You won't be able to break through into the martial artist ranks within 10 years, judging by your talent. No matter how hard you train, you'll only ever be a good-for-nothing. Han Fei looked at Guruoyan as he said in disdain, since a good-for-nothing is of no use to anyone, why not sacrifice yourself for the sake of the common people of the mainland? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Becoming Infamous in History? 3. Chapter 48, Becoming Infamous in History? 3. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. So you want to let your eldest miss absorb my spiritual force? Like you've done to others? Guruoyan looked towards Han Fei with a face full of smiles. Her eyes were filled with humor, so my observations were right. Shi Yun is cultivating a sinister art. She needs to absorb spiritual force from others in order to extend her life or increase her power. General Luo gaped in astonishment. The weapon refining sect's eldest miss was actually doing such evil deeds to increase her power? He had never heard of something like that before. Humph. Han Fei wasn't bothered at all that Guruoyan had seen through them. He laughed in ridicule. Eldest miss is our weapon refining sect's greatest genius and the hope of the entire mainland. Eldest miss may be the only one on this entire mainland who's capable of defeating the demons. No matter how many people we have to sacrifice, it's for the sake of the mainland, so they should have sacrificed themselves anyway. Furthermore, they had all volunteered themselves. Guruoyan, if you continue living, you'd only be wasting the resources of this mainland. Why not make a sacrifice for the whole mainland? Not everyone has the qualifications to become a sacrifice for the greater good. If not for my weapon refining sect, you wouldn't have the chance to leave your mark on history. The meaning implied in his words was that Guruoyan needed to be grateful for the chance he had given her to become a martyr for the mainland, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to have such a chance at all. Since you've put it that way, then if someone wants to kill you in the future, you have to be grateful to him as well. Grateful that he got rid of a scourge of the mainland. Otherwise, who knows how many more innocents would have died in the hands of your weapon refining sect? Oh, wait, maybe everyone on this mainland would be grateful to him by then. Boom! An enraged aura suddenly burst out from Han Fei's body, and he stared at Guruoyan with cold eyes. He said word by word, Guruoyan, how dare you? You're just a good-for-nothing. If your spiritual force helps heal our eldest miss or even helps her breakthrough, then you would actually have contributed something to this mainland. However, you refuse to appreciate this opportunity and you even dare to spout such drivel. You're just determined to become infamous in history. If you insist on doing so, then you must suffer the condemnation of all. When the mainland is destroyed, you'll become the chief culprit. When that time comes, everyone will treat you like an enemy. Your kin and descendants will be ashamed of you. Is that what you want? Ha ha. Guruoyan laughed out loud. A trace of mockery hung on the corner of her lips as she said, could it be, that in your eyes, it's only natural that all the people on this earth should become sacrifices for the sake of your weapon refining sect? And those who refuse to comply are enemies of the world? Of course. Han Fei raised his head proudly and sneered, our weapon refining sect holds the responsibility of fighting against the demons, for the sake of the peace of the mainland. The mainland will only be able to survive if we are strong. Your sacrifices won't be in vain. Even as someone who had lived 2 lives, it was only Guruoyan's second time meeting someone this shameless. Of course, the very first one was her father from her previous life. These two were nearly matched in the extent of their shamelessness. It was such a pity that they couldn't become sworn brothers. That, Guruoyan paused for a moment before smiling as she spoke, why do I have to sacrifice my life for the mainland? Do I owe them anything? I've never taken pleasure in helping others. I only know that I must do whatever is beneficial to myself. So what if everyone on this earth dies? It's fine as long as the people I care about survive. Han Fei's expression had been warped beyond recognition by his rage. He had thought that this would be an easy task. There weren't many chances to make your mark on the annals of history, so she should be eager to take the opportunity. What was wrong with sacrificing yourself for the greater good? He felt that this woman was not only a good-for-nothing, but an idiot as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, The Gu Family Visits Again, 1. Chapter 49, The Gu Family Visits Again, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He had thought that this task could be easily taken care of. After all, there were not many chances like this to leave behind a good legacy for an eternity, and she should have accepted this offer right off the bat. Why in the world would anyone not want to sacrifice for the sake of this land? Not only was this woman a good-for-nothing piece of garbage, she was also an idiot. I had initially thought that everyone in this world was just like the weapon refining sect, not tremble in the face of death. However, I had not expected that there were so many selfish and cowardly people. Forget it then, since you are all this weak. I will not force you all. Hopefully, all of you will not regret this in the future, but... Hun Fei glanced at Gu Ruoyun's delicate face from the side. That look of disdain that flashed across his face was as if she was the biggest embarrassment of this continent. This time, even without waiting for Gu Ruoyun's reply, General Luo stormed in an insulting voice, "This is truly an eye-opening experience for me today. The much dignified weapon refining sect are all for their own selfish agendas, and actually wants a young girl to sacrifice her life for you all. How dare you speak of it with such righteousness? Can you be any more outrageous and shameless?" Even if the weapon refining sect had skin thicker than the city walls, no one ever had the guts to say this straight into the face of the people of the weapon refining sect. Hence, when he heard General Luo's reply, Hun Fei's face immediately turned ashen. "Luo Hongtian, we will meet again." With that said, Hun Fei huffed and stormed off with a wave of his cuff. These people form the weapon refining sector going overboard with all these nonsense. Luo Hongtian observed Hun Fei's silhouette and frowned. Nonetheless, now that we have crossed the weapon refining sect, there is bound to be trouble ahead. Luckily there are still the three main sanctions to stifle them, and he will not dare to cause trouble to my household in the open. Without realizing it, there was cold sweat all over Luo Hongtian's back. It was evident that Hun Fei had given him a considerable amount of pressure. "Little girl Gu, I am afraid that you will face some problems in the future." Luo Hongtian turned and looked at Gu Ruoyun with a solemn expression, and said, "Do not appear at places with fewer people in the future, or else the weapon refining sect will definitely take this opportunity to assassinate you. If you were at a more crowded space, they would not dare to make a move, but..." Gu Ruoyun lifted her eyebrows slightly and smiled as she said, "Do not worry, I am aware of this. Oh yes, the reason I came here is to have General Luo to help me out with something." "Oh? What is it?" Luo Hongtian looked at Gu Ruoyun in surprise. He had thought that this young maiden was here for air, but judging from the current situation, it seemed as though she was looking for him. Gu Ruoyun's eyes shone, and with a suppressed smile she requested, "I need weapons. Hundreds of them. I need these weapons to be forged within a short period of time, and only General Luo you can pull this off." It was publicly known that General Luo owned a smiting workshop that specialized in forging weapons to cater to the Imperial Army. This was also the main reason for Gu Ruoyun's visit today. Luo Hongtian's eyes darkened slightly. "What do you need it for, but..." Even if he really liked this young girl, why would she need a large amount of weapons forged? As the general who takes pride in protecting his country, he would absolutely not allow for anyone to harm the Azure Dragon country. "Just relax, I am not interested in the Azure Dragon country." Gu Ruoyun obviously knew what Luo Hongtian was thinking deep in his heart. She chuckled softly, "Besides, I am the fairer sex, what use can the throne be of to me? More importantly, for me, the power of the throne does not captivate me at all. I need the kind of power that is above the imperial power, the kind of power that is comparable to that of the three main sanctions." In that very moment, a domineering air radiated strongly from the young lady's body. Luo Hongtian's eyes blurred. It was as though he was seeing the same commanding legendary man from over a decade ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, The Gu Family Visits Again, 2. Chapter 50, The Gu Family Visits Again, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, Luo Hongtian was still unaware that in a few years later, a monstrous team would appear among all of the mainlands. Though there would not be many members in the team, each of them would possess such intrepid amount of energy that could make the whole mainland tremble in fear, to the point that even the three main rulings would have to look up to them. Furthermore, that power would be known by the commoners as the Devil Sect. A sect that would exist as though it was frequented by demons and ghosts and was colored by the crimson of fresh blood. As for the main ruler of the Devil Sect, who would have ever thought that it would be the young little loser girl, Gu Ruoyun, who everyone had previously looked down on, but... Of course, this would not take place until many years later. Ha ha ha. Luo Hongtian laughed out loudly. "Little girl, that is quite some determination you have right there. I will believe in the things that you just said. As long as you don't do anything that would harm the emperor, I will definitely forge weaponry for you." Having listened to this, Gu Ruoyun let out a laugh as well, her bright eyes gleaming sparklingly. "Thank you very much then, General Luo. I promise you today that as long as the Emperor of Azure Dragon Country does not do anything that harms neither me nor people that I care about, not only will I not hurt him, I will also help to protect and guard him on behalf of you, General Luo. However, if the Emperor does something bad that is beyond irreparable, then I would be sorry to say that it would be time for the Azure Dragon Country to change its dynasty. I'm sure that you understand my temper well. I will not swallow insults and humiliations silently. Therefore, I wish that from now on, the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Country will never again do something that will go against me. If it was another person who spoke these words, General Luo would most likely not take this seriously and would even let out a crack of laughter. Then again, who was she? The daughter of Gu Tian and the sister of Gu Shengxiao. Especially after having seen her conduct recently, Luo Hongtian understood clearly that overturning the whole empire would just be a matter of time for her. Alright, I will give you my word as well. If the Emperor does something that harms you, I promise I will not safeguard him and I'll even support your actions instead. Thanks a lot. Gu Ruoyun bumped fists with General Luo. She understood the meaning of this pact real well. It also showed and proved the position where General Luo stood in this matter. Turning her head to look Luoyin, who was standing right next to her, she said, Luoyin, I'm staying at 100 Herb Hall now. If you need anything, just find me there. I have already told shopkeeper Zhao that you can come in any time to see me. Then, not saying another extra word, Gu Ruoyun just smiled and left. Looking at the silhouette of Gu Ruoyin leaving, Luoyin was in a slight daze. Was this the young little girl who used to hide behind his back every time there was danger? Since when had she become so strong and powerful? A golden carp does not solely belong in a pool. When there is a storm, it evolves to become a dragon too. This young girl is destined to become somebody extraordinary. I have a feeling that her achievements will not be any fewer than Gu Tian. Giving up this granddaughter of his is the biggest mistake of his life. Einer, just you watch, it will not take long for her to finally reach her full potential. When that time comes, it will definitely astonish the whole world. Let us just wait and see. Even the old man from the Ling family could see that there was something unusual about Gu Ruoyin. Otherwise, he would not be supporting her secretly. It was only her own family of flesh and blood who had always been treating her as garbage. Such a joke, wasn't it? Luo Hongtian laughed out loud suddenly. He really couldn't wait to see the look on that geezer's face now. He was sure it would be really amusing. As Gu Ruoyin got back to the 100 Herb Hall, she saw that the main entrance was completely blocked by a huge crowd of people. In that crowd, there were a few figures that were familiar to her. She could not help but knit her brows together. However, compared to the last time, there was one extra fat figure there as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, The Gu Family Visits Again, 3. Chapter 51, The Gu Family Visits Again, 3. Please support the translator by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun, so you were really here. Second Madam spotted Gu Ruoyun at one glance, and her expression darkened. This stupid girl still hadn't come to greet them despite seeing that her uncle and aunt had come to fetch her back. Who had been the one to teach her such poor manners? Humph, you've become quite daring. You dared to block your own uncle and aunt from seeing you. Where has your upbringing gone? Not only that, you even let these 100 Herb Hall people throw your uncle out the door. I really don't know how did my Gu family raise a rebel like you. The corner of Gu Ruoyun's lips raised slightly and her arms crossed over her chest as she glanced sideways at the crowd. I'm no longer a member of the Gu family, so you're no longer my relatives. I only have one relative in this world, and that's Gu Shengxiao. Anyone else is simply a stranger related to me by blood. Second Madam's face was gloomy. She was only thinking of how mortifying it had been when Second Master Gu had been thrown out in front of the crowd. This was clearly meant to humiliate them. And the cause was this damned bitch. Humph, if I had known this earlier, I would have strangled you to death when your father died. You've already hurt my daughter, and now you're trying to harm my husband. Why didn't you die earlier? Otherwise, why would there be so much trouble now? If it weren't for her, Pan Pan wouldn't have been beaten by her own father. She had spoiled her daughter since birth, and could never bear disciplining her even once. So Second Madam hated Gu Ruoyun to the core right now. If she could, she would have already slapped the damned bitch to death in one hit. You, shut up, dot. Second Master Gu was so afraid that he hurriedly shouted, I told you not to follow me here, but you wouldn't listen. What if young Master Dongfang hears about what you said? Do you want to drag the whole Gu family down with you? Second Madam was still indignant. I really don't know how that shameless harlot Lu Yu became young Master Dongfang's sworn sister. The heavens are really blind. He even wants to look for this good-for-nothing. If young Master Dongfang really takes this kind of good-for-nothing home, it'll only waste the Dongfang family's provisions. A power as strong as the Dongfang family may not even accept her. Lu Yu, originally Dongfang Yu, had changed her name to remove all links to the Dongfang family. However, because she was only young Master Dongfang's sworn sister, second madam did not really think too highly of her. She wasn't the Dongfang family's biological daughter, thus the Dongfang family would not come out to defend her. There was only one Dongfang Shaozi willing to stick his head out for her, and he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the capital. However, second madam hadn't thought of one thing: coming from the Dongfang family, how could Dongfang Shaozi be weak? She was only blinded by jealousy. Before marrying second Master Gu, she had always liked Gu Tian. Who wouldn't love a man with a godly appearance and talent to match? However, Gu Tian had never been involved in any relationships, and remained single even up until he was 30. For the sake of getting closer to the man of her dreams, second madam had chosen to become second Master Gu's wife. She had thought that no woman would be able to match a man like that. However, one day, when Gu Tian had brought that woman back to the Gu family, she had been shocked to the core. There was actually such a beautiful woman on this earth, and when she stood next to Gu Tian, they looked like a perfect couple. Generally speaking, most people would only give their blessings upon seeing such a matching couple. However, second madam was different. She felt that Gu Tian should never have wed and should have remained single for all his life, never loving any one woman. Thus, with love turned to hatred, for the sake of removing that perfect couple from her sights, she had made second Master Gu agree to that person's request. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, There's no limit to their shamelessness, 1. Chapter 52, There's no limit to their shamelessness, 1. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. Smack. Second Master Gu slapped second madam's face. With an ashen face, he said, "I shouldn't have let you follow me, you're going to ruin everything. Don't say another word or I'll divorce you." When he was done talking, without a second glance at second madam, he turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyan and said in a warm tone, "Yuner, second uncle has come to fetch you home. Your grandfather was worrying about your safety while living outside. I couldn't relax either. How would you be able to survive in this world with such weak cultivation? If you return with me now, our Gu family will pamper and spoil you, you'll be treated the same as Pan Pan." Flames of wrath were shooting out from second madam's eyes. It was obvious that she wanted Gu Ruoyan's corpse to be torn into 1,000 pieces. However, she didn't dare to utter a single word after second Master Gu's warning. "You're inviting me back?" Gu Ruoyan scanned second Master Gu's face. "Why does it look like you're not here to fetch me back? It looks more like you're trying to capture someone instead. Furthermore, since your Gu family intends to hand me over to the weapon refining sect and doesn't care about my life or death, I'm no longer part of your Gu family. I'm not good enough to be a member of such a family. So please go back to where you came from." Second Master Gu's face turned red then white. "Yuner, I'm still your uncle at the very least. Don't make things difficult for us. If we don't bring you back, young Master Dongfang won't let us off. Just treat it as helping us out, okay?" The Gu family could have just told Dongfang Shaozi that Gu Ruoyan had been disowned. However, the Gu family had always been greedy. What was in it for them if they just gave him her whereabouts? They wanted to use Gu Ruoyan to connect with Dongfang Shaozi so they could request for some benefits. Unfortunately, things were not going to go according to their plans. "What if I don't want to go back?" Gu Ruoyan smiled as she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. "What are you going to do to me then?" "Stupid girl, that's enough impudence out of you." Second madam could no longer keep silent and started scolding. "You heartless slut, our Gu family raised you up, and now you're going to bite the hand that fed you? You should die a horrible death. You're definitely the daughter of that seductress, you're both inhuman." Although Gu Ruoyan had never seen her mother in this life, in her previous life, her mother had been the most precious thing she had sworn to protect for her whole life and failed to. So upon hearing second madam's words, her smile cooled down bit by bit. "You've just made a fatal mistake. One that you'll never be able to make up for." Second madam was stunned. She looked at Gu Ruoyan with surprise. She had never seen Gu Ruoyan look like this before. The girl raised her delicate face slightly under the light breeze. Her body was clad in a cold aura, causing their hearts to start trembling. For some reason, they had the urge to kneel before her. As if she were the king of this world. Utterly domineering. Wasn't she the good-for-nothing eldest miss? It looks like the rumors were true. Gu Ruoyan was the most well-hidden in the whole capital. Go back and tell that great general in your Gu family. I, Gu Ruoyan, am never going back to the Gu family. So you don't have to waste your efforts any longer. After saying so, she glanced sideways at Second Madam. This one look made Second Master Gu assume that it was Second Madam's words that had caused Gu Ruoyun's refusal. He was immediately agitated and glared fiercely at her in rage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, There's no limit to their shamelessness, 2. Chapter 53, There's no limit to their shamelessness, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. You. Just as Second Master Gu was about to say something more, an angered shout abruptly sounded, "Who permitted you to disturb my people? Where's shopkeeper Zhao? Come out right now." Elder Yu had just been making his usual rounds at 100 Herb Hall and he hadn't expected that he would see Gu Ruoyun surrounded by the Gu family's men. The rage in his heart burst out. The servants at the side trembled as they replied, reporting to Elder Yu, "Shopkeeper Zhao, he went out to see a patient." "A patient? Humph. He went out to see a patient at this kind of time? Gu Ruoyun is now under my 100 Herb Hall, no one is allowed to disturb her peace in quiet. Men, come and strip these bastards and throw them out. If anyone else from the Gu family comes, do the same. If they're not afraid of humiliating themselves, then let them come." Gu Ruoyun did not allow Elder Yu to reveal that she was now the owner of 100 Herb Hall. She didn't want to show off her identity for now, in order to fend off the Gu family's greed. Knowing them, they would surely try to make use of her identity in some way the moment they found out. Understood. The guards following behind Elder Yu had their orders. They quickly rushed over, stripped the Gu family's men, and tossed them into the crowd without giving them the chance to react. It was still fine for Second Master Gu, but when Second Madam was treated in the same way, she wanted to die on the spot. The hatred she had towards Gu Ruoyun deepened. "You slut, just you wait. Wait until my son returns, I'll let you die a horrible death. No, not only that, I'll make you suffer everything you've put me through." As if she had detected Second Madam's resentful gaze, Gu Ruoyun met her eyes fearlessly. There was no change in her clear pupils, only that faint smile dancing at the edge of her lips. At this moment, everyone was pointing and gawking at the completely naked Gu family party. Even the thick-skinned Second Master Gu was unable to raise his head after this. The Gu family had been utterly humiliated this time. Gu Ruoyun didn't spare them another glance. She turned and walked into 100 Herb Hall. Following her closely was Elder Yu, who walked behind her reservedly. "Speak, what happened back there?" Gu Ruoyun strode into the hall and sat down, before smiling as she looked at Elder Yu. It was clear that this fiasco had something to do with Dongfang Shaozi. The embarrassed Elder Yu spoke up, "Young master just wanted to take a little revenge for eldest Mississippi. That Gu family was too much, so young master set them an impossible task to torture them. We didn't think that eldest miss would meet them at the door. This is all shopkeeper Zhao's fault. Young master had already ordered that no one from the Gu family was allowed to meet eldest Mississippi. However, he just had to leave at this time. This old servant will punish him severely when he returns." "There's no need for punishment." Gu Ruoyun poured a cup of tea and took a sip before putting the teacup down. "However, let me know whenever you do anything else from now on, so that I'm forewarned." Elder Yu chuckled, then turned serious all of a sudden. "Oh yes, eldest Mississippi. I've already found the people you wanted. This group of people are all orphans, with no living relatives, but they have quite a bit of potential. While they won't become geniuses, with a little training, they won't turn out weak." "Oh?" Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. "Where are they? Take me to them." "Very well. Please follow me, eldest Mississippi." Having said so, Elder Yu led the way as Gu Ruoyun followed him out of 100 Herb Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 1. Chapter 54, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 1. Please support the translator by reading on Valera novels. Gu Ruoyun was led by Elder Yu to the outskirts of the imperial capital. A courtyard completely hidden by the lush foliage of the forest surroundings came into view. "I hadn't thought that 100 Herb Hall would own a place like this," Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. "This place does suit my need for secrecy. Before I grow my wings, I don't want anyone to know of my capabilities." Elder Yu turned to look at Gu Ruoyun and returned the smile. "This is where young master used to practice his skills. There's an 8 trigram formation set up here. No one will be able to reach this place unless they are led here. When he heard that eldest miss wanted to train her own army, young master bade me to give this place to you." "Dongfang Shaozi? Gu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, and she wrinkled her brows slightly. What kind of connection did your young master have with my parents? Why is he helping me so unreservedly? Please forgive this old servant, but I'm unable to tell you that. Young master will definitely tell eldest miss when it's time for you to know. It'll only do you harm to know some things before the time is ripe. Young master has his own troubles. The Dongfang family was doing poorly now. Even young master was in the middle of hot water. How could young master bear to pull her down with him at this kind of time? Especially since she wasn't strong enough. Seeing that Elder Yu was unwilling to say more, Gu Ruoyun did not continue questioning him. She calmed down and said, "Let's go. Take me to the people you've chosen for me." Gu Ruoyun had just entered the courtyard when numerous gazes full of caution were shot her way. She didn't say much, but measured up the crowd standing within the courtyard. Undoubtedly, the candidates Elder Yu had chosen had excellent physical potential and were cultivation talents. However, all of them seemed to have suffered some sort of trauma. None of their eyes were as clear and bright as that of normal people. Conversely, their gazes carried hatred. This was exactly what she needed. Perhaps Elder Yu has already told you the reason you've been brought here from the start. But all of you never thought that the one who needed you would be a little girl like me. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly, and a light that no one could ignore was shining in that smile. Maybe you're not convinced, and you think that a girl like me won't be able to rule over all of you. Well, I have something to tell you. If you want to change your fate, if you want to trample over your tormentors, if you want to become someone standing above the rest, then you have to obey me. It was obvious that Gu Ruoyun had seen the reluctance in the crowd's eyes from the start. Although they had fallen to this level due to circumstances, it didn't mean that they were willing to obey a teenage girl. Since you've already said it, then show us some of your ability to make us submit to you. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded out from the crowd. Gu Ruoyun followed the sound back to its source, and her gaze landed on a young man in shabby green clothes. She smiled. "What's your name?" "Xu Wenfeng." The youth raised his head arrogantly and answered in a cool tone. "Not bad." Gu Ruoyun eyed Xu Wenfeng and nodded slightly. "It's not bad that you have your pride and temper. I won't suppress your personalities here, and you don't need to be apprehensive. As for my capabilities, if you can pass my test, then I'll prove my ability to all of you here. How about it? Do you have the guts to try it out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 55, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 2. Chapter 55, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. There were some things that she was only comfortable showing to those who were completely hers. Fine. Xu Wenfeng sneered. "My life was saved by the senior, Elder Yu, so what does it matter if you want to test me? I hope you won't disappoint me." Hearing so, Gu Ruoyun only smiled. "There are over 100 of you here and I won't keep all of you. Following this, I'll let all of you go to the spiritual beast mountains to fight. You won't be allowed to use spiritual power, only your raw physical strength. You can run if you want, but I definitely won't use you if you do. Those who remain will become the absolute strongest in this world. Your time limit is a month. Any objections?" The girl raised her head slightly, and there was a faint glow on that pretty, delicate face. In a moment of distraction, everyone there stopped seeing her as a 14 or 15-year-old little girl, but instead, as someone whose strength was greatly above their own, and absolute power dominating over all. "It's only a month, I agree." Xu Wenfeng swept a glance at Gu Ruoyun. Honestly speaking, he could still accept swearing obeisance to Elder Yu, but this was just a teenage girl. "Good. Elder Yu, let's go." Gu Ruoyun looked at the crowd behind her and smiled slightly. "I'll return to see the results in a month. I hope you won't disappoint me." "What did you say?" At the Gu household, old man Gu suddenly rose with a steely expression. "Gu Ruoyun refused to come back to the Gu family with you? It was all this bitch's fault." Second Master Gu blared fiercely at Second Madam. "If she hadn't said those words, then my niece wouldn't have been this heartless. I could tell that she still carried some feelings for our Gu family, and she still wanted to return. However, she scolded my niece's parents in front of her. How could any daughter could bear that?" Bang! The old man broke the table into two with a single strike, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Who asked you to marry such a stupid wife? She actually made such a mistake. If we can't get Gu Ruoyun back, young Master Dongfang won't let us off. Retire this stupid wife of yours immediately." "Yes, father." Listening to their conversation, Second Madam collapsed to the floor, paralyzed. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted madly. "No, you can't do this to me. You can't retire me, Xianglin will hate you once he returns. Right now, Gu Xianglin was her only hope, and her only chance at staying in the Gu family. As expected, upon hearing so, old man Gu went silent. He only spoke up after a long while. For the sake of Xianglin, I'll let you stay in the Gu family for now. However, you're not allowed to step out from the Gu household anymore, or you'll be punished according to the family laws. Understood? Second madam collapsed bonelessly on the floor. She looked battered and exhausted as sweat trickled from her forehead. The hatred in her heart had reached a new high. She hated that she could not tear Gu Ruoyun into tens of thousands of pieces. It was always her. It was Gu Ruoyun that had caused her to become an abandoned wife. Just like that seductress of a mother, she wasn't anything good. No, she should say that, compared to that seductress, she was even more terrible. She was actually so impudent, completely disregarding the Gu family. Even her mother had not dared to be this condescending to everyone. Gu Ruoyun, I should have strangled you little bastard earlier on to spare everyone from your troublemaking ways. However, you little slut, just you wait. The day my son returns, will be the day of your death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 3. Chapter 56, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valera novels. Seeing Second Madam's malevolent expression, Second Master Gu's brows knitted together. He turned to Old Man Gu and asked, Father, what should we do next? Old Man Gu narrowed his eyes slightly, the traces of a sneer on the corner of his lips. It looks like this general will have to personally make an appearance. This general is her grandfather at least. I don't believe that she'll reject me if I invite her back myself. If she dares to do such a thing, she'll become the scourge of the crowd. Filial piety was taken very seriously in Azure Dragon Country. He would now sacrifice his dignity to beg for her to return. No matter what, she could not afford to reject him, or she would become the talk of the town. However, it was such a pity. The old man was rejected at the door before he even got to see Gu Ruoyun's face. The reason? Since returning to 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun had immediately continued cultivating. Even Dongfang Shaozi was unable to meet her at this time, let alone old man Gu. Thus, he could only return in disappointment. As the days passed one by one, while he was unable to meet with Gu Ruoyun, the old man kept worrying if Dongfang Shaozi would return. Just as the apprehension in his heart had reached its peak, the eyes he had planted at the city gates came to report that young Master Dongfang had suddenly left Azure Dragon Country in a hurry. Thus, he could finally set down the burden in his heart. In the bedroom, Gu Ruoyun slowly opened her eyes. Within the next moment, an extremely beautiful face appeared before her. Xiao Yi? When had this guy come here? She had not detected him at all. The man pouted aggrievedly and looked at her with resentment. Xiao Yun, you've been cultivating for so long. The meaning in his words, he hadn't gotten to see her for much too long. Has it been that long? Gu Ruoyun smiled, thinking about it, I've only been shut in for about a month. I've finally broken through into Qi level 6, I wonder if General Luo has finished making the weapons I wanted. Crash! At this moment, a sudden wave of fluctuations started from within Gu Ruoyun's soul. Her heart lifted in delight. Zixi, you're awake? Just as she said so, a burst of purple light flashed from her body, and that man's deep, mesmerizing laughter sounded. Girl, long time no see. Why, have you missed me so much that you couldn't wait to summon me? Dressed in a dark purplish-red robe with violet phoenixes embroidered on the sleeve, the man had a devilish smile on his handsome face. His every gesture exuded majesty. Gu Ruoyun's expression turned black. I need your help with something. She turned to Qin Beiyi, who was waiting at the side, and said, This is a new friend I've made recently. Could you help me check what happened to his memory? Why did he lose all of his memories? Oh. Zixi's eyebrow raised as he followed Gu Ruoyun's line of sight. The moment his eyes landed on Qin Beiyi, his handsome face went stiff. With a swoosh, the power around his body peaked, and his gaze turned as frosty as the icy tundra. Why are you here? Cold. Gu Ruoyun saw an unprecedented cold in Zixi's eyes. Since meeting Zixi, she had never seen him make such an expression before, especially that burning hatred in that pair of violet eyes. Zixi, what's going on? What's going on? Zixi sneered, you should ask him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 4. Chapter 57, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 4. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyan's gaze turned towards Qianbei Yi, but she saw that he was frowning in deep thought. After a long while, he shook his head and said, I don't remember. I can't remember anything from the past. You don't remember? Huh, did you think that you could forget all the wrongs you've committed in the past just by saying you don't remember? Forget all the people you've killed? Qianbei Yi, I thought you had disappeared in the passing of time. I never imagined that you would appear here. Your power was so tremendous, I don't believe that there's anyone who could seal your memories. You were the one who sealed them yourself. You were the one who sealed them yourself? Astonishment flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes. What did Zixi mean by that? Did he just say that the one who sealed Qianbei Yi's memories was Qianbei Yi himself? Why did he do that? Qianbei Yi sunk into silence, his brow knitted in pain. A few broken pieces of memory flashed across his mind. In those pieces, a girl dressed in white was riding a dragon into the sky, above the clouds. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the girl's face clearly. However, just that shallow image made his heart clench in pain. It was pain he had never felt before, as if 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoyan saw that Qianbei Yi had turned pale from the pain, and hurriedly stopped his recollection. If you can't recall, then forget about it. No. Qianbei Yi raised his head to look at Gu Ruoyan. Xiaoyun, I want to know what kind of person I was in the past. I know you can help me. Even if I really did something I can never atone for, I must bear this burden. Sealing memories is something only a coward would do. Gu Ruoyun smiled lightly. Alright, I'll help you. Zixi, do you have any methods? Zixi turned away from her. She wanted to make him help this bastard? No way. Zixi. It was the first time Gu Ruoyun had ever seen Zixi this uncooperative. She couldn't help but hold her forehead helplessly. I don't know what kind of grudge both of you have, but since you hate him so much, shouldn't you make him remember the wrongs he has committed? Consider it his punishment. Hearing this, Zixi sunk into silence. Girl, you're right. Qianbei Yi, I know I can't kill you right now, but I won't let you have an easy life. I want you to remember everything you've ever done. I want you to live eternally in regret and self-blame. Because you were the one who caused that person's death. Did you think you could escape it all by sealing your memory? I won't let you get off so easily. This man had always stood above the gods. That existence that had always been looking down on all life from the top, he had never imagined that he would lose his way and fall into evil. Even though his appearance and smell had changed, the soul deep in his bones had never changed since the beginning. Zixi sneered and turned towards Gu Ruoyan as he said, however, I have to remind you, girl. This guy isn't a good person, don't trust him too much. He used to be a god, but now he's only a demon. Having said so, he had no reason left to stay, and he disappeared in a flash in front of the two of them. All was suddenly silent within the room. After a long time, a man spoke up in a careful tone. Xiaoyun, you wouldn't, not believe me, would you? Gu Ruoyun's distracted gaze met with that especially careful gaze. There was tension and fear in those eyes, as well as a longing that could not be expressed in words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 5. Chapter 58, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 5. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Of course not, she shook her head and smiled softly. I trust Zixi, but I trust my own feelings even more. No matter what you were like in the past, the one I'm friends with is the current you. The man smiled. With this smile, the surroundings lost their color. His smile was so beautiful it was hard to breathe. I trust you too. In this world, you're the only one I trust. Even if you leave me, I'll still believe that you had your own reasons. Xiaoyun, if you ever leave me someday, I'll wait for you here. I'll wait for you to come back for me. Gu Ruoyun's heart shook, and felt even more sorry for this man. No matter what he had done in the past, she would never abandon him. Just as they walked out of the room, they saw Elder Yu rushing over hurriedly. When he spotted the two of them stepping out of the door, his heart lifted in delight and he walked up to them. Eldest miss, those people are back. Gu Ruoyun raised a brow and smiled. Now that I think about it, General Luo should be done with the weapons by now. Elder Yu, go to General Luo and bring the weapons back to me. It's time to proceed with my plan. Yes, eldest Mississippi. A month ago, 100 people had been sent to the Spiritual Beast Mountains by Gu Ruoyun. However, only more than 50 people had returned. Most of them had escaped after meeting dangers they could not overcome, and a few had perished under the claws of the fearsome spiritual beasts. However, what the remaining people did not know was that their persistence would cause them to become a force that would make the entire mainland tremble in fear in time to come. In the large courtyard, Gu Ruoyun's gaze scanned the remaining crowd, and eventually landed on Xu Wenfeng's haughty face. "You made it." "Not bad," Xu Wenfeng raised his face and said in a cold, arrogant tone, "You promised us that you would show us your ability if we came back alive. I hope you won't let us waste our 1 month of hard work." Gu Ruoyun smiled, "Speaking honestly, I don't have much power. I'm only at Qi level 6 up till now. I certainly can't match up to any of you in battle." Xu Wenfeng's expression turned ugly. This girl had been playing around with him? If it were really so, he wouldn't forgive her. But a light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she smiled. "Do you really think that this month of effort has been wasted? Don't tell me that a month of training didn't help you improve at all? If that's the case, then I don't need to train any of you anymore." Hearing so, everyone's expressions changed a little. Gu Ruoyun was right, they had improved by leaps and bounds in this month of training. Their bodies and minds had been strengthened a lot. These results would take them half a year to reach if they trained normally. I've said it before, I may not have a lot of strength right now. However, in the near future, none of you will be my match even if all of you join forces. Even with my most dedicated nurturing. The current Gu Ruoyun did not have exceptional power, but she wasn't too bad when compared to her peers. At least she was not the good-for-nothing from before. She could only achieve this result considering how little time she had had to cultivate. "You definitely won't regret it if you follow me." Gu Ruoyun raised her chin slightly. Under the sunlight, that pretty and delicate face carried a calm yet confident smile. "I'll train you into the strongest army. Even though there'll only be 50 people in this army, they'll be invincible. I believe that you've persevered thus far for the sake of reaching a goal like that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 59, Competition and Reversal, 1. Chapter 59, Competition and Reversal, 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Shrouded under the sunlight, Gu Ruoyun's side profile held a resolute glow, dazzling Xu Wenfeng for a moment. Suddenly, he made a decision. A decision that would affect the rest of his life. "If you have the power to help me take my revenge, I, Xu Wenfeng, will henceforth obey your orders with my life." Actually, Gu Ruoyun had noticed Xu Wenfeng in the crowd from the start. This man was the strongest amongst them, and she had a feeling that his identity was not so simple. "Don't worry, since you become my people, I'll treat you well." Having said so, Gu Ruoyun paused before she continued speaking. "What I'm holding right now is chi-gathering pills. Once you eat this, your power will grow even faster." Chi-gathering pill, ... None of them had ever heard of a chi-gathering pill. They unconsciously stared at Gu Ruoyun in a daze. "Chi-gathering pill? You're talking about pills?" Elder Yu shouted in surprise while the crowd was still in confusion. His eyes bulged out as he stared in disbelief at the porcelain bottle in Gu Ruoyun's hands. At this moment, even his breathing had tensed up, afraid that he had misheard it. The others did not know what chi-gathering pills were, but how could Elder Yu not know of them as someone serving the Dongfang family? That was a legendary item. How could she have pills in her hands? This was unbelievable. Even thousands and thousands of years ago, pill masters had been an extremely precious existence. Furthermore, there were no more pill masters left alive in their world. Even in the Dongfang family, they only had 2 pills which the family head had found in some ancient ruins. They were treasured like family heirlooms. However, Gu Ruoyun had just casually taken out a bottle of pills? And was going to give them away? She was such a wastrel. Elder Yu looked at Gu Ruoyun as if she had betrayed his expectations. He was clearly unhappy with the matter of giving the pills away. Even though these people were her subordinates, there was no need to be this generous. "Elder Yu, from what I can see, your cultivation has already hit a bottleneck. These chi-gathering pills are close to useless for cultivators at a bottleneck, so I didn't prepare any for you. I'll make a higher grade pill to help you break through Martial General later on." Seeing Elder Yu's expression, Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose and shrugged helplessly as she spoke. What? Elder Yu's eyes bulged out. This girl had just said that she could raise his rank to Martial King? He must have been hearing things. Indeed, he must have been hallucinating. In Elder Yu's eyes, just having this many pills was a miracle in itself, let alone pills that could help a martial general in late-stage breakthrough. This was practically indulging in flights of fantasy, something that was impossible. "Ha, eldest miss, this old servant understands your good intentions. However, this old servant does not have great talent. Young master was worried about letting me accompany him in this state, so he let me live here in retirement, far away from turmoil, taking care of 100 Herb Hall in passing. This old servant is clear about my own aptitude, there won't be any more breakthroughs in this lifetime. Elder Yu shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Guru Oyun did not say any more on the topic. She smiled and said, Elder Yu, help me distribute these pills to the crowd. This chi gathering pill can help cultivators gather the spiritual chi around them to accelerate their cultivation. However, they can only take one pill at a time, and they must wait for the effect to disappear before using another. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Competition and Reversal, 2. Chapter 60, Competition and Reversal, 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. It would help cultivators cultivate faster? Everyone's eyes bulged out for a moment, and they raised their heads to look at the resolute expression on Guru Oyun's pretty face in astonishment. However, before they even had the chance to consider Guru Oyun's words, Elder Yu had already distributed the pills into their hands. Holding the porcelain bottles in their hands, all of them ate a single pill while wavering in disbelief, then immediately sat down to cultivate. Spiritual chi started to converge in their surroundings, forming a green mist. If there were other people present in the area, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Did they know how much spiritual chi it would take to form a mist? At this moment, none of them dared to slack off even a little. They started to cultivate, treating every second preciously, as if the noise of the outside world had disappeared. Ah, I broke through. I finally broke through. The effect of this chi gathering pill is so magical, it helped us cultivate until we managed to break through. Everyone started laughing out loud with joy, and turned to Guru Oyun with changed expressions. They had a feeling that they absolutely would not regret following this young girl. This servant Xuanfeng apologizes for the previous slights and provocation towards master. A trace of complex emotions flashed across Xuanfeng's eyes as he half-kneeled on the ground. The earlier haughtiness in his expression had changed into deference. He finally understood why she believed that he wouldn't regret following her. He also believed that there was a basis for everything she had said. If he followed her, then the day of his revenge would not be too far away. Guru Oyun smiled calmly. My heart is like a devil's, and I act like a devil as well. From now on, our team will be called the Devil Sect. Xuanfeng will be the left protector, and Mo Yu will be the right protector. Report to the two of them for everything in this sect. Having said so, she turned to look at Xuanfeng once, then looked at the young girl who had not spoken a single word since the start. From Elder Yu's reports, she had discovered that the girl was named Mo Yu. She was not ranked amongst the top few in strength, but she had willpower far greater than the norm, and Mo Yu's spiritual force was extremely powerful. She was suited to refine pills. Understood, Sect Master. Everyone kneeled down and shouted. Don't call me Sect Master, Guru Oyun waved her hand, you can call me Master, or Eldest Mississippi. Everyone else can stay here for now, no one will disturb you. Xuanfeng, Mo Yu, follow me when I leave. Within 5 years, I need to let the world know of the Devil Sect's existence. So, before then, she had to buy a courtyard to become their temporary living space. Yes, Master. Xuanfeng and Mo Yu answered in harmony, their gazes carried burning radiance as they looked at Guru Oyun. On the streets, the people were bustling with activity. Guru Oyun had previously heard of a courtyard going for sale not far from 100 Herb Hall. Before she found a proper base for the Devil Sect, she needed to place these people somewhere, since the courtyard Elder Yu had provided wasn't big enough for 50 people to live in. Of course, this was all temporary. What she really needed was a hidden place that no one could find. However, when Guru Oyun reached that courtyard, there was already someone negotiating with the owner. It's you? Ling Yu spotted Guru Oyun at one glance, and her expression immediately turned ugly. Guru Oyun, you little good-for-nothing, what are you doing here? The moment she thought of the way he had been chased out of 100 Herb Hall, Ling Yu was full of rage, especially since this good-for-nothing Guru Oyun had been accepted by 100 Herb Hall as a little errand girl. That's right, from Ling Yu's perspective, the reason Guru Oyun was living in 100 Herb Hall was because shopkeeper Zhao had chosen her to be a little errand girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Competition and Reversal, 3. Chapter 61, Competition and Reversal, 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Ling Yu? Someone from the Ling family? Guru Oyun stared blankly for a moment at the richly dressed girl who was directing an angry gaze at her. Actually, she had seen Ling Yu only once. The first time Gu Ruoyun had gone to 100 Herb Hall, she had met with the incident where Ling Yu had gotten thrown out of 100 Herb Hall after causing trouble. Even after she had been forced by Old Man Ling to apologize, she was still getting ignored by 100 Herb Hall. She hadn't thought that she would meet Ling Yu here. "What are you doing here?" Due to the mess with Ling Shi, when Ling Yu looked at Gu Ruoyun, it was as if she had met her nemesis. Her sharp dagger-like gaze shot towards the girl standing at the entrance, hating the fact that she couldn't scar that pretty face. Gu Ruoyun's glance swept across Ling Yu before landing on the middle-aged man in front of her, and she said, "How much is this courtyard?" However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Ling Yu's mocking voice sounded. "You little bitch, don't think that you can act as if you're something after entering 100 Herb Hall. You're just a servant in that place. Did you think you could snatch this courtyard away from me by using 100 Herb Hall's reputation? Let me tell you, I'm buying this place for the Crown Prince. He's been thinking of moving out of the palace recently. The Crown Prince is a member of the weapon refining sect. No matter how strong 100 Herb Hall is, it can't beat the weapon refining sect. Furthermore, 100 Herb Hall wouldn't possibly make an enemy out of the weapon refining sect just for a little servant like you." Ling Yu raised her chin proudly as she spoke with utmost arrogance. Her teeth would ache with hatred whenever she thought of how she had been thrown out of 100 Herb Hall. However, it was fine. Once she becomes the Crown Prince's consort, then a tiny 100 Herb Hall would become her possession. By then, as a mere worker in 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun would be a pawn in her hands. "How much is this courtyard?" Gu Ruoyun seemed not to have heard Ling Yu's words, as she continued asking. "Gu Ruoyun, this lady is speaking to you, yet you have the guts to ignore me." Ling Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun. "Oh." Finally, Gu Ruoyun had some sort of reaction. She raised an eyebrow as she looked at Ling Yu. With a smile, she said, "So you were talking to me?" "Sorry, I thought you were talking to yourself." "Put." Ling Yu almost spit up a mouthful of blood. With an ashen face and an indignant gaze, she gritted her teeth as she said, "Gu Ruoyun, I advise you to scram. You can't afford this courtyard. Furthermore, you don't have the right to fight with His Highness, the Crown Prince." Swoosh. All of a sudden, a sharp sword shot forward and pressed against Ling Yu's neck. Her body turned icy cold in an instant. When she raised her head, she met with a pair of haughty and indifferent eyes. "You had better shut your mouth. Or else." Xu Wenfeng gazed coldly at Ling Yu as he said frostily. Don't you know who I am? The imperial concubine is my aunt. You actually dared to threaten me. Wait till I go back and tell my aunt. I'll get my aunt to execute your entire clan." Xu Wenfeng's eyes darkened for a moment. Suddenly, he sneered, "I don't care if your aunt is the imperial concubine or the empress. Anyone who offends master should just die." In the eyes of that young man, Ling Yu saw killing intent. That's right. This guy really wanted to kill her, and wasn't trying to scare her off at all. In an instant, Ling Yu's face turned pale from fright. Her legs couldn't stop trembling, and she couldn't finish speaking even a single word. "Xu Wenfeng, I'm here to conduct business. As for anything else, let's settle it next time." Gu Ruoyun glanced at Xu Wenfeng as she spoke. Hearing so, Xu Wenfeng retracted his killing intent. It was obvious that Ling Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, in that instant, she had clearly felt death coming for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Competition and Reversal, 4. Chapter 62, Competition and Reversal, 4. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. If it had been anyone else, they would have chosen to escape right at this moment, out of fear that the youth would suddenly change his mind and kill them. However, Ling Yu wasn't normal. This residence and its surroundings were quite peaceful. No matter what, she had to buy it as a gift for the Crown Prince. If she could gain the favor of the Crown Prince, she might even be able to become his consort. Thinking of this, Ling Yu took a calming breath, then turned to the middle-aged man. "Your residence is too expensive. Although the environment isn't too bad, it's not worth 8 million. I'll give you 800,000. Are you going to sell or not?" "Miss, surely you're joking? 800,000? Is this a robbery?" The middle-aged man laughed in ridicule. "I've already said it, that price is too low, absolutely not." Hearing so, Ling Yu raised her chin haughtily as she said, "Think carefully. This is a gift that this lady is going to give to the Crown Prince. This is an opportunity to get into the Crown Prince's graces, and you're going to waste it just like that? I'm not saying that you're stupid, but that's a completely stupid move. You should know, there are so many people out there trying to curry favor with the Crown Prince. If it wasn't for me, Lingyu, do you think you would have gotten such a chance? At least I'm not asking you to give me 8 million for this chance, I'm already being especially generous. Furthermore, I'm not taking this for free, aren't I giving you 800,000? From Lingyu's view, the crown prince was someone so high up that most people wouldn't even have the chance to curry favor with him. By sending such an opportunity to his door, he should actually take out a few million gold to thank her. Since a great chance like this wasn't something that just anyone could get. The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His ancestral home was getting stolen away, and he still had to thank her? He had never heard of such absurd logic in his life. Miss Ling, my wife has contracted a serious disease, and only the ghost doctor can cure her. However, the ghost doctor is asking for 8 million. I wouldn't be selling my ancestral home if I didn't have a choice. Please don't make things difficult for us, I really don't have any other choice. The ghost doctor? Hearing the man's words, Gu Ruoyun's heart shook slightly, but she did not say anything more. You're really beyond stupid, Lingyu sneered, your wife is just a single lowly life, how could she compare to letting the crown prince obtain a comfortable residence? If you manage to connect with the crown prince, your prospects will be bright. Even the number one beauty in the world will throw herself into your arms. I reckon your wife wouldn't be so selfish as to ruin your future, otherwise what's the use in keeping a woman like that? The expression on the middle-aged man's face turned uglier and uglier. Miss Ling, I'm not refusing to give His Highness this residence. As long as you bring out 8 million gold, this residence shall belong to you. You? Just as Lingyu was about to speak further, Gu Ruoyun's voice cut in. Could you sell this residence to me? I'm willing to give you 8 million gold for it. The middle-aged man's heart lifted in joy, and he turned towards Gu Ruoyun. This time, he carefully observed the young girl before him. Her pretty face still looked somewhat soft and immature. Her body was not fully grown, making her look a little thin, as if she were undernourished. Only, that young girl carried a slight smile, and her eyes were bright, lively, and full of spirit. Perhaps she wasn't stunning at first glance, but she was very comfortable on the eyes. Little lady, you're looking to buy this place? Indeed, Gu Ruoyun smiled. As for the money, you can go to 100 Herb Hall and look for Elder Yu, he'll give it to you. He'll also be the one to complete the transfer, only. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Competition and Reversal, 5. Chapter 63, Competition and Reversal, 5. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun paused for a moment before continuing. I'm interested in medicine, I hope that I can observe when the ghost doctor comes to treat your wife. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while. I can't decide on this, I need to seek the ghost doctor's opinion. Although the ghost doctor has great medical skills, his temper is rather strange. If he takes a liking to someone, he would treat that person for free. However, if he doesn't like a person, even giving him an entire nation wouldn't be enough to convince him to treat that person. It's fine, just let me know when the time comes. Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin and smiled sinisterly. She had heard of this ghost doctor's reputation after she had come to West Spirit. If she could convince him to join the devil sect, then she wouldn't have to worry about not having a medic around. Master, your smile is somewhat scary. Ma Yu couldn't help but shiver. Why did she feel that Master was about to do something shady to someone? Xuanfeng, Ma Yu, let's go. Gu Ruoyun seemed not to have heard Ma Yu's words. She shrugged, threw out that sentence, and then turned to leave the courtyard. Lingyu watched that slender figure gradually leave, and her lily-white hands unconsciously drew into tight fists. Speaking word by word, she said, Gu Ruoyun, I'll let you run unbridled just one more time. Wait till older brother comes out of closed-door cultivation. That will be the day of your death. In the Ling household. Within a secret room, a young man was sitting cross-legged while cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a dismal light flashed across the depths of his eyes. I've finally finished training in the secret technique Miss Shiryun gave to me, and it's finally time for me to take revenge. Gu Ruoyun, just you wait. In 2 days, I'm going to defeat you in front of everyone and end my grudge. Gu Ruoyun had no idea about the movements of the Ling family. She had been very busy lately, so busy that she had no time to bother about the Ling family. That's right, Elder Yu, did young Master Dongfang leave? Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun seemed to have thought of something, and she turned to look at Elder Yu. Elder Yu nodded, his anxiety could be seen through his eyes. Something happened with the Dongfang family. Young Master was summoned back by the elder family head. Something's happened? Gu Ruoyun's brows knitted together. What happened to the Dongfang family? Also, are the weapon refining sect's men still in Azure Dragon Country? Gu Ruoyan somehow felt a sense of kin whenever she was around Dongfang Xiaozi, and she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Yes, they are. Elder Yu sneered. Not only that, the weapon refining sect spies regularly come sniffing around our 100 Herb Hall's entrance. It looks like they haven't given up on their goal. It's a pity that something's happened with the Dongfang family, or we could have caused some trouble for the weapon refining sect. Gu Ruoyan shook her head. There's no need for Dongfang Xiaozi's men to act. I don't like relying on others. Elder Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ended up staying silent. A few days later, the whole of Azure Dragon Country was shaken up by a single piece of news. Have you heard? The Ling family's little young master Ling Shi is going to have a match with the good-for-nothing who was kicked out of the Gu family. And an expert from the weapon refining sect is going to act as the referee, but I heard that they already had the promised match a few months ago. However, for some reason, they couldn't decide on the outcome of the match, most likely because Gu Ruoyan was too cowardly. She even has the guts to accept the challenge again. This news came out from the Ling family. The two of them even made a deal. If Gu Ruoyan loses, then 100 Herb Hall will henceforth belong to the Ling family. I wonder why 100 Herb Hall's shopkeeper agreed to this condition. It's clearly giving away 100 Herb Hall for free. That Gu Ruoyan is only an errand worker in 100 Herb Hall. Is it worth to do this for her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Competition and Reversal, 6. Chapter 64, Competition and Reversal, 6. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valera novels. At this moment, in the Ling family's main hall, Old Man Ling frowned as he looked at Ling Shi. He said unhappily, I know you're worried that Gu Ruoyan wouldn't accept the challenge, so you purposely announced that she had already agreed to the duel. However, 100 Herb Hall isn't normal. It's easy to draw the ire of the backers behind 100 Herb Hall by spreading nonsense like this. Ling Shi smiled sinisterly. Grandfather, don't forget that our backing is the weapon refining sect. Furthermore, haven't you always wanted to obtain 100 Herb Hall? This is a good chance. I've already spread the news. It doesn't matter whether the people believe it or not. If 100 Herb Hall steps forward to clear the rumors, they'll only get looked down upon. Thinking of the precious medicinal ingredients within 100 Herb Hall, Old Man Ling's heart trembled. He said grudgingly, then do as you will. However, you must win this duel. Don't worry, grandfather. I've already broken through and I'm now a martial warrior. Gu Ruoyan is only at Qi level 4, she's definitely not my match. Ling Shi spoke with utmost confidence. Even if Gu Ruoyan was no longer a good-for-nothing, she couldn't possibly have progressed much in just a month. While he had already become a true cultivator in this month. In the courtyard, Luoyan's freckled face was full of indignation, looking towards Gu Ruoyan as if she had not met her expectations. Gu Ruoyan, you're going to compete against that bastard Ling Shi in just 2 days, why are you sunbathing here so freely? That old man at the Ling family is as sly as a fox. He would never let his precious grandson out to duel if he didn't feel assured of a complete victory. Compete? Gu Ruoyan curled her lip, replying with disapproval, my match with Ling Shi has long ended. He was defeated by my own hands in the Heavenly Spirit formation, so we can simply ignore this match, but how could that be? Everyone's saying that you're going to have a match with Ling Shi in 2 days, and you're even using 100 Herb Hall as the wager. Luoyin opened her mouth in astonishment. Gu Ruoyan didn't know about the duel? What was going on? Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan sat up, and her bright eyes slowly darkened. I've been busy lately, I don't know about anything that happened in the outside world. Tell me what's going on now. Seeing that Gu Ruoyan really did not know anything, Luoyin blinked and slowly recounted all the rumors being spread outside. Gu Ruoyan's smiling face gradually turned cold. She kept silent for a long time before sneering, a match? This must be some plan that Ling Shi's cooked up. Unfortunately, he really shouldn't have tried to touch 100 Herb Hall. However, since he's already done so, I can only pay him back in his own coin. It looks like the Ling family had already come knocking on her door without waiting for her to settle her grudges with them. 2 days later. Outside 100 Herb Hall, it was completely packed with people. They were obviously here to watch the match between Gu Ruoyan and Ling Shi. At this moment, a burst of noise sounded, and the crowd parted in the middle to form a path. Under the stares of the crowd, Ling Shi slowly walked over. Compared to the haughty air from before, he now had a tinge of evil in his aura. It was extremely cold. Gu Ruoyan, I know you're in 100 Herb Hall. Since it's already the promised time, why aren't you coming out to meet me? Unless you've already escaped? While walking to the entrance of 100 Herb Hall, Ling Shi paused in his steps and a wave of dark viciousness flashed across his face. The humiliation that this damned woman had given him in the past would all be returned today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Competition and Reversal, 7. Chapter 65, Competition and Reversal, 7. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Lingxi, you've got guts coming to cause trouble at my 100 herb hall. Shopkeeper Zhao strode out, his forceful gaze shot towards Lingxi like a sharp sword, as he coldly said, I'm giving you a chance. Get out of here. My 100 herb hall does not welcome your Ling family. Ha ha. Lingxi laughed out loud, Shopkeeper Zhao, I'm afraid your 100 herb hall will be switching owners soon. It was Gu Ruoyun who first set the period of a month for our promise. However, I'm such a kind person, I was worried that a month wouldn't be enough for her to grow, so I added another month. It was your 100 herb hall that was so stupid as to think that a good-for-nothing could achieve victory, and you even used the whole 100 herb hall as a wager. Since you guys want me to have 100 herb hall this badly, then shouldn't I fulfill your wish? Don't worry, 100 herb hall will only become even more wealthy and powerful under my management. Actually, if he didn't have the weapon refining sect behind him, Lingxi would not have dared to do such a thing, no matter what. However, the esteemed weapon refining sect was behind him. As powerful as the backing of Baishan Hall might be, how could it compare with the weapon refining sect? My 100 herb hall has never agreed to such ludicrous terms. Shopkeeper Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. His fists tightened as he spoke through gritted teeth. What? You've gotten scared after seeing my current strength? Lingxi sneered. Hearing his words, the crowd shifted their gazes towards Lingxi, and upon seeing his current level, they immediately started to discuss about it. An early-stage martial warrior? Lingxi has unexpectedly broken through Qi level 8 and reached early-stage martial warrior. I didn't notice it until just now. My goodness, as far as I know, wasn't Lingxi just Qi level 5 a month ago? How did he reach early-stage martial warrior this quickly? I'm guessing that 100 herb hall is too used to boasting. Now they're scared after seeing Lingxi's power. TSK, don't agree to terms like that if you're going to get scared. What's the use in regretting now? Suddenly, all the taunting gazes had shifted to Shopkeeper Zhao, making him furious. He hated that he could not immediately get rid of the little bastard before him. Just as both parties were about to enter a deadlock, light laughter drifted over from behind them. Shopkeeper Zhao, let me handle this. Eldest miss. Shopkeeper Zhao's eyes lit up. He hurriedly turned to see Gu Ruoyun walking out from behind him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Humph. Gu Ruoyun, you've finally come out. Lingxi sneered, the traces of a storm rose on his gloomy face upon seeing Gu Ruoyun. Since it's so, it's about time that we start the duel. Duel? Gu Ruoyun smiled lightly, I'm not saying that I'm refusing this duel, but do the terms you promised back then still hold? What terms? That is, if you lose, then the entire Ling family fortune belongs to me. As for you, you will have to kneel before me and call me master. Furthermore, you have to insult old man Ling as an old thing who can't even match up to an animal. You're talking nonsense. Lingxi shouted in rage, his face ashen, when did I agree to terms like that? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow, then when did I ever agree to using 100 herb hall as a wager? The rage in Lingxi's chest burned hot, it wouldn't feel good until he let it out, good. Very good. However, Gu Ruoyun, do you really think you can beat me? You're just a little Qi level nothing, you're not even considered a true cultivator yet. Even if you had 100 lives, you definitely wouldn't ever be my match. The Qi collection levels weren't considered real cultivators, anyone with just this much ability was practically nothing to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Competition and Reversal, 8. Chapter 66, Competition and Reversal, 8. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Under the morning sun, the young girl's face carried a thin smile. In the light breeze, that head of black tresses slowly fluttered. A slight curve could be seen at the corner of her lips, and those eyes that were as clear as freshwater landed on the young man before her. Since you've already acknowledged your words, please don't act dumb later on. Otherwise, your Ling family won't have the face to continue living in Azure Dragon Country. Ha ha. Lingxi laughed out loud before saying coldly, Gu Ruoyun, I can't wait for you to lose 100 herb hall to me. When the time comes, even if I don't make things difficult for you, the owner of 100 herb hall won't forgive you. By that time, there would be no safe shelter for her anywhere on the entire mainland. Hearing that, Shopkeeper Zhao rolled his eyes, completely speechless. The owner of 100 Herb Hall? Wasn't it currently Gu Ruoyun? She was going to make things difficult for herself? Was this fellow brain dead or something? Only Luoyin was a little worried. She looked towards Gu Ruoyun nervously. Gu Ruoyun, will you be okay? Luoyin, wait for me at one side. Having said so, Gu Ruoyun raised her head and looked at Lingxi, saying, Lingxi, can we start now? Wait a moment. Lingxi swept his gaze over Gu Ruoyun coldly. For the sake of preventing anyone from cheating, I've specially invited people from the weapon refining sect to be the referee. Miss Shiyun, Elder Huanfei, please. Whoosh. He had just finished speaking when white clothes floated down from the sky, an enticing fragrance mixed in with the slight breeze. The girl's black tresses were flying upwards and her white clothes were floating. She looked like an exceedingly beautiful fairy. The crowd became unconsciously stunned from the breathtaking sight. They had never seen such a fairy-like girl before, as if she was untainted by earthly matters, as if taking just one more glance at her was blasphemy. Shiyun's gaze swept across the crowd, and upon discovering that the person she had been looking for wasn't around, she frowned unconsciously. Flying in midair? Gu Ruoyun's pupils contracted. No. Flying in midair is an ability that only martial emperors have. Her strength hasn't reached that degree yet, so she's learned a secret technique for flying. Right at this moment, Huanfei led the weapon refining sect's men towards the front of the crowd. His gaze locked onto Gu Ruoyun in the next instant, and with a bang, a ruthless aura spread around his body, carrying a malicious and sinister air. Gu Ruoyun, I'll settle your debts with the weapon refining sect after this. Right now, this old man is here to host this competition between you and the Ling family's little young master. Furthermore, since accidents happen, both parties have to sign a life and death contract. Life and death are governed by fate, no one is to interfere with the result of this competition. Life and death are governed by fate. Everyone had only heard that they were going to duel, but they hadn't heard that it was going to be to the death. Once the contract was signed, the duel would only end when one of them died, unless the winner was overflowing with sympathy and let their opponent live. If not, even if the other party surrendered, they could not end the match. It looks like this time, the Ling family was set on killing Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun. Luoyin turned pale with fright, shouting involuntarily, you can't sign the life or death contract. You absolutely cannot. Sign it, just sign it. Gu Ruoyun, the existence of a good-for-nothing will only bring shame to the Gu family, just die and put an end to it. Within the crowd, Gu Panpan watched Gu Ruoyun sinisterly, the words in her heart bubbling with hatred. If it weren't for Gu Ruoyun, she wouldn't have been blamed by her father, and her mother wouldn't have come so close to being abandoned. It was all due to this little bitch. She should have died earlier. For someone like her who was filled to the brim with evil, who refused to acknowledge her kin, if Lingxi were to kill her, it would only be doing a service to the mainland. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Competition and Reversal, 9. Chapter 67, Competition and Reversal, 9. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun did not speak, but only looked calmly at Huanfei standing before her. Gu Ruoyun, are you scared? Lingxi burst into laughter, before saying coldly, don't worry. If you're scared, then just admit defeat beforehand. You can even keep your life. Only, with Gu Tian's very own daughter acting so cowardly, you would only be ashamed to your brother. It's a good thing your parents died earlier, or they would have died from getting angered by you. Lingxi was happily enjoying his speech, but he didn't realize that the aura on Gu Ruoyun's body was slowly cooling down. You'll regret your words soon. She raised her head, and her originally clear pupils were now covered by a layer of frost, this life or death contract. I'll sign it. Regret? Lingxi curled his lip in disdain. The person who will regret is still undecided. Gu Ruoyun, you don't have any parents, so I don't blame you for being this arrogant. Since no one has ever taught you how to be humble. He didn't think that he still needed to be scared of this woman after breaking through to martial warrior. Huanfei looked at the two of them and said, both of you sign this contract, then we'll start the match after that. Before coming here, the weapon refining sect had already prepared the contract. Both of them scanned the contents of the paper, before signing their own names in a straightforward manner. Luoyin was anxious to talk to Gu Ruoyun, but she was surrounded by spectators and got pushed to the back, so she could only stare until her eyes became dry. Gu Ruoyun, seeing as I was acquainted with Gu Shangxiao, I won't let you die too terribly. Whoosh! A sharp sword was drawn and shot towards Gu Ruoyun like a ray of light. Before the blade reached her forehead, her body leaned to one side, and with a clang, a thin scar was added to the wooden door of 100 Herb Hall behind her. Taking advantage of this, Lingxi's figure flashed several times and appeared before Gu Ruoyun. He held the sword hilt in his hands tightly, and following that, a black ray of light appeared, releasing a sinisterly cold air. Gu Ruoyan continuously dodged Ling Shi's attacks, and although she dodged each of them by just a hair's breadth, it only made Ling Shi become even crazier. As a martial warrior, his every attack had been dodged. Above all, there were so many people surrounding them and watching. How was he supposed to live it down in the future? It was too shameful. Chi level 6. Gu Ruoyun has reached Chi level 6? A gasp of surprise came from the crowd. Wasn't Gu Ruoyun a good-for-nothing? In just 2 short months, she had actually reached Chi level 6? Even though it couldn't compare to Ling Shi's sudden rise in power, it still caused a bit of a commotion. Just a little Chi level 6, what's so shocking about that? Huanfei said coldly, this level of power isn't even qualified to enter the weapon refining sect. Within the weapon refining sect, even the sweepers are above martial warrior, but he couldn't be bothered with levels below martial warrior. They had come to Azure Dragon Country to choose disciples because of the strong talent that had descended to this mainland. However, they had been in Azure Dragon Country for quite some time, yet they had not discovered who the talent had manifested in. Gu Ruoyan, since you like hiding so much, then right now, I'll make sure you don't have anywhere to escape to. Ling Shi clenched his teeth in hatred. At this moment, the aura on his body gradually rose and the winds in the sky were all drawn towards him. Gu Ruoyan's brows knitted together and she watched Ling Shi quietly. If I'm not wrong, the technique he's practicing is. Girl, be careful. Zixi's worried voice sounded from within her soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, I'm a good person, 1. Chapter 68, I'm a good person, 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. At this moment, everyone could feel Ling Shi's power increasing. Gu Ruoyan raised her head to look at Ling Shi before her, and a hidden light flashed in her eyes. From the start of the battle, she had felt that Ling Shi's cultivation was like a facade. Even though he was an early-stage martial warrior, his true strength was only somewhere around Chi level 7. However, didn't the person who gave him this cultivation method tell him that he couldn't use his unique skill? Even though the skill he was using now could push his strength up to a true martial warrior, he would never ever be able to cultivate again. That is, he had used up his entire lifetime's cultivation to temporarily increase his strength. Ha ha! Ling Shi burst into wild laughter, and his gaze was gloomy and malicious. Since you've had the guts to sign the life and death contract, then it means you're already prepared to die. I'll send you off to see your parents right now, you should even thank me for that. Having said so, with a flash of his sword, Ling Shi's figure was already in front of Gu Ruoyan. His face carried a malevolent smile, and he brandished the sword in his hands like a devil as he aimed at her. As if he wanted to cut off her head with one strike. Boom! Gu Ruoyan picked up a wooden rod from the side to block his attacks. In an instant, waves of power fluctuated from their bodies, forming a ripple of light that destroyed the junk in the surroundings and even caused the ground to tremble. Blood. Fresh red blood flowed from Gu Ruoyan's hand where she had been struck, forming a red line that slowly dripped to the ground. Very quickly, the ground around her was stained in red, a ghastly sight. Ling Shi's sinister gaze locked onto Gu Ruoyan. He snorted once in disdain, but that green figure quickly shifted behind Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan, behind you! Luo Yin's expression changed drastically as she watched Gu Ruoyan's back tensely, and she shouted out in anxiety. As if feeling that a poisonous snake was staring at her from behind, Gu Ruoyan slowly turned around. In the next instant, a sharp sword was already on her forehead, and following that, the young man's merciless words fell. The humiliation you gave me in the heavenly spirit formation. I, Ling Shi, will now return all of it back to you. Go and die, Gu Ruoyan. Bang! His sword swung ruthlessly down on Gu Ruoyan's forehead. He had clearly forgotten Shuyun's orders. That's not good. Shuyun's expression changed a little. If Gu Ruoyan's brain was damaged, then her spiritual force would dissipate. This idiot Ling Shi. He was going to spoil everything. However, no matter how much she panicked, it was all too late. Stop it. Damn you, stop it. Elder Yu had just rushed over in time to see this thrilling scene. It scared him so much that his heart trembled a few times. It was over, it was all over. If young master came back to find that something had happened to eldest miss, then disaster would befall on the whole of Azure Dragon Country, and there would be rivers of blood. Back then, when he had heard that something had happened to his beloved sister, young master almost came to Azure Dragon Country to cause trouble. Halfway there, he had been captured and brought back by the family head and punished with closed-door cultivation for a few years. Actually, young master wasn't someone who disregarded the rules. The prerequisite for that was that no one he cared about died. If eldest miss were to die in the hands of this little Ling family swine, then the scale of young master's rage would be enormous. After experiencing the pain of losing another family member, it would be too late for amends even if the family came out to stop him. However, this damned bastard Ling Shi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, I'm a good person, 2. Chapter 69, I'm a good person, 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. How would a tiny Ling family be able to withstand the rage of young master? They would definitely have disappeared before the three great authorities could come and stop him. Don't get fooled by young master's warm and scholarly appearance, that was only on the surface. How could he have become the young master of the Dongfan family without the power to back it up? Bang! Just as Elder Yu was about to have a heart attack, a sword suddenly appeared in front of Guru Oyun. That sword looked rather normal. To be more accurate, the blade and scabbard were spotted with rust. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. However, it was this rusty scrap blade that had blocked Ling Shi's sword. That's right. The sword that had been about to spill Guru Oyun's blood had been blocked just like that. TCH. I thought Ling Shi's move was really strong. I didn't think that it would get blocked this easily. What kind of martial warrior is he? He can't even beat a Chi level 6. He should go back to his mother's womb and get remade. I feel like Ling Shi didn't use his full strength, otherwise, how did Guru Oyun manage to block that? The crowd first recovered from their shock, before continuously letting out exclamations. None of them believed that Guru Oyun's power could actually win over Ling Shi. After all, the difference in their ranks was clear. They would only believe that a Chi level 6 could block an early-stage martial warrior's strike if they believed that an ant could trample an elephant to death. I didn't want to take this out, but Guru Oyun laughed lightly, you forced me to take it out. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Oh, right, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Ling Shi stared blankly for a moment, but quickly recovered his state of mind. He sneered, so what if I want to kill you? Guru Oyun, do you dare to kill me? Even if you had 100 times more courage, you wouldn't dare to touch even a single hair on me. Otherwise, you won't be able to live anymore. Elder Yu helplessly shook his head. Even if Guru Oyun had not planned on killing Ling Shi at the start, she absolutely had to kill him after he said that. Only. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the sword in Guru Oyun's hands. This sword is very special, but it doesn't seem to be a spiritual weapon. I wonder where eldest miss got it. The weapon refining sect has definitely noticed how unusual the sword in her hands is. Even when facing a scene like that, Huanfei had only been watching coldly from start to end. However, upon seeing the sword in Guru Oyun's hands, his brows knitted together lightly. Spiritual weapon? No. It's not a spiritual weapon, I should say that it's a drained spiritual weapon. While drained spiritual weapons could be counted as spiritual weapons, they couldn't be compared to real spiritual weapons, and thus, they were beneath the weapon refining sect's notice. Is that so? Guru Oyun raised her eyebrows and looked at Ling Shi. The smile in her eyes grew even more pronounced. That I want to see what'll happen after I kill you. Then come and try it. Ling Shi smiled coolly, and his body charged towards Guru Oyun like the wind. The glow from his sharp sword lit up the surroundings. It looked extremely sharp and malicious. However, with a gentle wave of the sword in Guru Oyun's hands, a powerful burst of wind immediately rushed forth and pushed Ling Shi back a few steps with a bang. That's right, she had merely waved her sword and hadn't made any other movements. Please tell me, is this real? Don't tell me that the treasure she got from the Heavenly Spirit formation was this sword? In the crowd, the young man, who had wanted to snatch Guru Oyun's treasure back then in the Heavenly Spirit formation, rubbed his eyes fiercely. He was still unhappy about getting humiliated by Guru Oyun previously, so he had followed Ling Shi here to watch her get beaten up. He didn't think that he would end up seeing something like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, I'm a good person, 3. Chapter 70, I'm a good person, 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. It was laughable that he had tried to humiliate her when Guru Oyun had only been letting him play around previously. Cough cough. Ling Shi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his malicious gaze locked onto Guru Oyun. You bitch, you're looking to die. Whoosh. He picked up his sword and charged towards Guru Oyun again. Guru Oyun held tightly onto the sword in her hands, and shortly after, a hurricane rose up from the sword, passing through her fingers and lashing out. Without waiting for Ling Shi to react, endless power burst forth from the sword, causing him to freeze for 2 seconds. It was in these 2 seconds that Gu Ruoyun moved in front of him and stabbed the long sword into Ling Shi's stomach. He spit up a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body collapsed and rolled away. You? Ling Shi had just opened his mouth when he saw that girl dressed in green walking towards him. Under the sunlight, that slender silhouette seemed to be wrapped in a layer of light. Her pretty face carried a gentle smile, but he felt that right here and now, there was a demon smiling at him. Shivers rolled down his spine. What do you want to do? Gu Ruoyun, I'm warning you, my aunt is the imperial concubine. And I have the weapon refining sect backing me. Think carefully about your own safety before you even try to hurt me. Feeling that icy cold chill on his neck, Ling Shi looked nervously at Gu Ruoyun and bellowed incoherently. Hearing that, Gu Ruoyun retracted her blade. Suddenly, Ling Shi heaved a sigh of relief and looked pleased with himself. As long as he had those people backing him, she wouldn't dare to kill him even if she had 100 times the courage. Kill you? Gu Ruoyun smiled, I'm a good person, why would I kill you? Ling Shi, you've already become a good for nothing anyway. No matter how much you train in the future, it'll be useless. Since it's so, I'll just make sure you truly can't cultivate anymore. In time, whether you want me to remove the restriction or whether you want to live out an ignoble existence, it's up to you. After saying so, Gu Ruoyun put on a kind-hearted expression as if she was a good person, but her narrowed eyes were laughing at him. You? Ling Shi had just spoken a single word when a bone-piercing pain came from his wrist. It hurt so much that he almost fainted. It hurt. It hurt so much. Apart from breaking bones, the thing that hurt the most in the world was snapping tendons. And this woman, she was actually snapping the tendons in his limbs. Ah! Under excruciating pain, Ling Shi started screaming and shouting. Only when Gu Ruoyun had snapped the last tendon in his leg did he finally pass out from the pain. Ling Shi, this time, I've finally taken revenge on Gu Ruoyun's behalf. Gu Ruoyun was her, and she was Gu Ruoyun. Even though Gu Ruoyun's death had been caused by Old Man Gu, Ling Shi had played a part in it. Snapping the tendons in his limbs was the best revenge she could have on him. Share. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. When Gu Ruoyun turned to look, she saw an elderly figure charging over from behind the crowd. Ling Yi's reddened eyes looked at Ling Shi, who was lying in a pool of his own blood, then turned his gaze slowly onto Gu Ruoyun. With a broken voice, he said, Gu Ruoyun, you've actually dared to hurt my grandson. Today, I'm going to return the favor to you 1,000 times over. It's no use even if you plead right now. Death. Only her death could make up for the damage she had done to his grandson. Thinking up to here, Ling Yi angrily charged towards Gu Ruoyun, his killing intent spreading far out under the sky. Just as he had charged in front of her, a figure blocked the blow, raising a hand to stop Ling Yi's strike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Treacherous Old Man Ling, 1. Chapter 71, Treacherous Old Man Ling, 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Elder Yu grasped Ling Yi's fist, a cold glint hidden in his aged eyes. Ling family head, as someone from the senior generation, it's not too good to interfere with the competition between juniors, right? Get away from me! A shout exploded from Ling Yi. His eyes were red with hatred, as if he wanted to eat human flesh. I don't care whether it was a competition or not. I only know that she turned my grandson into a good-for-nothing, so she must die here. Elder Yu laughed loudly. Ling family head, your grandson learned the wrong technique and wasn't crippled by the fight. He's already doomed to be someone with no future, since he won't be able to cultivate ever again. Like a lightning bolt striking down from a clear sky, Elder Yu's words immediately struck Ling Yi down where he stood. What had Elder Yu said? Even if Gu Ruoyun had not crippled Ling Shi, he would still have been a good-for-nothing? No. That wasn't possible. Miss Yun had said that the secret technique wouldn't leave any side effects. It must have been some lie that old man was making up to protect Gu Ruoyun. Did you think I would believe you just because you said so? Ling Yi shouted with overflowing rage, I advise you to hand over Gu Ruoyun now. Otherwise, don't blame me for my actions. Sheer is our Ling family's sole heir. If he becomes crippled, then our Ling family line ends here. So I must make that damned girl pay the price with her life. Roar! Ling Yi roared in fury. However, he didn't charge towards Elder Yu or Gu Ruoyun, who was being shielded behind Elder Yu. He reached towards Luoyin standing in the crowd. That's bad. Elder Yu's expression changed, but just as he was about to move forward, a strong wind attacked his leg. With a put-on, his thigh turned weak and he collapsed onto the floor. At this moment, Elder Yu gripped the wooden rod in his hand so tightly that it broke in two with a crack. That worn, elderly face looked extremely scary. With an ashen face, he looked towards the men of the weapon refining sect who were acting innocent, and spat out 3 syllables one by one. Weapon. Refining. Sect. That's right, the source of that attack just now was the weapon refining sect. What he had not anticipated was that the weapon refining sect would dare to play dirty tricks under the eyes of the crowd. Good. Very good. He was going to remember this score. Luo-in. Seeing Ling Yi reaching towards Luo-in, Gu Ruoyun shouted anxiously. However, before Luo-in could recover her senses, she had already landed in Ling Yi's hands. Ha ha ha. Gu Ruoyun, did you think you were safe with the people from 100 Herb Hall protecting you? Too bad you've underestimated me. If you want your friend to be safe, then you're not allowed to retaliate no matter what I do. Otherwise, I'll strangle her to death. Ling Yi's hands gripped tightly around Luo Yin's neck with a vicious expression as he spoke. Gu Ruoyun. Don't bother about me. Luo Yin stared fiercely at Ling Yi and spoke completely fearlessly. Ling Yi, you shameless old man. It was your grandson who signed a life and death contract with Gu Ruoyun. Whose fault can it be that he's crippled now? Who knew that the elder would come out after the younger one lost his fight? Does your Ling family have any dignity at all? You shut up. Ling Yi raised his hand and slapped down hard on Luo Yin's cheek. In an instant, 5 finger marks appeared on that small face. Luo Yin didn't cry or shout. She licked the blood at the corner of her lips, eyes full of ridicule. They signed a contract with the people of the weapon refining sect as witness. Don't tell me that you're going to flout it right in front of the weapon refining sect? While saying so, her gaze swept towards the weapon refining sect. TL note, Happy Chinese New Year, in advance. /o/. This is one of the chapters released for hitting our milestone, past rank number 150 on novel updates. Thank you for your support, dear readers, love. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, check out the table of contents to see how you can support Evil Emperor's Wild Consort and get extra chapters. 3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Treacherous Old Man Ling, 2. Chapter 72, Treacherous Old Man Ling, 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Even though Luo Yin already knew how shameless the weapon refining sect was, she thought that they would still care about appearances in front of such a huge crowd of people, no matter how shameless they were. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the depths of shamelessness that the weapon refining sect could go to. Contract? Huanfei glanced at Luo Yin, then sneered and said, My apologies, what I mentioned earlier was only valid up to the time of the duel. Where did this contract you're talking about come from? Gu Ruoyun violated the rules, so it's only natural that someone punishes her. Our weapon refining sect has always disliked treating people's lives like grass, so we won't interfere in this matter. It wasn't just Luo Yin, even the onlooking crowd was stunned by how shameless the weapon refining sect could get. However, they saw that Shi Yun, who was standing beside Huanfei, had furrowed her brows, so they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. It looked like Huanfei was acting on his own initiative and it wasn't Miss Shi Yun's intentions at all. How could someone as gentle and kind-hearted as Miss Shi Yun, who looked like a fairy, possibly do something as shameless as that? Ha ha. Ling Yi laughed wildly, the rage in his heart overflowing. He said fiercely, Luo Yin, what else do you have to say? Luo Yin bit her lip and sneered, I just didn't think that the weapon refining sect could be this shameless. So if you want to kill me, just do it. I have nothing else to say. This cheap life of mine is insignificant. Don't think of using me to threaten Gu Ruoyun. Then you just watch how your good friend is going to be trampled beneath my feet. Ha ha. Ling Yi laughed with fury as he gripped Luo Yin's neck. Furthermore, don't even think of committing suicide. In my hands, you won't be able to die. If you want to die, then wait till I'm done with Gu Ruoyun. Having said so, he turned to look at Gu Ruoyun, a raging storm swirling in his 2 pupils. Gu Ruoyun, if you don't want your friend to die, then throw down the sword in your hands. Then come and stand in front of me. From start to end, Gu Ruoyun had not said anything. Her pretty face was expressionless as she tossed a calm gaze at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, there are some things you shouldn't do. Since you've already done so, then you must be prepared to bear the consequences in the future. Humph. Stop talking nonsense with me. If you don't listen to my orders, then I'll let your friend die right here. Put down the sword now and walk towards me. I'll give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, your friend won't be able to keep her life. Ling Yi had a tight grip on Luo Yin's neck. Seeing the person in his hand struggling to breathe, endless delight sprung forth within his heart. Elder Yu, help me hold this sword. Gu Ruoyun tossed the sword to Elder Yu with a wave of her hands, then she walked towards Ling Yi slowly. From start to end, that pretty face did not hold much emotion. Eldest, watching Gu Ruoyun's figure, Elder Yu worriedly opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words before he could say them, his eyes full of nervous tension. Gu Ruoyun, you've hurt my grandson. Today, I'm going to let you have a taste of hell. Don't worry, I won't let you die so fast, I'll only return the pain you've inflicted on my grandson tens of thousands of times over. Ha ha ha. Bang! Ling Yi's fist landed on Gu Ruoyun's chest. She stepped backward momentarily, scratching out a long and deep furrow in the ground. The movement caused her hair to flutter down over her face, hiding its paleness. Wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Gu Ruoyun raised her head to look at Ling Yi. Although she didn't say anything, the ridicule in the girl's eyes were as clear as day, sending Ling Yi into a rage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Xianbei's Wrath, 1. Chapter 73, Xianbei's Wrath, 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun, you're already at death's door, and yet you still dare to act so savagely. Today, I'm definitely not letting you off. Bang! Ling Yi threw out punches continuously, each punch landing fiercely on Gu Ruoyun's chest. In an instant, the girl spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but she still looked indifferently at Ling Yi, who was in the middle of a stormy rage. However, it was this gaze that made Ling Yi grit his teeth in hatred. His punches got even stronger, beating Gu Ruoyun back endlessly. Some people couldn't bear the scene and closed their eyes. Only, the young girl's endurance was making them impressed. At this moment, Ling Yi, who was completely enraged by Gu Ruoyun, did not catch the look that she tossed to Elder Yu. Elder Yu nodded his head slightly, indicating that he had understood her. Just as he was going to save Luoyin while Ling Yi was fully concentrating on Gu Ruoyun, a flash of red light shot past him from behind, and pierced towards Gu Ruoyun like lightning. Ha ha! Gu Ruoyun, you shouldn't have hurt my grandson. I'll send you to hell right now. A great power was building up on Ling Yi's fist. Flames of rage were burning in his eyes as he used all his strength to push it towards Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun, don't care about me. Just go. Luoyin's expression changed and she shouted hurriedly. If Gu Ruoyun died because of her, she wouldn't forgive herself for the rest of her life. Thinking up to here, her eyes unconsciously filled with anxiety as well as the deep sense of self-blame and remorse. However, Gu Ruoyun was currently completely exposed under Ling Yi's palms. There was nowhere she could escape to. It looked like the girl was about to die under the other's attack, when suddenly, a large arm reached out from the side and pulled Gu Ruoyun into a strong embrace. Who was it that dared to save this little bastard? Ling Yi immediately turned indignant. Who had the guts to save someone that he wanted to kill? Were they tired of living? Only, when he turned to look over, he couldn't help but startle at the breathtaking sight. He had never seen such a beautiful man before. Dressed in red with silver hair, he looked like an otherworldly creature. His perfect face was extremely delicate. It was so beautiful, in fact, that it could be considered as the apex of beauty for all living things. However, that man had been focused on Gu Ruoyun from the start. His red pupils carried love and regret. Who are you? Ling Yi quickly recovered from his surprise and frowned. Young man, are you trying to interfere? This fellow didn't have a shred of spiritual energy on his body, but Ling Yi couldn't forget that it was him who had saved Gu Ruoyun from his hands. He was unable to believe that that was just a coincidence. You were the one who hurt Xiao Yun? The man turned to look at Ling Yi as he asked expressionlessly. Humph. Ling Yi harumphed coldly. Young man, I advise you to scram immediately. Otherwise, the woman in my hands will lose her life. Xianbei didn't say anything, but slowly walked towards Ling Yi. Under the light breeze, with that head of silver hair fluttering in the wind alongside his gently floating red clothes, there was an indescribably devilish charm to him. Xiao Yi? For a moment, Gu Ruoyun blankly stared at Xianbei, somewhat astonished. She didn't know why, but the current Xiao Yi gave her a very strange feeling, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Young man, did you hear what I said? Since you have, then I'll kill you first. Ling Yi furiously charged towards Xianbei. He even exceeded his limits, and his punches hit a lot harder than when he had been abusing Gu Ruoyun. It was clear that he didn't dare to relax even the slightest bit when facing Xianbei. TL note, adding Xiao, which means little, in front of any part of a name turns it into an affectionate nickname. It's usually used for children or someone you're close to. Gu Ruoyun calls him Xiaoyi because she treats him like a child, but Xianbei calls her Xiaoyun out of affection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Xianbei's Wrath, 2. Chapter 74, Xianbei's Wrath, 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Bang! The power of that punch pierced the sky like a storm raging through. However, in the next moment, his entire body froze. The move that he had used with all his strength had actually been stopped by a single fist? That's right, that man had used a single hand to stop his strongest move. Immediately, a wave of fear rose from the depths of his heart, spreading throughout Ling Yi's body. Looking at that man's terrifyingly beautiful face after the storm, he opened his mouth in an attempt to cry out, only to find that his throat felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Ling Yi couldn't make any sound at all. Run! Ling Yi took a deep breath. The only thing he could do now was run. When the thought came up, he turned and wanted to escape right then and there, but something even more fearsome was waiting for him. At this moment, his body felt like it had been completely bound. It was as if a rope was tied around his feet. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his foot at all. How could this be? How did that man do all this? Just as Ling Yi was trying to understand what had happened, the man's figure appeared before him just like a devil, and the hand of death ruthlessly wrapped around his neck. With just that light move. Crack! As if it was made of simple fiber, his neck was squeezed into a single thread, and with that light crack, his neck was broken just like that. Fresh blood splurted out like a fountain, causing that man's crimson clothes to appear even more devilish. Everyone was stupefied. Their reaction was immediate. Endless fear dominated everyone's hearts, and some weren't even able to stand the display and fainted on the spot. They had seen a countless number of bloody scenes, but they had never seen someone snap a neck before. Furthermore, he had done it just like that. The people who had thought that Xianbei didn't have much power now wanted to slap their own mouths. If he wasn't strong, then who could be considered stronger than him? Why? Why is Gu Ruoyun's luck just that good? Gu Ponpon's heart was filled with jealousy. It was driving her crazy. When I first saw him at the palace, I thought that this man was just a good-for-nothing with some looks. Now he's not only incredibly beautiful, but he's powerful beyond belief. Why is a man like that following Gu Ruoyun? How's that woman qualified? No. I, Gu Panpan, am not inferior to her. From the time we were children up till now, she's only been fit to pick up things that I no longer want. However, for the things that I take a liking to, those will always be mine. Gu Ruoyun was only fit to pick up her trash, and nothing else. Right now, besides Gu Panpan, there was someone else who was also full of jealousy. It was obvious that that person was the weapon refining sect's eldest Miss Shiyun. Even though his pupils were a different color, Shiyun believed from the start that Xianbei was the man who had appeared in her dreams like a god. After seeing the man she had been searching for so many years protecting another woman like that, how could she not be jealous? Especially since that woman was the one who was completely disrespecting the weapon refining sect, Gu Ruoyun. Xiao Yun. Xianbei turned to look at Gu Ruoyun, and after seeing the girl's disbelieving gaze, his heart immediately hurt. Had she been frightened by his cruelty? Xiao Yun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take things too far. I just saw that he hurt you and got too angry. I promise that I won't be so violent from now on. I'll put them to death gently, okay? After saying so, Xianbei held tightly to the corner of her clothes, and looked pleadingly at Gu Ruoyun. What if Xiao Yun wouldn't forgive him? What if she never wanted to bother with him again? No. Absolutely not. When he thought of how Gu Ruoyun would ignore him, Xianbei's heart hurt more and more, as if he had once experienced pain like that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Xianbei's Wrath, 3. Chapter 75, Xianbei's Wrath, 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun finally recovered her senses, then she blinked and said, "What are you talking about? Why would I be angry? However, Xiaoyi, I didn't think that you would still be this strong after losing your memory. You killed Ling Yi in 1 second. Xianbei looked carefully at Gu Ruoyun. Xiao Yun, you're not angry at me? Why would I be angry at you? Gu Ruoyun's gaze showed that she didn't understand, and she asked in a puzzled tone. As if he had jumped straight into heaven from hell, Xianbei was so excited that he drew Gu Ruoyun into his embrace and hugged her tightly to his chest. Gu Ruoyun was rooted to the spot like she had been struck by lightning. To be honest, she had a strange liking for Xianbei. She didn't know why either, but she believed that he wouldn't hurt her. It didn't make sense to have this kind of trust in him, and even Gu Ruoyun herself wasn't clear on where it had come from. However, this hug left her feeling stunned. Since they had met, Xiao Yi had never made such an intimate gesture. Xiao Yun, thank you. I thought that you were angry because I was too merciless, so I was scared that you would ignore me. Xian Beiyi hugged Gu Ruoyan tightly before continuing. Xiao Yun, I won't let you get hurt anymore, and I won't ever leave you, because I don't want to see you bleed. Otherwise, I'll hurt here. Xian Beiyi pointed at his chest and his brows knitted together slightly. I don't know why, but I've always been thinking of you in my heart, and it was you who woke me from my sleep. Xiao Yun, do you think it was fated for us to meet? Fated? Gu Ruoyan shut her eyes slowly, and in that instant, a grave and stern face appeared in her mind. That man was the man she had trusted the most at the start. Otherwise she wouldn't have entrusted her dearest brother to him. However, at the end, he had betrayed her for such a selfish reason, and he even dismembered Yor so ruthlessly. Thinking of that scene, her heart couldn't help but hurt. That heart-rending pain was something that she wouldn't be able to forget no matter how many lifetimes passed. Fated? Suddenly, light laughter sounded from nearby. Gu Ruoyan slowly returned to the present and looked towards the person walking towards her. However, from the start, Shiyun's gaze was always on Xian Beiyi. Actually, sometimes feelings may not be accurate. Especially for someone who's lost their memories like you. If you were talking about fate, then that could only be him and her. Gu Ruoyan was only a good-for-nothing. How could she fight alongside this man? There was no one else on this mainland who could stand by his side, except for herself. Xian Beiyi frowned and unconsciously tugged on Gu Ruoyan's sleeve. He said in an aggrieved manner, Xiao Yun, I don't like too many strangers around. Can we go back to rest? For some reason, the woman in front of him gave him an uncomfortable feeling. That kind of feeling made him want to keep her far, far away. Sure, I don't like these people either. Gu Ruoyan nodded, then seemingly having thought of something, she slowly walked to Luo Yin's side. Luo Yin, I'm sorry. You got dragged into that mess because of me. Luo Yin shook her head, the one who should be sorry is me. If it hadn't been for me, then you wouldn't. Her heart clenched once she thought of that frightening scene just now. If Xian Beiyi hadn't come in time, she wouldn't have been able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Ling Yi wouldn't have been able to kill me anyway. Gu Ruoyan smiled. Even if Xian Beiyi hadn't interfered, she still had Zixi hidden away. She would only let him out if she was forced to. Hold it. Seeing that Gu Ruoyan was about to leave, a voice sounded from behind. Yun smiled gently, Gu Ruoyan, I actually admire you. You were lucky enough to get the drained spiritual weapon, and even use it to defeat Lingxi. Even though your talent isn't particularly outstanding, your luck is exceptionally good, especially. She paused for a moment before continuing to say, you picked up this amnesiac man, and you even managed to brainwash him with the idea that you share some kind of fate with him, leading him to believe that you're the one he's been looking for. However, the truth will always surface someday. I hope you know what you should do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, My Lord, 1. Chapter 76, My Lord, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyan was just about to turn away when she heard those words. Her feet paused unconsciously, and the corner of her lips raised slightly, carrying a trace of a smile on the girl's pretty face. I did find Xiao Yi, but I didn't make him follow me. Why? Does Miss Yun recognize Xiao Yi? Miss Gu, that's exactly what I mean. I've indeed seen this man before, and we were even married for some time. It's unfortunate that he doesn't remember it. So I'm reminding Miss Gu that if you lie too much, your lies will be revealed someday. But the meaning in her words was that the one who Qian Beiyi really knew was her, but through a chain of accidents, he had somehow met with Gu Ruoyan and caused the current situation. What does Miss Yun mean by this? Don't tell me that she's acquainted with the man who killed Ling Yi just now? But the man has lost his memory, so he mistook Gu Ruoyan for her? That's right, who knew that Gu Ruoyan could be this shameless? She could even speak such lies. It's no wonder. How could someone as plain as her be able to match a man as beautiful as him? Standing next to Miss Yun, it's like the difference between a phoenix and a wild chicken. Furthermore, what kind of person is Miss Yun? She's the heir of the weapon refining sect, and she's an absolute genius who's already reached martial king at such a young age. How could Gu Ruoyan even be compared to her? The crowd gave their opinions one after another, and all looked at Gu Ruoyan with eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, no one noticed the restaurant nearby. A man was holding a fan and lying lazily on a soft chair, surrounded by female servants, lively and colorful. The man's upturned gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the young girl. He then smiled, absolutely beautiful and elegant. She's Gu Shengxiao's good-for-nothing sister? Interesting, Gu Shengxiao's sister is indeed very interesting. With this kind of rare talent, she's actually being labeled as a good-for-nothing. TSK, if someone with this level of talent was a good-for-nothing, then there wouldn't be any geniuses in this world. According to common knowledge, the higher you got, the harder it was to break through into the next rank. Some people could spend their entire lives and never pass some bottlenecks. However, there was only one kind of talent in the world that could completely ignore all bottlenecks. Even though her speed at rising through the ranks wouldn't be able to match other geniuses, but the further she got, the more chances her talent would have to shine. This kind of talent was to have a spiritual ocean much larger than normal. And it was obvious that Gu Ruoyun was someone with that talent. A glint flashed through his pupils, and the man laughed soundlessly. The only person I admire in this world is Gu Shengxiao, so I wondered what kind of person his sister would be. It looks like I haven't come to Azure Dragon Country in vain this time. Thinking up to here, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Xingyi, investigate everything about Gu Ruoyun for me. Yes, my lord. Outside 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun did not say anything. That indifferent expression made it seem as though she was ignoring the other. It was at this time that an ill-timed voice cut in. Gu Ruoyun, I didn't think that you were this despicable. Gu Panpan opened her eyes wide as she spoke in a tone full of self-righteousness, as if Gu Ruoyun was a devil that everyone should punish. Luckily, grandfather had the foresight to chase someone like you out of our family. Otherwise, wouldn't you be dragging my Gu family's reputation through the mud right now? However, as soon as she had finished her words, mocking cold laughter sounded from the side. Oh? Your Gu family still has some reputation left? Hee, that's the first I've heard of it. Luoying smiled coldly as she said, Gu Panpan, there isn't any place for you to cut in here. You had best shut your mouth for me. If you make me angry, I'll stab you to death with a cucumber. You. Gu Panpan was so angry that her cheeks flushed red. She gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. You're shameless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, My Lord, 2. Chapter 77, My Lord, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Tisk, I'm indeed very shameless, but that's better than being some saintly white lotus flower. However, Gu Panpan, with an IQ like yours, you're not even that. Luoying sneered at Shiryun, her freckled face conveying nothing but disdain and ridicule. She was looking down upon Shiryun as if Shiryun, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was the dirty one. Shiryun's pupils darkened. To her, Luoying was only a little clown. Killing her would only dirty her blade. Furthermore, it appeared that there would be someone who would come and deal with it for her. It was obvious that Gu Panpan was that kind of person. She was thoroughly angered by Luoying, and like a maddened little lion, she charged threateningly towards the cause of her anger. Thump. Luoying just raised her leg and kicked Gu Panpan's body away with a single move. She then took out a handkerchief to wipe the bottom of her shoes, and then she said in an extremely regretful tone, I actually used my foot to kick her just now, looks like I can't wear these shoes anymore. For the sake of this one kick, I have to throw away one whole pair of shoes. What a waste. What a freaking waste. You. Gu Panpan nearly passed out from indignation. She gritted her teeth, and then she used the rest of her strength to choke out 2 more words, you're shameless. Seeing Luoyin's sorry expression, Gu Ruoyun couldn't restrain herself and laughed, with your family's wealth, isn't buying another pair of shoes as simple as eating another spoonful of rice? That is true, but this bitch isn't even worth a single copper coin. Even if I sold her, I still wouldn't be able to recoup the loss of this one pair of shoes. Luoyin shook her head and sighed, eyes full of regret. With this blow, no matter how thick-skinned Gu Panpan was, she could no longer stand such humiliation and chose to faint straight away. Hold it. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun was trying to leave once again, Shiryun's pupils darkened and she said, You're going to leave just like that? Her steps paused, and with her back facing Shiryun, Gu Ruoyun spoke with a light, indifferent tone that was as sharp as a sword. You're going to stop me? Having said so, she didn't stop any longer and slowly strode into 100 Herb Hall, disappearing from the sight of Shiryun's frigid stare. Shiryun clenched her lily-white fists before slowly relaxing them. Her beautiful gaze turned towards Qian Beiyi, who was about to leave with Gu Ruoyun. Her eyes were filled with distress. You've really forgotten about me? She didn't believe it, that this man would forget about her. If they hadn't been married in their previous life, then she wouldn't have seen him so frequently in her dreams. They didn't interact much, but within those dreams, his sword-wielding figure had long touched her heart. She believed from the start that this man was the one she had been waiting for her whole life. This was why she hadn't been moved, no matter how outstanding her suitors had been. She had persisted up till now for the sake of waiting for him. Unfortunately, although he had finally appeared, it seemed like he didn't recognize her. If there was nothing between them, then why would this extremely handsome man appear in her dreams? Furthermore, Shuryun had always believed that whatever was done in one's previous lifetimes would be carried forward to the current one. Your expression is disgusting. Revulsion flashed across Jinbei's pupils, like you're trying to strip me naked. You're not Xiao Yun. Other than Xiao Yun, I don't want anyone else to stare at me like that. For some reason, since the first time he had seen Shuryun, Jinbei's heart had felt uncomfortable. As long as she was in his vicinity, he felt like his appetite had been spoiled. It was extremely irritating. Xiao Yi. Hearing Jinbei's words, Shuryun's heart twinged in pain. She wanted to say something more, but a strong killing intent surrounded her. In that single instant, she felt as if she had descended straight into hell. Her whole body was freezing cold. Death's aura had enveloped Shuryun. She paled, and shaken as she was, Shuryun could do nothing but stare at that beautiful, demonic face. You're not fit to call me by that name. Cold. Shuryun felt cold all over, and although she opened her mouth, she was unable to say anything. TL note. TLDR pinyin names for non-living things changed to English. Shilin Mainland-West Spirit Mainland. Dongyue Mainland-East Peak Mainland. Qinglong Country-Azure Dragon Country. Baishan Hall-100 Herb Hall. Lianqi Sect-Weapon Refining Sect. Ling Sect-Spirit Sect. Mo Sect-Devil Sect. All these are also listed in the glossary, so you can check it if you get confused. For more explanation for the name change. After more names of countries, places, etc. were revealed as the story went on, I realized that I'm missing out a lot of context by leaving names in pinyin, and not everyone reads the glossary to find out what the names mean. I changed all the names that were left in pinyin to English names instead, so that it's clearer to you readers. For example, the mainlands revealed so far were Shilin, Dongyue. Their names actually contain cardinal directions in them that reveal their relative locations to each other. Shilin-West Spirit Mainland, Dongyue-East Peak Mainland. For others, the names practically declare what the sect/place does, such as Lianqi Sect-Weapon Refining Sect and Baishan Hall-100 Herb Hall. People's names are not going to be changed. For pretty self-explanatory reasons. I've changed the names in previous chapters, and all the new English names will be used going forward. Do let me know if I've missed out on catching any pinyin names in previous chapters. Sorry for springing this sudden change on you, but I believe the story will make much more sense going forward with proper English names for things. See. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, The Crown Prince Visits, 1. Chapter 78, The Crown Prince Visits, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Now, the aura surrounding Jinbei's body suddenly went berserk. That violent storm was something that even he could not suppress. However, other than Shuryun, no one else could feel that aura, so they found her changing expressions rather strange. Xiao Yi, what are you doing outside? Why aren't you coming back in? It was right at this moment that a voice sounded from within the 100 Herbs Hall. The killing intent miraculously disappeared all of a sudden, and the swirling aura in the sky also calmed down, which made Shuryun wonder if what she had just felt was a hallucination or not. However, what she didn't know was that Guru Oyun's call had saved her life. With the tension now released from her entire body, Shuryun collapsed limply onto the ground. Her back was covered in cold sweat, and she panted for breath. Xiao Yun, I'm coming. Jinbei had received Guru Oyun's order, so without another glance at Shuryun, he walked towards 100 Herb Hall. Compared to that demon from just now, he was currently more docile than a bunny. All traces of killing intent had disappeared. Miss, you, Huanfei looked at Shuryun with astonishment. What happened to you? Nothing, Shuryun shook her head, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and gritted her teeth as she said, Elder Huanfei, let's go, but. After saying so, she looked one last time in the direction Jinbei had left, and her heart gave another throb of pain. Jinbei, have you really been brainwashed to this extent? I'm not giving up. You belong to me. I'm not going to let you take someone else into your embrace. So, I must make you recover your memory and kill Guru Oyun with my own hands. Within the rear courtyard, Zixi looked at the girl in front of him, and raised his brows in askance. Girl, how do you feel? Very strange, Guru Oyun's elegant eyebrows were slightly knitted together. Right as Lingyi's strike was about to land, I managed to transfer the power of his fist into my body. If I had continued getting beaten a few more times, I would probably be able to break through to Chi level 7. Zixi smiled. Your soul and body were reforged by the ancient divine Pagoda, so you're much stronger than the average person. However, don't forget. Don't push yourself when you meet the real powerful experts, because real experts can destroy you in an instant. It's not as simple as suffering an injury. From the start, Zixi had been planning to train her. However, he had not given her too much support, as that would actually be detrimental for her advancement instead. Also, Zixi narrowed his purple eyes. Girl, you have to be careful of that girl called Shiryun. Shiryun? Gu Ruoyun looked doubtfully at Zixi. Do you recognize her? No. Zixi shook his head. I just feel that she's very dangerous, so you must not go head to head with her for now. Of course, with your talent, you'll surpass her in 3 to 5 years at most. However, now isn't the time. There were some things that he couldn't let Gu Ruoyun know for now. Why did that woman have his aura? Could it be that Shiryun was related to that person? Thinking of this, Zixi's heart sunk. The gaze he directed at Gu Ruoyun carried a thread of complex emotions. Girl, I hope you can grow up faster, whether it's your power, or... That demonic gaze swept up and down her body, and the man's lips curled up into a mesmerizing smile that was both noble and magnificent. It was surely able to make any living thing fall head over heels for him. However, Gu Ruoyun only shot him a fierce glare. Stop that evil look, I'm not interested in you at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, The Crown Prince Visits, 2. Chapter 79, The Crown Prince Visits, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Then who are you interested in? The corner of Zixi's lips lifted as he faintly smiled. Chen Beiyi? I've told you before, that fellow isn't a good person. You should stay away from him. Zixi, Gu Ruoyun's smile disappeared bit by bit. Her pretty face was shrouded by the afterglow of the setting sun. I haven't known Xiaoyi for very long, but I'm the first person he's met. Right now, he has already lost all of his memories. No matter what wrongs he committed in the past, the current him no longer remembers them. It doesn't matter if he was a god or a devil. Even if he just casually ended a person's life, that was also for the sake of protecting me. I believe his intentions in protecting me are pure. This is because I'm the only one he knows here. That's right, I don't know enough about him, I don't know his past, and I don't even know what kind of pain and betrayal he's been through. However, this does not mean that I'll never trust him. Whether it's Xiaoyi, you, or Luoying, or even my brother that I haven't met yet, if any of you are in danger, I won't sit by and watch. Perhaps the past Qian Beiyi had made gargantuan mistakes, but the present him was just an innocent child in her eyes. Furthermore, it was a fact that his memories had been sealed. Someone who had lost all his memories would naturally view the first person they met as their mother. It was precisely because Xiaoyi did not have any memories that Gu Ruoyun would trust him so. Otherwise, she absolutely would not have gotten so close to this man. Zixi, I wasn't able to protect my mother in the past, and I wasn't even able to protect the little brother that I considered as precious as my own life. In this life, I'm not going to make the same mistake. It's because I've lost those who were precious to me before that I'm going to treasure the people around me even more now. The girl raised her head, and the delicate face that still held traces of her childhood now carried the radiance of her resolution. That resolution seemed to have touched Zixi's heart, because a hint of a smile appeared in his pupils. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of cold flashed through his eyes. Someone's coming. Whoosh! Right after he finished saying so, he turned into a burst of purple light and disappeared from the courtyard. Gu Ruoyun's brows raised slightly, and turning her head to look, she saw Elder Yu striding towards her with quick steps. Eldest Miss, Lan Yanfeng is here. He mentioned that he wants to see you specifically by name, you see. Lan Yanfeng? Gu Ruoyun stared blankly for a moment. Azure Dragon Country's crown prince? Weapon refining sect's disciple? What does he want with me? This servant isn't sure. Elder Yu shook his head. Eldest Miss, are you going to meet him? If you're not willing, then I'll turn him away now. No need, Gu Ruoyun sneered. I want to see what Lan Yanfeng has come looking for. I don't have a single connection with him. What is he doing here, coming to find me? At this moment, within the medicine store of 100 Herb Hall, Lan Yanfeng picked up the teacup in his hands and sipped, his expression as cold and severe as an icy mountain. Even when he saw Elder Yu leading Gu Ruoyun in, nothing changed in those cold eyes. I'm just a lowly unknown person. I wonder what business your highness has, coming down to 100 Herb Hall to look for me? Or could it be that your highness was too thirsty and there wasn't any good tea in your manor, so you're just using your visit as an excuse to get a good cup of tea to drink? Everyone knew that the tea served at 100 Herb Hall was a rare medicinal tea. If he was a normal person, Lang Yanfeng would have turned angry out of shame from Gu Ruoyun's provocation. However, his expression did not change at all, that handsome face of his remained stone cold. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, The Crown Prince Visits, 3. Chapter 80, The Crown Prince Visits, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun, you like me? It wasn't a question, but a statement. Now it was Gu Ruoyun's turn to be flabbergasted. Wasn't this fellow's ego too big? She liked him? Then how was it that she didn't even know this herself? So, Lang Yanfeng paused for a moment. Tomorrow, enter the Crown Prince's household. The order made Gu Ruoyun smile. You want me to enter the Crown Prince's household? As a concubine or a consort? Lang Yanfeng, you've always disliked me, so why are you making me enter the Crown Prince's household? Gu Ruoyun wasn't stupid. Lang Yanfeng had always abhorred her, so why would he try to bring into his household? Lang Yanfeng said coldly, for my junior, Shuyun. Shuyun? You're thinking of having me deliver myself and contribute my spiritual force to Shuyun? Sorry, Lang Yanfeng, I'm not that stupid. I won't send myself to my own death. Once a cultivator lost their spiritual force, they would become an idiot. What difference was there between that and death? Hearing this, Lang Yanfeng frowned. I don't know what you mean by that. Why would Junior Shuyun take your spiritual force? Gu Ruoyun, I admit that you're very different from before. I don't dislike you like I did before, but in my heart, Junior Shuyun is the only one for me. If you leave that silver-haired man, then Junior Shuyun won't suffer anymore. You've liked me since you were little, so I'll grant your wish. I'm willing to take you as my wife. The condition is that you can never meet with that man again. However, except for our wedding night, I'll never touch you again. He would never forget. Back then, when his mother had died after getting ensnared in a plot, and when he had almost been assassinated, it was then that fairy-like girl dressed in white had saved him. For her, he had strived hard in his cultivation. He not only earned the trust of his father, the emperor, but also gained enough strength to enter the weapon-refining sect, just for the sake of meeting the fairy in his heart. However, he knew that fairies were holy and not meant to be profaned by mortal hands, so he could only watch her back from afar. Of course, that was already enough for him. All these years, there had been countless suitors by Shuyun's side, but she had remained single. He had thought that she simply had a pure heart with no desire, but it was only today that he finally understood why she had stayed single for so many years. It was for the sake of waiting for this one person, but that person only had eyes for another woman. In his heart, the fairy was so kind and good. How would she hurt her beloved for the sake of her own happiness? That was something Junior Shuyun would never be able to do. So, he had no other choice but to trade away the rest of his life for her lifetime of happiness. TSK, looks like I've come at the right time. I actually heard the crown prince of a country recklessly hurting a woman for the sake of another woman. Remember, women are meant to be spoiled, not hurt, especially a woman who looks this pleasing. That voice was so devilish that you could tell just what sort of person it came from once you heard it. A wave of beautiful female servants entered first, carrying in a sedan with a dash of pink from outside the door. The appearance immediately gave Gu Ruoyun goosebumps all over her body. She had never thought that there would be a man in this world who would wear a tacky color like pink. It didn't even suit some girls. However, once Gu Ruoyun saw that face, she found that there were indeed people in this world who were suited to wear the color pink. It was hard to tell his gender from that man's alluring face. His mesmerizing eyes were slanted upwards. Those perfect cheeks and fair skin, as well as those exquisite collarbones, any part would challenge one's self-restraint. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, The Crown Prince Visits, 4. Chapter 81, The Crown Prince Visits, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. If it weren't for the obvious Adam's apple on his throat, Gu Ruoyun probably would have completely taken him for a woman. He was way too bewitching. It was such a pity that a body like this had been given to a male. Otherwise, he should have been able to earn a lot if he was sold to a brothel. If Zhou Shangchen knew the direction of Gu Ruoyun's thoughts, he would definitely have the urge to kill someone. This woman was actually thinking of selling him to a brothel? Which brothel would be so daring as to accept him? Zhou Shangchen, why aren't you staying in Vermilion Bird Country as the fourth prince? What are you doing here? Lang Yanfeng's pupils turned serious as he gravely stated, furthermore, my business has nothing to do with you, but... What are you saying, Your Highness? Don't tell me that this prince has to report my comings and goings to you? Zhuo Shangchen gave a smile that could topple a nation, then tossed a coquettish look at Gu Ruoyun. Woman, there's something wrong with Lang Yanfeng's eyes, or he wouldn't like someone as disgusting as Shi Yun. You had better not follow him. Rather, how about this prince? I guarantee that you'll live a good life. Gu Ruoyun glanced at Zhuo Shangchen. Sorry, I don't have any interest in men who look like girls. From what I can see, you seem better suited to date men, so I'm not going to stick my foot in that. Zhuo Shangchen's expression turned black. In an instant, the female servants by his side tossed sympathetic gazes at Gu Ruoyun. The biggest taboo for their lord was having someone say that he looked like a girl. Someone who had previously done so had ended up being chopped into pieces. From then on, no one had dared to make jokes along those lines anymore. However, Zhuo Shangchen took a deep breath, suppressed the burning anger in his heart and smiled. Woman, I'm trying to help you. If she wasn't Gu Shengxiao's little sister, based on what she had said just now, he would have killed her 10,000 or 8,000 times over. However, who gave her such a genius older brother? If he dared to harm even a single strand of hair on that fellow's little sister, that fellow wouldn't hesitate to rush back and chop him up. Apologies, I don't know you, and I don't need your help. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose and gave an indifferent response. Zhuo Shangchen stared blankly for a moment. Where was the cute and gentle little sister Gu Shengxiao had spoken of? Where was she cute? Where was she gentle? She was clearly a crabby little fellow. Of course, Zhuo Shangchen didn't know that in the eyes of all older brothers, little sisters were always cute and kind, let alone the siscon Gu Shengxiao. Thinking of the soft expression that Gu Shengxiao had every time he spoke of this girl, Zhuo Shangchen shook his head, unamused. Woman, you're really a little porcupine. You're covered in spikes all over and keeping people from getting close. I'm not a bad person, you don't have to be so cautious with me. Gu Ruoyun eyed Zhuo Shangchen up and down, her clear eyes carrying an odd expression. Really? Then why am I seeing the 4 words I am a bad person written on your body? Zhuo Shangchen was rendered silent. How exactly did he look like a bad person? The casual exchange between the two, both completely ignoring his existence, had finally made Lang Yanfeng angry. However, no matter how angry he got, his handsome face still had the same cold and indifferent expression. Zhuo Shangchen, Gu Ruoyun has always been in love with me, this is something that everyone knows. I'm just doing as she wishes and giving her a title and a night of love. Even if this isn't treating her fairly, there's no need for you to interfere. Zhuo Shangchen's smile disappeared bit by bit, ridicule could be seen in his pupils. Gu Shengxiao's precious little sister was only worth the title of crown prince consort? If she wanted, then that man would conquer the entire world and gift it to her. This Lang Yanfeng was an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect at most, he was thinking too highly of himself. Gu Shengxiao's true identity was only known to Shi Yun and a few core elders within the weapon refining sect, so Lang Yanfeng would never be able to know all this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words out loud. Author's note, many of the names in my novel were suggested by the readers, and a lot of web novels use the same names. So if some of the characters here share the same name as other characters in other web novels, please understand. Also, don't blame Xiao Yi for not killing Shi Yun. He doesn't have any memories now, he's like a child who doesn't know anything. Like a child playing outside, once mom calls him home, he'll put down his things and head home. Right now, Xiao Yi is in this kind of state. To him, Gu Ruoyun's words are absolute orders. Once Gu Ruoyun asks him to do anything, he'll throw away everything on his hands and listen only to her words. Furthermore, Shi Yun can't die. For the sake of a more gruesome death in the future, she can't die right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Fate Lies in the East, 1. Chapter 82, Fate Lies in the East, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Furthermore, Lang Yanfeng paused for a moment before his cold eyes turned even frostier. I won't let anyone insult Junior Shi Yun. Haha, dot. Zhuo Shangchen laughed wildly, his almond-shaped eyes raising with derision and mirth clear in his pupils. It's your own business if you want to protect your Junior Shi Yun, that has nothing to do with me. However, you can't touch this girl. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. If you touch her, there's one person who absolutely won't forgive you. Gu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhuo Shangchen without understanding. What did he mean by this? Humph. Hearing so, Lang Yanfeng harumphed once and tossed his sleeves as he stood up. The expression on that grave face turned ugly. Zhuo Shangchen, there's no need for you to stick your nose into our Azure Dragon Country's business. Furthermore, our Azure Dragon Country isn't on good terms with Vermilion Bird Country. What do you mean by simply waltzing in here for a visit? Zhuo Shangchen curled his lip. He couldn't say that he was here because he was curious about Gu Xingxiao's little sister, right? Otherwise, if that fellow found out that he had snuck here on his own, he would definitely rush over to slaughter him. Thinking up to here, his eyes narrowed slightly as he put on a charming smile. Relax, Your Highness. This prince will personally visit Azure Dragon Country's emperor later. At this moment, endless amounts of cold air burst out from Long Yanfeng's body. Those icy pupils of his landed on Zhuo Shengchen's devilish face, and then with an equally cold tone, he said, "Then this crown prince will welcome you to the palace with grand ceremony." Having said so, he took one last look at Gu Ruoyun and kept his tone as indifferent as before. Gu Ruoyun, since Junior Shiyun has already taken a liking to that man, against a woman as perfect as her, there's no one in this world who can possibly compete. Becoming my consort is your only choice. Think over it carefully, this crown prince awaits your answer. After he finished speaking, without further ado, he tossed his sleeves and left, leaving only the cold silhouette of his back. TSK, Xiao Yuner, I didn't think that you'd have such poor taste. You actually like someone without character or looks like Long Yanfeng? Zhuo Shangchen's lips curled into a smile. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the first time Gu Ruoyun was meeting him. Thus, upon hearing those words Xiao Yuner, she couldn't help but shiver, a chill rising all over her body. Do I know you? She rubbed her nose, not knowing what to say. You didn't know me before, but now you do. Zhuo Shangchen gave another smile that could ruin countries, sending her his coquettish gaze. However, this prince has long heard of your name. His meaning being that he had already heard of her existence from Gu Shengxiao. However, Gu Ruoyun mistook his meaning. Oh? The corner of her lips raised as she said nonchalantly, so my name has really spread, this title of good for nothing has already made it all the way to Vermilion Bird Country. Suddenly, Zhuo Shangchen's eye twitched and he chuckled, you were indeed a good for nothing previously. I'm afraid that after your battle with that guy today, there won't be anyone who will dare to call you that anymore. Although your talent isn't enough to call you a genius, you're not bad for a normal person. So what if I'm a good for nothing? So what if I'm a genius? No matter what anyone says about me, it has nothing to do with me. I don't have to prove myself. The girl's voice carried the tone of having lived through a lifetime of experience, which made Zhuo Shengchen unconsciously gape in surprise. Suddenly, he thought of the information that Qingyi had managed to find and his eyes went cold instantly. He never would have thought that after Gu Shengxiao had left his home in Azure Dragon Country, this little girl would then actually have a near-death experience. After going through something like that, it was no wonder that she had grown up. Unfortunately, Shangxiao was currently in closed-door cultivation and there was no way to send him messages. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have immediately rushed back and exterminated the Gu family. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Fate Lies in the East, 2. Chapter 83, Fate Lies in the East, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Speaking of which, isn't it time for you to leave? The corner of Gu Ruoyun's brow lifted slightly as she looked at Zhuo Shengchen with the imitation of a smile on her face. Or do you need me to send you to the door, But Zhuo Shengchen's expression was a little aggrieved as he said, little fellow, I helped you out at the very least. Is this how you treat people who helped you? Then what do you want? Zhuo Shengchen stroked his chin with his fingers, body indolent as he lounged on his chaise. He tossed another coquettish look at Gu Ruoyun, and then he sent her an extremely bewitching smile. I don't want much. Since I helped you just now, how about a hug? Sure. Gu Ruoyun smiled, her pretty face was full of humor. Following that, she paused for a moment before saying, Shopkeeper Zhao, go and hug him. In an instant, Zhuo Shangchen's face turned black. Didn't this girl know that he had mysophobia? Normally, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone near his body, even the female servants by his side. Of course, that was excluding that fellow Gu Shengxiao. He had just been teasing her with those words, who knew that she would take it so seriously, even ordering some old man to hug him. Seeing shopkeeper Zhao approaching him, Zhuo Shengchen was so disgusted that goosebumps almost rose over his whole entire body. Especially that smile on that wrinkled old face, it was the same brand of evil as a big bad wolf's look toward a little white bunny. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, the many beautiful female servants drew their swords all at once and pointed them towards shopkeeper Zhao. Their eyes were as cold as their blades, like it would only take a second to kill a person who didn't know their place. Shopkeeper Zhao hesitated and turned back to look at Gu Ruoyun, while the smile on Gu Ruoyun's face grew even more pronounced. Fourth Prince, wasn't it you who wanted a hug? I'm giving it to you, so what's with the attitude? Zhuo Shengchen flipped open his fan and smiled, little fellow, take it that I've lost to you this time. However, I didn't think that you would be connected to the Dongfang family. As far as I know, this 100 herb hall seemed to belong to Dongfang Xiaozi, and not long ago, Dongfang Xiaozi seemed to have given 100 herb hall to someone else. Now I see that someone was you. He didn't miss that 100 herb hall's shopkeeper had obeyed Gu Ruoyun's order. It looks like the rumors weren't true. Gu Ruoyun had not joined 100 herb hall out of some sheer luck and pity from shopkeeper Zhao, but this 100 herb hall belonged to her. Thinking up to here, Zhuo Shengchen narrowed his eyes and smiled. You hold so many secrets on your body, I really want to explore them. Then you're destined to be disappointed, Gu Ruoyun sneered. Shopkeeper Zhao, send our guest out. Hearing Gu Ruoyun's order to send out the guest, Zhuo Shengchen revealed a languid smile. Xiao Yuner, one day, I'll dig all your secrets out. Following that, he turned to the female servants by his side and said, let's go. Yes, my lord Adat. The female servants, while still holding their swords, gripped their fists in greeting before picking up the sedan and turning towards the door. In the instant they turned, the indolent smile disappeared from Zhuo Shengchen's lips and he shut his eyes slowly, sinking into deep thought. His destiny laid in the east? Was the person who would change his fate really in the east? However, his teacher was such an upright and prestigious person, why would he lie? As his thoughts came to this point, Zhuo Shengchen's face carried a bitter smile. The person who can change my fate and the absolute genius the teacher observed are both in the east. Only, Azure Dragon Country is so huge, I don't know how I'm going to find the person I need. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Fate Lies in the East, 3. Chapter 84, Fate Lies in the East, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. At this moment, in the weapon refining sect's residence, Huanfei's expression was extremely ugly. Shiryun, who was sitting to one side, was a little preoccupied with her thoughts. Her elegant brows were locked in a tight frown, thinking of something. Miss, don't worry, I'll definitely catch Gu Ruoyun and give her spiritual force to miss. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, I won't be happy until I kill that little swine. Shiryun's pupils darkened. She slowly set her teacup down and said, Huanfei, don't act recklessly. If the three great authorities find out, then it'll drag the entire weapon refining sect into this. Miss, then what should we do? Don't tell me that we're going to let her off just like that? No. Shiryun shook her head, and a streak of ferocity flashed across her eyes before she gently smiled. It's not like there aren't any other ways to kill her. The three great authorities decreed that opponents with weaker cultivation are off limits, but once she breaks through into Martial General, the rules won't protect her any longer. However, it's going to take a few decades until she becomes a Martial General, and I don't think I can wait that long. Furthermore, I don't want Gu Ruoyun to die. A sinister air was hidden behind Shiryun's smile. No, I want to suck up all her spiritual force, rip off all her limbs, and then torture her for the rest of her life. She was the one who chose to bewitch Qianbei Yi and trick him into following her. Since that's the case, then I'll make sure she pays the appropriate price. Huanfei's heart trembled when he looked upon the current Shiryun. The gentle facade that she put up in front of others was just that, a disguise. Actually, there was no one who knew better than him what lay beneath this woman's mask. Back then, for the sake of reaching the highest possible position in the weapon refining sect as she could, Shiryun had not hesitated in using malicious means to frame her elder twin sister. Though they shared the same face, it was her sister who was the real kind, talented girl, not Shiryun. Though, it was true that all of this had been achieved with his own assistance. However, the fact remained. She could even kill her own twin sister, what else would she not do? Miss, then do you have a better idea? Huanfei frowned. How can we avoid the eyes of the three great authorities and take Gu Ruoyun away without anyone knowing? Shiryun sneered, why do we have to avoid their eyes? Long Yanfeng belongs to my weapon refining sect. If he marries Gu Ruoyun, then Gu Ruoyun will belong to the weapon refining sect. Would the three great authorities care what we do to her then? I've already secretly let slip that I want to make Gu Ruoyun leave Qianbei Yi. A smart person like Long Yanfeng, who is this devoted to me, would definitely sacrifice anything to make me happy. Since there's someone like this around, why not make proper use of him? If it succeeds, Gu Ruoyun even has to thank me. Otherwise, based on her talent and quality, she would never be qualified to marry Lang Yanfeng in her whole entire life. Even if Lang Yanfeng didn't belong to the weapon refining sect, he still held the title of Crown Prince. With such a large difference in status, of course that woman wouldn't have the qualifications to become his wife. Huanfei gaped in surprise. He had thought that he was vicious, but Miss Shiryun was clearly even more vicious than he was. For the sake of reaching her goal, she would stop at nothing. Just as Shiryun was thinking of how to deal with Gu Ruoyun, a wave of turbulence had come to the imperial capital of Azure Dragon Country. There was no other reason. General Luo was the most overprotective father in the whole of Azure Dragon Country, so when he heard that Luoyin had been captured and threatened by Ling Yi, he had instantly flew into a huge rage. He had then led a grand procession to capture the disabled Ling Shi, and he even destroyed Ling Yi's mourning hall on the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Fate Lies in the East, 4. Chapter 85, Fate Lies in the East, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. The womenfolk of the Ling family were weeping tragically. The originally prestigious Ling family had been reduced to such a miserable state in just one night. It was quite the sight. The Imperial Concubine. Quick, let's go look for the Imperial Concubine. The one who said this was Ling Yi's very own younger brother and Ling Shi's second granduncle, Ling Yihui. Now that Ling Yi was dead, Ling Yihui was the head of the Ling family. However, when he tried to go to the Imperial Concubine for help, a girl dressed in green appeared before the Ling family with a token. Our Lord has ordered that the Ling family is to stop here. The Ling family must never look to cause trouble with Gu Ruoyun or the Luo family again, or else they will suffer the consequences. Seeing the token in the girl's hands, Ling Yihui was speechless. He was scared silly. Heavens, a declaration of death from Darkeen Palace? Was this girl someone from Darkeen Palace? On this mainland, it was fine if you didn't know the names of all 4 countries, and even the weapon refining sect master's surname wasn't considered common knowledge, but no one would claim not to know of the Darkeen Palace. Darkeen Palace's actual strength might not be as rich and powerful as the weapon refining sect, but that was because the Darkeen Palace was a nest of assassins. Furthermore, they would take assassination missions from outside the mainland, which was why they were so well known. Darkeen Palace was also infamous for their declarations of death. Before killing them, the people of Darkeen Palace would send a token to their targets, declaring that they would relentlessly pursue them till death. There was no one they wouldn't be able to kill. Most importantly, up till now, no one knew where Darkeen Palace was. Thus, the people of the mainland were always on edge when they talked about Darkeen Palace. He hadn't thought that the Luo family would actually be acquainted with someone from Darkeen Palace. That's right, in Ling Yihui's heart, the reason the Luo family had been so brazen as to come to kidnap someone from the Ling family was entirely because of Darkeen Palace backing them. As for Gu Ruoyun, she had been completely overlooked by him. She was a little girl who hadn't even finished puberty. How could she be acquainted with the Lord of Darkeen Palace? That was entirely impossible. Second granduncle, don't listen to her. Ling Yu's pretty face suddenly changed, and with reddened eyes, she said, "You have to find aunt and get revenge for grandfather and elder brother." Qingyi, the girl dressed in green, gave Ling Yu a very cold look. That one glance seemed to pierce Ling Yu's heart like a sword, making it tremble as she lost all courage to speak. "This lady, please don't worry," Ling Yihui's pupils flashed as he spoke with an intent to flatter Qingyi. "My elder brother's death had nothing to do with either of those people, it was all his own fault. I definitely won't continue to pursue this hated matter. A wise man submits to the circumstances. I'll return and report to my lord." The girl dressed in green raised the sword in her hands as she coldly said, "Farewell." Having said her piece, she turned and left without giving Ling Yihui a chance to react. Cold sweat rose on Ling Yihui's entire body as he stared after her fading silhouette. On the other hand, Ling Yu, not having expected Ling Yihui's choice, had despair written all over her face. No. She definitely would not let Gu Ruoyun and the Luo family continue on so brazenly. Since second granduncle wasn't willing to stick his head out for grandfather, then she would enter the palace herself to look for her aunt. Otherwise, since her aunt lived deep within the palace, she had no way of knowing what had happened outside. Thinking up to here, viciousness flashed through her eyes. "Gu Ruoyun, Luoyin, just you wait. I, Ling Yu, will absolutely never let you live freely. Paying blood for blood is the natural way of things. You must go to hell to repent for your actions." Author's note, regarding Shiryun's real identity, all of you readers guessed wrongly. The situation between her and Shen Beiyi is not like you imagine. I'm not going to reveal it now though, you'll see at the end. Hugs and kisses. TL note, I forgot to mention the meaning of Qingyi's name. Her name is literally green clothing, which is why she's dressed in green. Also, the countries are named after the 4 mythical beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Turtle. You might also know them from Japanese culture as Suryu, Suzaku, Byako, and Genbu. Each beast represents a cardinal direction, and the countries lie in those same directions. Azure Dragon Country is in the east, while Vermilion Bird Country is in the south. This is why Zhuo Shangshan's fate lies in the east. wink with tongue sticking out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 1. Chapter 86, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Chi Level 7. Who? Within the courtyard, Guru Oyun breathed out a mouthful of impure air and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Elder Yu's voice sounded from in front. Eldest miss, there's someone looking for you outside the door. Looking for me? Guru Oyun's brows raised slightly. Who? He said that his surname is Liu, and he previously sold his ancestral home to Eldest Mississippi. Hearing this, Guru Oyun immediately stood up. Her delicate face held a trace of a smile. It looks like the ghost doctor is here. Elder Yu, let's go. Take me to see him. To be honest, Guru Oyun was very interested in this ghost doctor's medical skills. If she could bring him into her devil sect, then they wouldn't need to worry about finding ways to earn money any longer. If the ghost doctor knew the directions of Guru Oyun's thoughts, he would most likely rush right over and destroy her. She wanted to turn the ghost doctor, whose very name struck terror into the hearts of people, into a money-making tool. This was an utter insult to him. Outside the door, Mr. Liu was already waiting anxiously. When he spotted Guru Oyun walking over, his eyes lit up and he said respectfully, Miss Gu, the ghost doctor is already here. However, I can't say if she's willing to let Miss watch her work. Don't worry, even if she doesn't let me near, I won't blame you. Let's go now. Guru Oyun smiled and said. However, after Elder Yu heard their exchange, he hurriedly spoke up, You're going to see the ghost doctor? Then I'll go with you. I've heard that the ghost doctor is rather unreasonable and has an eccentric personality. The ghost doctor is skilled at medicine, but is also doubly skilled with poisons. It's not too safe for you to go alone. Guru Oyun waved her hands. Don't worry, Elder Yu. I know my limits. Mr. Liu, I'll trouble you to bring me over. Okay, Miss Gu, please follow me. Mr. Liu deferentially made a gesture of invitation. In the Liu home. Within the main hall, a girl was gently tasting the tea. Her movements were slow and graceful, extremely elegant. She was dressed in an extremely seductive red robe. Her alluring figure would make any man's blood start pumping. However, upon seeing that face, their rushing blood would come to a stop instantly. The girl's face wasn't extremely ugly, but there were countless scars on half of that face. You could even see the flesh that had been turned out. Those scars ran from her chin up to the corner of her eyes, utterly destroying her beauty. Hearing footsteps from in front, the girl's elegant brows knitted together slightly. She raised her sharp chin and looked over. Upon seeing Mr. Liu, who was late, her tone carried obvious impatience. Even so, no matter how much impatience she showed, it couldn't cover her natural charm. You really took your time there. I, the ghost doctor, am treating this patient out of goodwill, and you actually made me wait here for you? Mr. Liu wiped away his cold sweat and smiled. He said in a flattering manner, Oh honorable ghost doctor, please forgive this servant for arriving late. Right, I'd like to introduce someone to your honor. This is Guru Oyun from 100 Herb Hall. She wants to observe out of great respect for your honor's medical skills. The ghost doctor's gaze swept over Guru Oyun's pretty face, and a trace of mocking hung on her fresh red lips. No one is allowed to come near while I'm treating patients, especially someone who's trying to steal my skills on the sly. Little girl, on account of your young age, I'll let you leave with your life. Hurry up and go. You're not qualified to become my disciple, based on your aptitude. Although the ghost doctor wasn't very strong, she was brilliant with medicine. She could even bring back someone who was already at death's door. Thus, even organizations such as the Dongfang family and weapon refining sect would need to show her some respect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 2. Chapter 87, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Who could claim to never need emergency treatment? However, this ghost doctor was rather recalcitrant in her actions. She never accepted disciples, and didn't like observers while she was treating people. If you offended her, then she would refuse to treat you no matter the price. She also refused to join any of the current organizations with influence. Guru Oyun smiled, so the great ghost doctor only knows a few silly tricks. I thought that the ghost doctor would be someone who's very capable and skilled. I didn't think that it was just rumors blowing it out of proportion. Even if you were willing to accept me as a disciple, I wouldn't want to have you as my shifu. Bang! The ghost doctor slammed her fist on the table and stood up suddenly. The scars on her face had warped, making her look sinister. You silly little girl, you've got guts. You actually dare to mock my medical skills? When I made my name as the ghost doctor, who knows what you were doing? Oh? Is that so? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows and smiled. Since you're so amazing, then why can't you treat the scars on your face? The scars on the ghost doctor's face were her lifetime's sorrow. Even now, just thinking about them would cause her heart to ache as before. Back then, her medical skills had been weak and all she could do was treat the poison that was infecting her wounds. However, she was unable to restore her original appearance. Even though her medical skills had improved by leaps and bounds now, it had already been so long that her wounds have aged. How would she even be able to treat them? Thus, when Gu Ruoyun touched upon her wounds, her face turned ashen in an instant. Killing intent abruptly exuded from her, spreading around the entire hall. Mr. Liu was anxious. Miss Gu, please don't offend the ghost doctor any further. If you continue on like this, then my wife won't be able to get treated. He was regretting it now, really regretting it. Had he known earlier that Gu Ruoyun would say something like this, he wouldn't have brought her here. With the honorable ghost doctor's temper, if you provoked her, even though she wouldn't kill you, but she wouldn't treat you either. Don't worry, even if the ghost doctor refuses to treat your wife, I'll be able to return her a clean bill of health. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Furthermore, I see that this ghost doctor isn't all that skilled after all, otherwise she wouldn't have left the wounds on her face untreated. Ha ha ha. The ghost doctor burst out into wild laughter. She gritted her teeth, ire and murderous intent clear in those beautiful eyes. What a great boast from such a little girl. It's the first time I've seen such a wild little girl. I wasn't able to treat the wounds on my face, but that's because it's been too long. There's not a single person on this mainland who can treat anything that I'm unable to. Is that so? So, what if I'm able to treat it? The young girl's tranquil and calm voice startled the ghost doctor for a moment. Following that, she laughed loudly. Little girl, you're too arrogant. I've already said it, there's no one who can treat something that I'm unable to. The corner of her lips carried a trace of ridicule. That mocking gaze swept over the girl's prettily delicate face. She had never believed that there would be someone in this world whose medical skill surpassed hers, so it was even more impossible that someone would be this girl who still stunk of her mother's milk. Humph. The ghost doctor harumphed. If you can treat me, then I'll tell the entire mainland that I, the ghost doctor, can't match up to your skills. Gu Ruoyun smiled lightly, raised her index finger, and waved it in front of the ghost doctor. Shaking her head, she said, No, I don't need you to say that. You're still number one on this mainland. However, I want you to swear your fealty to me and give your whole life to me, never leaving me and never betraying me. If you dare to swear that, then I'll dare to prove it to you. The ghost doctor stared blankly for a moment. She had always enjoyed her freedom, and rejected all the invitations from sections. Now, this little girl wanted her to swear her fealty to her? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 3. Chapter 88, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Why? You don't dare to? Gu Ruoyun shrugged. I've always thought that the ghost doctor would have more courage than the rest. I didn't think that a small little wager like this would scare you away. Since it's like that, then forget about it, I'm leaving first. After saying so, Gu Ruoyun shook her head, her face full of regret. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun was about to leave, the ghost doctor gritted her teeth and said, Humph. Who said that I'm scared? Unless it's the celestial deity Daluo, no one else can remove the scar on my face. It's impossible for a silly little girl like you, no matter how great your abilities are. Fine, I'll accept your conditions. If you manage to remove the scars on my face, I'll swear my fealty to you. If I betray you, I'll willingly let my family line in with me, and enter the 18 levels of hell, never to be reborn. Don't underestimate the power of oaths. In this mainland full of miracles, no one would violate their oaths, for fear of regretting the consequences later on. There had once been a strong cultivator who broke their oath, and in the end, in accordance with what he had sworn, his 4 limbs had been broken and he had been turned into ashes by lightning. Thus, once you spoke an oath, you had to follow it thoroughly. Gu Ruoyun's footsteps paused. She turned to look at the ghost doctor, gritting her teeth. She smiled, and in that smile, it felt like she was getting away with some sinister plot. Take this beauty rejuvenation pill. Beauty rejuvenation pill? The ghost doctor was stunned for a moment. She looked at the pill in Gu Ruoyun's hands with some hesitation. Finally, she took that beauty rejuvenation pill and carefully swallowed it down. Actually, the reason why the ghost doctor had dared to take the beauty rejuvenation pill was entirely because she was an expert in using poisons. Furthermore, she had already become immune to most poisons, and was completely unafraid that Gu Ruoyan would try to harm her. "Humph, let's see how you're going to resolve this," the ghost doctor harumphed and said mockingly. However, just as she finished speaking, the wounds on her face started to itch, as if 10,000 ants were crawling over her wounds. It was so itchy that she couldn't help but reach out to scratch. Following that, a single sentence from Gu Ruoyun halted her hand. "Don't scratch, or bear the consequences yourself." The ghost doctor was infuriated to the point of craziness. "I've already become immune to most poisons 8 years ago. How is your medicine able to affect me? What grudge do we have between us for you to come over specially to harm me?" She had been too careless, thinking that she was immune to poisons. However, she had fallen into this little girl's plot. Thinking of this, the ghost doctor was so angry that her teeth started aching, but she didn't dare to move recklessly. Honorable ghost doctor, your face," Mr. Liu let out a cry out of shock and became tongue-tied. "What happened to my face?" The ghost doctor frowned and casually picked up the mirror at the side. Following that, with one glance, she was rooted to the spot with shock. The terrible scars on her face were scabbing over bit by bit, then dropping off. After the scabs dropped off, the light pink wounds then changed back into fair white skin at a speed she could see. There must be something wrong with her eyes. That's right, she must be going blind. Without mentioning how hard old wounds were to treat, even with the strongest medicines, there wouldn't be any results occurring this quickly. Furthermore, it was recovering at a speed that the human eye could see. What did this mean? It was terribly frightening. The ghost doctor was so still she seemed lifeless, before a burst of wild laughter came out, bringing along unbridled joy. "You wretched couple. For the sake of stealing the treasure encyclopedia of medicine? That Shifu left to me, you joined together and ruined my face, even poisoning the wounds you left, thinking to use the antidote to force me to hand over the book. You didn't think that I would escape and also treat the poison. It's been 10 years. These 10 years, your betrayal has always come to mind whenever I look at the wounds on my face. I didn't think that I could ever recover my original appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 89, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 4. Chapter 89, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. She hated them. How could she not? In that wretched couple, one of them had been someone who had made vows to her, and the other was the little junior sister who had been so reliant on her. They had joined together in order to betray her for the sake of a medicine book, and even made it so that she could never return to the medicine order. While laughing, tears rolled down the ghost doctor's cheeks. She had stayed independent for so long, not joining any organizations or sects. One of the reasons was for freedom, but the second was because her roots were in the medicine order. However, with her face ruined, the medicine order's disciples wouldn't be able to recognize that she had been the successor that her teacher had been the most proud of back then. Furthermore, now that the medicine order was under the control of that wretched couple, returning there was tantamount to suicide. "Girl, I stick to my word," the ghost doctor wiped away the tears on her face. That lovely face held the glow of resolution. "However, while I'm willing to work for you, I don't want to join any organizations you have under you. Shifu left the sect to me back then, but I wasn't able to take care of it properly for him, so I'm returning to that sect in the future when I get the chance. Since that was the most ardent hope that Shifu left for me, I don't want him to have died with regrets." Gu Ruoyan smiled. She had not expected that the ghost doctor would be someone who valued relationships and loyalty so highly. This kind of person was just what she needed. "As long as you're willing to stay by my side, it doesn't count as breaking your oath." The ghost doctor felt gratitude in her heart. If Gu Ruoyan had forced her to join her organization, she would have had no other choice. Even if she had to break the oath, she had to return to the sect. But she had not done so. This made the remaining unhappiness the ghost doctor had towards Gu Ruoyan fade away. "Girl, did you make that beauty rejuvenation pill?" The ghost doctor looked at Gu Ruoyan with expectation. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose, but nodded in the end. The beauty rejuvenation pill was one of the 3 pill formulas in the first level of the ancient divine pagoda. Thinking of the rumors the mainland had about the ghost doctor, she had prepared this pill. Luckily, the ghost doctor had joined her in the end. "Girl, did you really refine this?" The ghost doctor's eyes lit up. "If I'm not wrong, that was the legendary pill?" Although that pill isn't of much use to cultivators, but the women of the world are rather vain. "If we put up that pill for auction, we'll surely make a huge amount of money." Auction? Gu Ruoyun's heart trembled. Why hadn't she thought of that? especially since she was lacking in finances lately. Although 100 Herb Hall made quite a bit of money, training her men would cost a lot, so she needed even more money. What a pity, the ghost doctor shook her head as she said with regret, it's already lucky enough to have a single pill, considering how miraculous pills are. No one has been able to refine something like that in thousands of years. Looking at the ghost doctor sighing, Guru Oyon didn't say anything, but her pupils darkened in deep thought. As if she had thought of something, the ghost doctor turned her head to look at the dazed Mr. Liu. She said coldly, remember, you're not allowed to speak about what happened today, otherwise your wife's life might be forfeit. I can save her, but I can also kill her without anyone noticing. If you let slip a single word, even if you escape to the edges of the world, you won't be able to escape from me. Mr. Liu couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly said, Honorable Ghost Doctor, please rest easy. I won't say a single word, absolutely no one will know of what happened today. This made the ghost doctor nod in satisfaction. I hope you'll remember your own promise. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Liu family never gets a day of rest. I have something else to do today, I'll come back tomorrow to treat your wife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 5. Chapter 90, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. With regards to the ghost doctor's words, Mr. Liu didn't dare express any dissatisfaction at all, and could only reply respectfully, as the ghost doctor wishes. Girl, the ghost doctor turned to look at Gu Ruoyan, her expression carrying a trace of flattery. How did you make that beauty rejuvenation pill? Can you teach me? At the start, the ghost doctor had been willing to listen to Gu Ruoyan because of the oath, but now after knowing that Gu Ruoyan had been the one who had made that pill, her attitude did a complete turnabout and she didn't dare to have a trace of disrespect in her tone. While Gu Ruoyan had admitted that the beauty rejuvenation pill had come from her hands, for the sake of making the ghost doctor even more willing to obey her. I'll have to ask my teacher for his opinion. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose. Of course, this teacher was completely imaginary, but the ghost doctor was completely not suspicious at all. At Gu Ruoyan's age, if she didn't have a teacher, how could she have refined a legendary pill? Furthermore, her teacher must be some old demon who had lived for many years. How about this? Girl, accept me as your disciple. With the ghost doctor as your disciple, you can be proud as well. The ghost doctor chuckled. Clearly, in her eyes, Gu Ruoyan was a good meal waiting to be eaten by her. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the ghost doctor's smiling face, full of flattery, then shrugged and said, Your medical skills aren't good enough to become my disciple. If this had come out from someone else's mouth, the ghost doctor would surely have snorted. However, who was this girl? She was a genius who had refined pills. Compared to her, her medical skills were indeed too poor. However, after saying this, Gu Ruoyan bid farewell to Mr. Liu. My business here is done. Thank you for your guidance today, farewell. Having said so, she turned and headed to the door. Seeing that Gu Ruoyan was about to disappear, the ghost doctor no longer cared about acting aloof. She hurriedly rushed forward to catch up. Little Shifu, wait for me, please wait for me. At this moment, in the imperial courtyard, Imperial concubine Ling was lying indolently on a chaise longue, absent-mindedly asking a palace maid by her side. Where did His Majesty go after morning court was dismissed today? The palace maid replied respectfully, It seems like the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country came to visit, so His Majesty went to welcome him. The fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country? Imperial concubine Ling frowned. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. Imperial concubine, the Ling family's second miss, Ling Yu, is requesting an audience. Ling Yu? Imperial concubine Ling rubbed her temples, feeling a headache was coming on. That girl loves to cause trouble, and has caused no small amount of trouble for the Ling family. I wonder what she's come for today. Servants, let her in. Right after she finished saying so, a fragrant breeze accompanied by weeping sounds charged in from outside the hall. Ling Yu threw herself into Imperial concubine Ling's embrace, and said dismally, Aunt, you have to help grandfather and brother. What's happened to your grandfather and your brother? Imperial concubine Ling frowned elegantly as she asked. His Majesty didn't like his concubines asking about matters outside the palace, so after entering the palace, it was equivalent to cutting off all contact from the outside world. No news would reach her from the outside. Thus, Imperial concubine Ling still did not know what had befallen the Ling family. And, grandfather's death was caused by Gu Ruoyan. She even caused my brother to become disabled, and he was even taken away by the Luo family. What did you say? Imperial concubine Ling suddenly stood up, clenching her fists tightly. She asked slowly, What you said just now, is it true? It's true, Ling Yu cried pitifully. Gu Ruoyun made the person by her side kill grandfather. She even crippled brother herself. However, second granduncle is refusing to take revenge for grandfather and brother. After grandfather died, he took control of the family and even sent people to watch me so that I wouldn't enter the palace to inform you. I had a hard time escaping those eyes and running here to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Ling Yu's Greed, 1. Chapter 91, Ling Yu's Greed, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Imperial concubine Ling slowly shut her eyes, her fists clenching even tighter as her noble face had unconsciously started to twist up. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes and let out a breath of impure air. The Luo family, and Gu Ruoyun. I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Despite knowing that my father had a daughter like me, you still dared to harm him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for taking revenge for my father. Aunt. Ling Yu raised her teary eyes and looked at Imperial concubine Ling pitifully. Go send my imperial decree, get Gu Ruoyun here to see me. Imperial concubine Ling said coldly. In the court, General Luo was one of the men His Majesty relied on. Although Imperial concubine Ling was a favored concubine, she was unable to take down a general that had been granted great authority by the emperor himself. However, Gu Ruoyun was different. Although 100 Herb Hall was strong and influential, she was merely a little apprentice in there. Shopkeeper Zhao of 100 Herb Hall was a clever man. He wouldn't make the entire Azure Dragon country his enemy over a little apprentice. Yes, Aunt. Ling Yu was overjoyed, a vicious light flashing through her eyes. Gu Ruoyun, this time, let's see how you're going to survive this. Even having 100 lives won't save you now. As long as I have Aunt's imperial decree, I can even take 100 Herb Hall if I want to, let alone a little apprentice like you. It was clear that in Ling Yu's heart, as powerful as 100 Herb Hall was, it was only a little merchant shop that was unable to fight with imperial power. Within the study, Zhuo Shinshan lied on a sedan, his expression languid and loose. His almond-shaped eyes carried a trace of a seductive smile, and he wasn't even properly looking at the emperor sitting up on the throne. Zhuo Shinshan, is this your idea of proper etiquette as Vermilion Bird Country's fourth prince? Lang Yanfeng's brows knitted slightly, a wave of cold and clear disdain flashing across his grave face. Hearing this, Zhuo Shinshan smiled. It would be hard to find anyone in the world, let alone his peers, to match that smile. Not only were the women charmed, but even the men couldn't help holding their breaths in amazement. Your Highness, this prince is too used to doing as he likes, so this prince doesn't understand ceremonial etiquette. If this prince is unfit to speak with your country's emperor due to this, then this prince will leave now. Having said so, Zhuo Shinshan's sedan was about to leave when the emperor, Lang Wujing, suddenly spoke up to stop him. Hold it. What? You were the ones who said that this prince doesn't understand proper etiquette. Don't tell me you're going to stop this prince from leaving? Zhuo Shinshan waved his feather fan and said with a face full of smiles. Lang Wujing slightly narrowed his eyes. He had thought that he could see through anyone, but it was the smiling devilish man alone that he couldn't read from start to finish. It was as if he was a puzzle filled with danger, and the danger also filled him with fear. That's right, fear. Even Lang Wujing didn't know why that, as the ruler of a country, he would be this afraid of a young man in his 20s. Fourth prince, let's talk directly. Why have you come all the way from your Vermilion Bird country to my Azure Dragon country for? Oh, Zhuo Shinshan caressed his chin and smiled indolently, for one person. Who? Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun? Lang Wujing was stunned for a moment. This name, Gu Ruoyun, had been appearing often recently. Who would have thought that Zhuo Shinshan would have come here just for her? Humph. Lan Yanfeng harumphed, and said expressionlessly, Zhuo Shinshan, as far as I know, you aren't acquainted with Gu Ruoyun. We didn't know each other before. Zhuo Shinshan raised his brows. However, I've long heard of her name. I came from so far away just to see her. It was laughable that such a peerless genius would actually be mistaken as a good-for-nothing by all of you. If this prince hadn't come here by coincidence, I wouldn't have known that there would be someone with such talent in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Ling Yu's Greed, 2. Chapter 92, Ling Yu's Greed, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. As if he had heard something unbelievable, Lang Yanfeng froze for a moment. Suddenly, a thin smile unconsciously raised on that usually grave face. That smile, no matter how you looked at it, was full of mockery. Someone who's still only at the chi collection levels after so many years is the genius you're speaking of. So, your vermilion bird country has actually declined to this point. If this kind of person can be considered a genius, then is everyone in your vermilion bird country still at the chi collection levels? It wasn't just Lang Yanfeng, but even Lang Wujing felt that Zuoshengshan's words were simply a joke. Fourth Prince, you must be joking. If someone with her kind of power could be counted as a genius, then what does Miss Shiyun, who reached Martial King at such an early age, count as? Lang Wujing shook his head, finding this whole business rather funny. He didn't know how this fourth prince had determined that Gu Ruoyun was a genius. This lie was way too obvious. Zuoshengshan smiled. As far as this prince knows, Shiyun is already 20 years of age, while Xiao Yuner is only 15. I dare to guarantee that in 5 more years, her level won't lose to Shiyun's. Shut up. Suddenly, Lang Yanfeng's expression had cooled down. His black pupils were like 2 sharp swords, that frosty glare shooting towards Zuoshengshan. You don't have the qualifications to talk about Junior Shiyun's talent. Furthermore, comparing that good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyun to Junior Shiyun. She's not worthy. Even if we're talking about 10, 20, or even 30 years, she will never be able to surpass Junior Shiyun. Shiyun was the goddess in his heart, where all his faith rested. Thus, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone insult Junior Shiyun. Fomer, Lang Wujing cast a side glance toward Lang Yanfeng before turning his gaze back to Zuoshengshan. Is fourth prince willing to bet with me? No matter how much time you give Gu Ruoyun, she'll never be able to surpass Miss Shiyun. Apologies, the corner of Zuoshengshan's lips raised with a faint smile. This prince has no interest in betting on sure bets. Furthermore, your Azure Dragon country has no prizes that this prince would be interested in. Lang Wujing's expression suddenly turned serious. Even though he was fearful of Zuoshengshan, he was at the very least the ruler of this country. Getting slapped across the face like this made him extremely unhappy in his heart. This prince only came here to let your highness warn your good son. Don't trouble Gu Ruoyun anymore. He can't match up to her identity, and since I've already said so, it's time for this prince to leave. Having said so, Zuoshengshan lazily stretched. His gaze seemed to have accidentally swept across Lang Yanfeng's face, but as he did so, the mockery in those almond eyes pointedly deepened. Gu Shengxiao, I wonder how you'll thank me for protecting your sister like this. As if he had seen Gu Shengxiao's extremely grateful face before him, Zuoshengshan laughed out loud. Xingyi, let's go. 200 Herb Hall. I'm going to go tease my Xiao Yuner. Yes, my lord. Xingyi clenched her fists in a greeting expressionlessly. As she looked at that man's lazy and bewitching face, helplessness flashed across the depths of her eyes. She had been following her lord for so many years, and was extremely clear about her lord's misophobia. Even for dressing, he refused to let anyone help him, even his own mother concubine. However, it was in front of that man alone that he would allow casual touches, arms across his shoulder, that he would smile so comfortably, so freely. Thinking of this, Xingyi felt a little bitterness in her heart. She had accompanied her lord for so many years, and had been silently loving him for as many. However, her years of companionship couldn't compare to that 1 year of friendship between her lord and that man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Ling Yu's Greed, 3. Chapter 93, Ling Yu's Greed, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Eldest Miss, you finally returned. In the courtyard, Elder Yu was pacing worriedly, but upon suddenly seeing an approaching Gu Ruoyun, he could finally relax. Eldest Miss, this is... Suddenly, he caught sight of the eye-catching woman following closely behind Gu Ruoyun and unconsciously froze. She? Gu Ruoyun cast a glance at the woman behind her. She's the ghost doctor, but she's going to be my subordinate from now on. What? Elder Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What did Eldest Miss say? She had accepted the ghost doctor as her subordinate? Everyone on the mainland knew how eccentric the ghost doctor was. She had always been free and alone. Back then, even when the weapon refining sect had sent her an invite, she had rejected them. However, no matter how arrogant the weapon refining sect was, they didn't dare to brazenly force the ghost doctor. You could see the status the ghost doctor had on this mainland. The Dongfang family's servant? The ghost doctor's eyes swept across Elder Yu's body, then she curled her lip with disapproval. However, it seems like you don't have a very good position in the Dongfang family, otherwise you wouldn't have been sent to this place. Wei, Gu Ruoyun frowned and directly called the ghost doctor by name, saying, Elder Yu is one of the elders in the Dongfang family, and he's helped me a lot. You're not to disrespect him. Seeing Gu Ruoyun come to his defense, Elder Yu was moved in his heart. Young master had not chosen the wrong person. However, what shocked Elder Yu was that the ghost doctor didn't get angry at all from Gu Ruoyun's admonishment. The ghost doctor had always tended towards an explosive temper. How would she let the matter of being chided in front of someone else pass without retribution? Elder Yu, where did Xiao Yi go? Gu Ruoyun raised her brows. Normally when she returned home, Chen Beiyi would be one of the first to appear in her line of sight. However, this time, she couldn't see a shadow of his figure anywhere. Eldest Miss, the transfer of the Lu ancestral home is complete. Mr. Qianbei went to help Eldest Miss clean up the rooms, so he's currently not in 100 Herb Hall. Is that so? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin lightly and then smiled. Since that's the case, I'll move over tonight. It'll be good to get the devil sect settled in as well. Wei Yi, follow me. Yes, Shifu Yuner. The ghost doctor smiled like a fox, her mesmerizing eyes were full of mischief and her tone was extremely seductive. Shifu Yuner? Elder Yu's eyes widened in shock. He didn't hear wrongly, right? The ghost doctor had called eldest Miss Shifu? Without waiting for Elder Yu to react, the two figures disappeared from his sight. The people of the devil sect were already waiting for Gu Ruoyun in the ancestral home. However, when Gu Ruoyun appeared with Wei Yi following behind her, everyone felt their bones turn to mush. Even though the ghost doctor was already close to 30, after using the beauty rejuvenation pill, she looked like she was in her early 20s. Each of her expressions made her look like a fox spirit, her seductive demeanor was simply too enticing. However, upon hearing that this beautiful woman was the extremely famous ghost doctor, they could no longer stay calm. It looked like their master had great ability, even the ghost doctor that no one could subdue had been brought under her wing. Did they still need to worry about the devil sect's lack of experts? Especially Xu Wenfeng. Compared to his earlier mocking and ridicule of Gu Ruoyun, his attitude had now turned to endless joy that he was following this master. His revenge was within reach. Xu Wenfeng, Ma Yu, handled the arrangements for the devil sect. If you don't understand something, just ask the ghost doctor. She's more experienced than you. One more thing, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a month. Within this 1 month, no one is allowed to disturb me. Author's note, I named the right protector Chuani at first, but I felt that it was very easy to mix up Chuani and Qingyi, so I changed it to Mayu. Translator's note. Shifu equals teacher/master, as in, master-disciple relationship. No change to any names, I kept the right protector of the devil sect as Mayu in previous chapters. See. As a note though, the author does mix up names occasionally, so do let me know if I missed anything and I'll edit it. OVO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Ling Yu's Greed, 4. Chapter 94, Ling Yu's Greed, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Yes, Master. Xu Wenfeng and Mayu simultaneously raised their fists in greeting as they replied respectfully. Due to Gu Ruoyun moving out of 100 Herb Hall, both Ling Yu and Zhuo Shangchen weren't able to find her. Zhuo Shangchen didn't say anything and simply turned and left. However, Ling Yu wasn't so easy to get rid of. I'm carrying the Imperial Concubine's Imperial Decree, get Gu Ruoyun out here to receive it now. Ling Yu raised her chin high as her greedy eyes landed on the many valuable herbs within 100 Herb Hall. If she could get this 100 Herb Hall, then the Crown Prince would surely sit up and take notice of her. From there, the next logical step would be becoming the Crown Prince's consort, and someday, she would become the Empress, the mother of the nation. She's not in our 100 Herb Hall. You've come to the wrong place. Elder Yu's complexion didn't look good as he replied expressionlessly. I don't care where she is, get her out here to see me right now. Ling Yu coolly smiled, unless she wants to disobey the Imperial Decree. By then, even your 100 Herb Hall won't be able to protect her. Furthermore, the Imperial Concubine has another decree, 100 Herb Hall sheltered the killer of my grandfather, and thus they are hereby sentenced to punishment. However, the Imperial Concubine is merciful. If you hand over 100 Herb Hall, then we'll leave you with your lives. Of course, that last sentence was Ling Yu's own idea. She had been eyeing 100 Herb Hall for much longer than just 1 or 2 days, why wouldn't she use this opportunity to take 100 Herb Hall into her own hands? Even if the Imperial Concubine got angry at her later on, she could offer her the precious herbs within 100 Herb Hall and remove the unhappiness in her heart. Ling Yu had it all planned out beautifully. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to carry out her plans. Elder Yu sneered, girl, at such a young age, you have a pretty wild tone. This old man is going to see how exactly you're going to take all of our lives. He had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had met such a daring little girl. Even if 100 Herb Hall belonged to Gu Ruoyun now, he was still a member of the Dongfang family at the very least. A little Imperial Concubine's niece wanted to kill him? Ha, it was simply ridiculous. You old fogey. You're just a little merchant, and yet you dare to disobey imperial power? My aunt is the imperial concubine. Why would she fear a little merchant like you? I advise you to hand over 100 Herb Hall, or you won't be able to continue staying in Azure Dragon Country. Ling Yu could see that Elder Yu occupied a position of power and respect in 100 Herb Hall. Thus, she was taking him as the real owner of 100 Herb Hall who worked behind the scenes. As for Gu Ruoyun, she didn't even consider her. Gu Ruoyun was just a little girl, she hadn't even been born yet when 100 Herb Hall had been built. Good, very good. Ha ha. Elder Yu was so angry that he started laughing. His eyes were spitting fire. I'd like to see how you're going to do it. Show me why I won't be able to continue staying in Azure Dragon Country. I tried to warn you, but I see that you're not going to heed my warning. Ling Yu sneered and waved her hand, speaking to the people behind her, men. Take this old fogey to see the imperial concubine. However, just as she finished speaking, the old man's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ling Yu. Ling Yu wasn't even able to react when Elder Yu's palm struck her chest fiercely. With a poochie sound, her entire body flew backwards. Following that, a tone filled with killing intent suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Get out of my sight, dot. The old man tossed out his long sleeves with a flick of his wrist, his elderly face full of frost. Ling Yu coughed out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood and, while gritting her teeth, she spat word after word at him, you old fogey. Just you wait. I won't let you off. Having said so, she hurriedly stood up, leaving with her tail between her legs in the direction she had initially come from. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 1. Chapter 95, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. A month later. Within the room, the curtains billowed as a warm spring breeze caressed Gu Ruoyun's delicate cheeks. Her eyes were closed as if she was in a state of sleep. Because of the wind, Gu Ruoyun's black tresses were swaying against the sides of her face. She looked serene yet mesmerizing. At this moment, within the ancient divine pagoda, wearing a gilded violet robe that swayed without wind, a man stood with his hands held behind his back. His matching violet eyes had traces of a smile, but his lips held an evil curve as he watched the young girl in front of him. This place is the second level of the ancient divine pagoda. You can get your reward for reaching martial warrior here. The second level of the ancient divine pagoda. Even though Gu Ruoyun still didn't know what the reward would be, it surely wouldn't be worse than the pill formulas from the first level. This is the pill formula for the spirit gathering pill? The spirit gathering pill was considered the next rank from the chi gathering pill. For example, someone like Elder Yu who was stuck at the final stage of Martial General wouldn't be able to break through using the chi gathering pill. This was why she had not let Elder Yu use the chi gathering pill to begin with. However, if she had spirit gathering pills, it would be a different story. This pill was effective for Martial General ranked cultivators. It could let them successfully break through. Just thinking about it, Gu Ruoyun's heart clenched. Although she now had 100 Herb Hall and Devil Sect in her hands, she still didn't have a true expert in her ranks. If Elder Yu became a martial king, then they could do as they liked within Azure Dragon Country. I see that the reward for this second level is 3 pill formulas again. Spirit Gathering Pill, Blood Replenishing Pill and Spirit Recovery Pill. According to general knowledge, cultivators used spiritual power to battle. If their spiritual power ran out, the cultivator was in potentially fatal danger. Thus, Spirit Recovery Pills were used to recover a cultivator's spiritual power. As for blood replenishing pills, as the name suggested, it was meant to treat wounds. Gu Ruoyun carefully kept the pill formulas, then smiled as she said, I was still worrying over how I could let Elder Yu have a breakthrough. I didn't think that I would get the spirit gathering pill just like that. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun could feel a disturbance coming from the drained spiritual weapon she had picked up. Following that, with a whoosh, it flew out and floated upright in front of her. Zixi, what's going on? This drained spiritual weapon has already lost all of its spiritual power, why would it? Zixi didn't speak, but only fixed his eyes on that drained spiritual weapon with a profound gaze. He kept silent for half a beat, before slowly speaking up, girl, try transferring some of your own spiritual power into this drained spiritual weapon. Okay, dot. Gu Ruoyun nodded slightly, her jade fingers settled on the surface of the drained spiritual weapon, and then she let her eyes slide closed. A portion of her spiritual power flowed forth from her palm, entering into the drained spiritual weapon at a snail's pace before it was then just as slowly accepted by the weapon. At this moment, a fierce light shone from the spiritual weapon, encasing the entire ancient divine pagoda. What's happening? At this moment, Guru Ayun was in a daze. She had no idea what was happening. I see that my guess was right, Zixi smiled. Girl, the second level of the ancient divine pagoda has given you another power, nurturing weapons. Nurturing weapons? What do you mean? Guru Ayun blinked as she looked in bewilderment at that man's devilishly charming smile. Zixi smiled gently. Simply speaking, you can transfer spiritual power into weapons and change them into spiritual weapons. Of course, the one in your hands is one of the lowest ranked spiritual weapons. If you want to make it into a middle or high ranked spiritual weapon, your current strength isn't enough. As for the legendary godly weapons, you must have the materials to forge godly weapons first. However, having a real spiritual weapon right from the start will be good for your future growth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 2. Chapter 96, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Guru Ayun's heart instantly skipped a beat. She looked at the spiritual weapon in her hands with astonishment, and it took a long time to recover her senses. The meaning of what Zixi had said was that, from now on, as long as she was willing, she could have as many spiritual weapons as she wanted? Even on the East Peak mainland, spiritual weapons were an extremely rare existence. Furthermore, this was on the West Spirit mainland that was much poorer in resources than the East Peak mainland. Even in the weapon refining sect, only their sect master had a low-ranked spiritual weapon, and he kept it hidden away like a great treasure. If she could forge an unlimited number of spiritual weapons, what did this mean? It meant that in the near future, she would have an extremely strong team. Girl, it's about time, Zixi rubbed Guru Ayun's head. At this moment, a trace of worry appeared in his devilish violet eyes. You have to grow as fast as you can. My strength will recover as fast as your growth. Zixi, Guru Ayun raised her head to look at Zixi's handsome face. She bit her lip and asked, who's your enemy? And who's the enemy that I'm supposed to face in the future? Zixi lowered his head and smiled at the girl in front of him. Girl, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but I can give you a promise. When you return to the East Peak mainland and take revenge for the mother and brother of your previous life, I'll tell you everything. Hearing this, Guru Ayun froze. Alright, I'll be able to take my revenge soon. When the time comes, tell me everything you know, including Qianbei's identity. I promise. The smile on Zixi's face grew deeper, but without realizing, those violet eyes were full of the intention to spoil her. Guru Ayun had just left the ancient divine pagoda when she felt a warm breath on her face. Instantly, alarm flashed across her heart and she abruptly opened her eyes, throwing a punch without even looking. Bang! That punch had hit him directly in the eye. The culprit pitifully squatted in the corner, his tear-filled eyes fixed in an accusatory stare like Guru Ayun had done some unspeakable evil to him. However, when accompanied by that peerlessly beautiful face, his wronged look was just a feast for the eyes. Not even devastatingly beautiful was enough to describe that startling beauty of his. Of course, you had to ignore the black eye on the left first. Xiao Yi? Guru Ayun blinked. What happened to your eye? What happened to his eye? Wasn't it her handiwork? Qianbei pouted, as aggrieved as a little wife. I came to wake you up, but... Hearing this, Guru Ayun abruptly recalled the punch she had thrown. A little embarrassed, she rubbed her nose. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Right, why didn't you dodge? Dodge? Qianbei frowned. I don't know how to dodge. I only know how to parry. Saying so, Qianbei raised his head to look at Guru Ayun. Perhaps the word dodge didn't exist in his mind, so he wouldn't do such an action. In his mind, he would kill whoever dared to harm him, so why would he need to dodge? Then why didn't you parry? Guru Ayun asked, a little confused. Looking at the power Qianbei had shown when he had killed Ling Yi so easily, if he was unwilling, she wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his head. Qianbei thought for a bit before shaking his head and saying, I couldn't parry, I can't control my strength when I parry. It might have hurt you. Thus, he had willingly taken her punch? Guru Ayun was flabbergasted. She opened her mouth to speak, but she didn't know what to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 3. Chapter 97, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Xiao Yun, did I say something wrong? Seeing that Gu Ruoyun had sunk into silence, a wave of panic unconsciously began to build in Shen Bei's heart, so he decided to word his question carefully. Gu Ruoyun shook her head, her gaze a little complicated. Xiao Yi, why did you protect me back then when Ling Yi was about to hit me? Why are you treating me so well? I don't know. Shen Bei looked at the girl's delicate face, his red pupils showing his resolve. I only know that, from the first time I saw you, I wanted to protect you. The depths of Gu Ruoyun's heart shook, and she slowly closed her eyes. In the past, someone had also said that he would protect her and take care of her, but in the end? She had caused the death of her little brother because she had placed her trust in the wrong person. Xiao Yi, I've been here for more than a month. I don't know if 100 Herb Hall has encountered any trouble or not, so I'm going to visit there first. The girl opened her eyes, a smile on her pretty face. Mother, grandfather. Rest assured, there'll be a day when I'll return to the East Peak mainland and use our enemy's blood to pave the path for my return. In addition, Xiao Yi, there's something I'd like you to help me with. In 100 Herb Hall, all was silent. Since Ling Yu had been pushed into retreat by Elder Yu a month ago, she had not come looking for trouble again. It was peaceful to the point that everyone had forgotten Ling Yu's existence. At this moment, when shopkeeper Zhao spotted Gu Ruoyun walking into the hall, he was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly walked up to her and welcome. Eldest miss, you've come? Where's Elder Yu? Gu Ruoyun's gaze swept the hall, but she didn't see Elder Yu's figure. Eldest miss, Elder Yu isn't in 100 Herb Hall right now. Would you like this servant to call him? Yes, go call Elder Yu and tell him that I have some urgent business. Also, Gu Ruoyun casually brought out a piece of paper and indifferently said, bring all the herbs written on this piece of paper to me as fast as you can. Yes, eldest Mississippi. Shopkeeper Zhao glanced at the herbs that Gu Ruoyun wanted and was inwardly surprised. However, he didn't say a word and respectfully took his leave. He was rather curious in his heart. The herbs that eldest miss wanted were extremely precious, some would only grow a single leaf every few hundred years. What was she going to do with these? However, with 100 Herb Hall's resources, it was but a moment's time before he brought all these herbs in front of Gu Ruoyun. Following that, Elder Yu had also appeared. I need to leave for a moment. Elder Yu, wait for me outside the room. In addition, don't let anyone come in and disturb me, but... Having said so, she turned and walked towards the courtyard in the back. Although shopkeeper Zhao and Elder Yu were extremely curious, none of them questioned Gu Ruoyun's orders. Inside the ancient divine pagoda, right after Gu Ruoyun entered, she immediately inquired, Zixi, I've already gotten the materials for the spirit gathering pill. Are we going to start refining it now? Zixi smiled. The method to refine this spirit gathering pill is a little different from the way we refine the chi gathering pill. However, they'll produce the same result. For you, it isn't too difficult. Alright, now you can try it out. Okay. Gu Ruoyun inclined her head before turning her gaze to the cauldron. When the sun set in the west, the old man stood outside the door without moving, just like a statue. Eldest miss had been inside the room for the entire day, from the time she had entered up till now, and there hadn't been a single hint of movement either. He didn't know what the situation was like inside. Just as he was puzzling over why Gu Ruoyun had been looking for him, the door to the room behind him was slowly pushed open, and then the girl's clear voice called for him. Elder Yu, come in. Yes, eldest Mississippi. Hearing this, Elder Yu turned to walk into the room. Looking at the girl standing in the center of the room, he said with an expression of the utmost respect, I wonder what business eldest miss has summoned me for today? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 4. Chapter 98, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Elder Yu, take this pill. She opened her hands, and in that instant, a round green pill appeared in the center of her palm. This is, Elder Yu was a little surprised. Chi gathering pill? But hadn't eldest miss already told him that the chi gathering pill wouldn't have the ability to help him through his bottleneck? No. Wrong. Elder Yu frowned. This wasn't a chi gathering pill, it couldn't be. The spiritual power contained within this single pill was even denser than that of the chi gathering pill. As if knowing the suspicion in Elder Yu's heart, Gu Ruoyun opened her mouth and merely said, Spirit gathering pill. Spirit gathering pill? Hearing those three words, Elder Yu's heart trembled. He reached out with a shaking hand, gripped that green pill, and slowly placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of extremely dense spiritual chi poured into the surroundings without pause. If the effect that the chi gathering pill brought was a thick mist, then right now, Elder Yu was completely encased in a layer of fog, not even a single hair on his head could be seen. At this moment, the spiritual chi surrounding him followed his channels and rushed into his spiritual ocean, causing the bottleneck that had stoppered it for so long to shift ever so slightly. Elder Yu was overjoyed. Only the heavens knew how long it had been since he felt this kind of feeling. Years? More? He had thought that he would be stuck at this late stage of Martial General forever, never to break through to Martial King, but now. This was practically a miracle. Thinking up to here, Elder Yu hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started cultivating, fighting for every precious second of cultivation that he could. He was unwilling to waste even a single bit of it. Gu Ruoyan looked at the green fog encasing Elder Yu, and deep thought flashed through her eyes. It was at this time that a burst of noise came from outside 100 Herb Hall, causing her brows to unconsciously knit together. What's happening outside? She glanced at Elder Yu and sunk into thought for a moment before saying, Elder Yu won't be able to break through for at least an hour or so, I'll go out and take a look first. Having said so, she didn't take a second glance at Elder Yu and turned to leave. At this moment, on the main street, Ling Yu had her hands on her waist as she angrily glared at the crowd. Her heart was filled with hatred. She absolutely wouldn't forget that, a month ago, it had been this damned 100 Herb Hall that had chased her out and swept the rest of her dignity out the door along with her. The worst part was that, after finding out what she had said outside 100 Herb Hall, her aunt had scolded her ferociously. Even her uncle, the Emperor, had wanted to question her for her crimes. If it hadn't been for her aunt pleading for her, she would have become a convict in the prison. She didn't understand, this 100 Herb Hall was just a small merchant store. What was so great about them that even her aunt's power was of no use? However, she didn't need to fear them anymore. Thinking of the person behind her, Ling Yu raised her chin and commanded, get Gu Ruoyan and that fellow called Elder Yu out here for their punishments. Shopkeeper Zhao wanted to speak, but he saw Gu Ruoyan suddenly walk out from within 100 Herb Hall. He opened his mouth for a brief second, but finally decided to close it without saying anything. Gu Ruoyan, I thought you were hiding behind 100 Herb Hall's protection. Who would have thought that you would dare to walk out after hiding for a month? Ling Yu sneered, her hatred burning like hellfire in her eyes, you killed my grandfather and brother, and then you caused my family to become destitute and homeless. Today, I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to appease their spirits in heaven. Gu Ruoyan knew of how Ling Yu had been beaten out by Elder Yu a month ago. Seeing that she dared to come up to their door again, Gu Ruoyan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her gaze then moved to the man dressed in black standing behind Ling Yu. That man's body was completely encased in black clothing. Even his face couldn't be seen, but... Gu Ruoyan sneered. No wonder Ling Yu dared to come to 100 Herb Hall, she had this man to back her up. Martial King! She didn't think that Ling Yu could actually find a Martial King. Martial Kings could completely dominate anyone else here in Azure Dragon Country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Martial King vs. Martial King, 1. Chapter 99, Martial King vs. Martial King, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. It was at this moment that the gaze of the man in black landed on Gu Ruoyan. In that instant, all the blood in Gu Ruoyan's body froze. It was like a venomous snake was currently wrapped around her neck. She felt like she was being choked, an extremely uncomfortable feeling to say the least. Gu Ruoyan. Ling Yu's gaze slowly began to cool, and she sneered as she said, this time, even if you hide behind 100 Herb Hall, you won't be able to escape your punishment. This woman had to die. Ferocity flashed across Ling Yu's eyes as her sneer grew even more pronounced. Thinking up to here, she backed up a few steps and respectfully looked towards the man in black behind her. Mr. Sai, I'm leaving it to you. A hoarse voice came out from the man in black. That venomous snake-like gaze was locked onto Gu Ruoyan. Following that, an oppressive pressure burst out from his body. Under that pressure, Gu Ruoyan's body wobbled, and her gaze turned to solid ice. Ling Yu. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyan smiled. Her expression was full of some unknown meaning as she said, I really admire you right now. You managed to get a Martial King here to back you up. Whoosh. Just as the sound of Gu Ruoyan's words faded, the man in black's gaze narrowed. It was like his eyes became a pair of sharpened twin blades, both trying to pierce that young girl's body. He had never expected that Gu Ruoyan would see through his strength. For cultivators, it was only when you reached a certain rank that you would be able to receive all the power behind that rank. Thus, unless Gu Ruoyan had reached Martial King, she should definitely not be able to know what level his strength was at. However, based on just his pressure, she had been able to see through his rank. This was something he had never thought possible. He had come to Azure Dragon Country in secret. If those people found out, then... Thinking up to here, the killing intent exuded by the man in black thickened, and the darkness in his eyes bled deep. What the man in black didn't know was that, although Gu Ruoyun's current strength was only at martial warrior, she had been a martial honor in her previous life, and she had stayed at martial king for many years. How would she be unable to understand this man's true power? Martial king? Heavens, Ling, you managed to find a martial king expert. As far as I know, our Azure Dragon country's top expert Wuching, the assassin who comes and goes without a trace, is only a late-stage martial general. Now a martial king has appeared. Is the world about to change? It looks like the Ling family is going to rise back to power. Upon hearing everyone's exclamations of surprise, an arrogant smile surfaced on Ling Yu's face. Actually, she didn't know where this man in black had come from. He had been the one to find her, because he wanted to borrow the Ling family's name to kill Gu Ruoyun. However, that didn't stop everyone from thinking that this man before them was someone of the Ling family. Ling Yu, I'm rather curious how you found a martial king. Gu Ruoyun restrained the cold in her eyes. Instead, she spoke with a face full of smiles. Ling Yu was about to speak when the man in black beside her interrupted in his hoarse voice. Are you trying to stall for time? Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun's smile grew even more pronounced. That's right. She was indeed trying to stall for more time. She only had to wait for Elder Yu to finish breaking through, then he would be able to fight off the man in front of her. Great, Gu Ruoyun, you're actually trying to stall for time. Ling Yu reacted instantly. Raising her finger in accusation, she angrily said, Did you think someone would come to save you this time? 100 Herb Hall? Or that silver-haired man that you seduced somehow? I'm telling you, all those people are nothing in front of a martial king expert. This time, no one's going to help you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Martial King vs. Martial King, 2. Chapter 100, Martial King vs. Martial King, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. A small smile appeared on Gu Ruoyun's face. Her clear eyes were focused on the man in black standing in front of her. Whether I'm stalling for time or not, before you kill me, you should at least tell me your name, right? My name? The man in black sneered, You're not worthy of knowing my name. Gu Ruoyun, no matter how long you drag this out, it's no use. No one will be able to save you. Who said that no one would be able to save her? Suddenly, a roar of rage sounded from behind Gu Ruoyun. Turning to look, the crowd saw General Luo and Luoyin leading tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the crowd. As if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone parted to form a road for them so that they could smoothly walk to Gu Ruoyun's side. In an instant, those elite soldiers brought out their weapons and surrounded Ling Yu and the man in black. General Luo, Ling Yu's expression had turned ugly. As the general of a nation, you're actually abusing your official authority, using the imperial troops for a personal grudge. With a swoosh, General Luo took out his greatsword and stabbed it into the ground before him with a bang. He was dressed in full armor, an awe-inspiring war god defending Gu Ruoyun. Who said that this general is abusing his authority and using it for personal grudges? This general is protecting Azure Dragon country. He sneered as he looked at the man in black. A man of unknown origins has infiltrated my Azure Dragon country. As a general of Azure Dragon country, I have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Who knows if he'll affect the safety of His Majesty? Thus, before your identity is clear, please follow me. A cold and gloomy aura wrapped around the man in black. His venomous snake-like eyes were locked onto General Luo's mountain of a figure. With a rough voice, he said, I don't want to tangle with the military of a nation, so if you're smart, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. Instantly, sharp killing intent swept towards General Luo. Under that murderous pressure, General Luo's face turned pale and his body swayed. However, upon thinking that he was the general of a nation at the very least, wouldn't it look terrible if he was beaten by someone in front of the populace? Thus, he squared his shoulders and stood straight in front of the man in black. Gu Ruoyun, are you okay? Luoyin rushed to Gu Ruoyun's side and asked, full of worry, who is this guy? Why does he want to help Ling Yu kill you? She didn't think that Ling Yu was capable of inviting an expert like that. I'm not sure, Gu Ruoyun shook her head, that aura on his body is foreign to me, I've never seen it before. I'm not sure what his motive is. Luoyin patted Gu Ruoyun's shoulder and spoke with the air of a solemn vow, no matter what, don't worry. This is Azure Dragon country, and my dad is one of the 2 generals defending it. The military power in his hands won't lose to the power of that old man from the Gu family. No one dares to kill in front of my dad, as long as we're in Azure Dragon country. That's not necessarily true. The expression in Gu Ruoyun's eyes turned grave. This opponent is too strong, and for an expert of this level, it doesn't matter how much military strength you have. Those who had never reached Martial King would definitely not know how scary this rank was. Even if they faced 1,000,000 heroic soldiers, he could kill them all, down to the very last man. However, for the sake of saving her, General Luo and Luoyin hadn't even hesitated in going against a Martial King expert. Gu Ruoyun was extremely touched. However, if only General Luo's men could somehow hold him up, then they would have the hope of turning the tables around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.